You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather, host wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Then step this way, step this way, step this way, because this is the fastest 5 hours in wrestling punditry today. This is the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the NWA podcast, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. It is Sunday, May 19th. Happy Cane Day, everybody. We are live. And much like that man Kane, Chris's favorite local mayor, we gonna be on fire tonight because we got a special guest on the show this month, and we've got a lot of great topics. We've got champions that were crowned since the last time we were on here. We've got storylines that have sprung up since the last time we were here. We've got a very interesting topic about journalism and wrestling journalism and its current state in 2024 that we're going to get into. And, of course, we're going to get into some rap beef at the end of the show. So let's not waste any time. Let me introduce who we are. I am the Godfather Nate Milton, your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster, 10 years in the game. Not much has changed, and I am joined by the advocates. First off, let me introduce my tag team partner, my right-hand man, my brother from another mother. He is the angry intellectual. He is the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles. He is a season ticket holder for the LA Sparks.
Yes.
He is Moderna Chris. Some people call him a Mosa Chris. But I just call him my brother. Let's give it up for the one and only Professor Chris Ely. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
Chilling, man. Yes, I am rocking the Gem and the Holograms shirt.
What's going on with that, man?
I love Gem and the Holograms. The old 80s cartoon, not that movie.
The movie?
A few years ago.
That movie was terrible.
From the 80s.
That movie was truly outrageous.
Yeah. I was all about the Misfits, Pizzazz, Gem, Rio,
That was the original music beef, not Drake and Kendrick, not Jay and Nas. It was Gem and the Holograms versus the Misfits.
Right, yeah. That is the original beef, yo. And then, before we get into the wrestling topics, I do want to say, and remind me of this today, if we ever come across Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, remember to just be nice and not try to outwit that woman, man.
Nah, we don't want that clap back.
Yeah, that B6 is intense, yo, man.
I'm not bleach blonde, Chris, but currently, like I ain't been to the gym in a little minute, so my body might be a little bad built, and I don't want the sister cracking on me for that.
Yeah. She went ham. I've been watching C-SPAN for decades at this point, because being a political scientist, that's just what you do. You watch C-SPAN, you watch MSNBC, you watch Fox News, you watch you take in content all the time. And I don't think I ever, and the way she ethered that woman too was she didn't do it directly. She asked a matter of fact question to the chairman. Like, if I was to call,
Cino's a fan. We gonna get into it, Cino.
Yeah. I was like, Jesus Christ, that was like, there's no coming back from that. That's an L. I saw on Fox News people like Harris Faulkner. Is that her name? The black woman on there trying to act like
they're all Candace Owens to me. Like I can't Sage Steele, I can't tell them apart, dog.
Right, yeah, but
they
Crockett,
feel the same role.
Yeah. Crockett absolutely owned that woman.
Low key, it's funny watching that clip is kind of like going back and listening to the Kendrick and Drake diss songs. Like there's a new favorite thing every time I listen to them. Like, like watching it and AOC just, baby girl, no, baby girl. Like
you're about to let the Bariqua from the Bronx come out of her, man. She was like,
and then your boy, Jamie Raskin trying not to laugh.
Like what was hilarious about it was with AOC is she like in the middle of her about to go ham on this woman, she remembered she was at work.
Right. That part.
Because she was definitely about to have an N-word moment. And she just had to remember where she was at and who she was representing. Crockett didn't care. Crockett was like, okay, y'all want to play this? I'm a lawyer.
Right.
I can get away with this. And this is what we're going to be, not to get crazy political because we do have wrestling stuff to talk about, but this is how it's going to be for at least the rest of the year.
Get ready.
And that's if we're lucky. if we're lucky, this is what it'll be. Because next year, hopefully, next year, if Hakeem Jeffers becomes the Speaker of the House, this crap isn't going to be going on.
Right.
They'll be when your words get stricken, which is what AOC was asking her to do, stricken for personalities. Personalities in Congress means a personal attack. When your words get stricken, what that means is you are supposed to get kicked out of Congress, right? You're not supposed to be
you got a technical foul. We got to kick you out the game like Draymond.
Right? Yeah. And then I think sometimes they might let you come back, but your words get stricken. But these feckless peoples, these feckless Republicans, just let her keep going, and then Jasmine. And I'm for it. I'm here for it, man. If this is how you guys want to conduct business instead of decorum and order.
Hey, we tried to do it Marcus of Queensberry rules, but you want to make it a Chicago street fight?
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Gloves off, man.
Yes, Hansi, politics is doing a better job of pro wrestling than pro wrestling now.
Both companies right now, both companies, But we need this to lead to good things for next year, though. November, y'all know what y'all got to do.
Finish the story. Finish the story.
Seriously.
That's all we're gonna say.
Yeah, for real.
So it's good to have our brother Christian here. Look, this the kind of show it's gonna be, y'all. We done started with Jim and the holograms. We done took you to Kendrick versus Drake. We done go into some political stuff. We ain't even 10 minutes into the show yet. So this is gonna be a good one, ladies and gentlemen. So let's bring in the man behind the scene. First of all, I want to give a shout out to the nephew, the youngest in charge, the Yick, Andrew Thompson. He is on assignment at a family gathering. So hopefully he'll be able to join us later on in the program. But if not, y'all know we got love for the nephew. Hit up Chop Tees, buy that Yick merch. Show your love for the youngest in charge. One of the hardest working dudes in wrestling journalism. We love and respect that brother. But another brother that we love and respect is the man behind the scenes. Some would call him, Chris, the Metro Boomin of pro wrestling podcasts because he's the super producer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring to the stage the man on the longest 10-day contract in the history of sports and entertainment. Two-Way Ray, a.k.a. the Caitlin Clark of production, a.k.a. Caitlin Dark Ray. What's good, brother?
What's going on, brothers? What's going on?
Ray.
Bad build Marjorie. Bad build Marjorie.
Dude, all I've been doing for the last 24, 48 hours is listening to remixes and all the musical takes on that stuff. I posted them all on my Facebook page, man, as many as I could. They got the country version. They got the techno version, the rap version, the Motown version, all of it, man. bit
bleach blonde, bad built, butch body.
Yeah. It's oh man, like you went viral for the absolute wrongest of reasons, my sister. And
yes,
and you did it to yourself. We could have did this civilly. You know?
It was supposed to be a friendly fade, you know.
Right? Yeah. You had to take the gloves off.
You know. Hey, she had to push that red button, much like Aubrey on these streets. But Ray, we glad to have you, man. As always, Ray not only is our producer, but Ray is your direct conduit. I almost called you a conduit, which is not a thing. A direct. Hey, I literally just got back from the job, y'all. Give a brother some grace. A conduit. Ray is the conduit to you, the audience. If you have any comments, hit Ray up for the topics we're going to talk about this evening. Ray will bring them to the stage. If you want to skip the line, if you want to get that VIP treatment, there's one way to do that. Smash that super chat button. It will get you to the front of the line. Any questions, any comments, any thoughts, we'll bring that to the stage and we will chop them up. Also want to give a shout out to Chop Tees, chop-tees.com. Shout out to the Birdman. Oh, you got the yeek. Oh, go full screen, Ray. Go ISO, Ray.
Since he's not here, I gotta represent him in spirit. You know what I'm saying?
Got the yeek merch. Youngest in charge. You can get that at chop-tees.com. I believe Dickie Bird is running some type of sale right now. I'm sure he's listening or watching. He'll let us know the details on that. But chop-tees.com, man. Got all your post-wrestling merch, all your Poison Rana merch, all the Kings of Sport merch, of course, the NWA podcast, man. Dickie Bird and them good folks right there. 10% off your next order with fast, free shipping guaranteed. Ain't nothing guaranteed in this world except for death and taxes and Dickie Bird. Those are the three guarantees in life: death, taxes, and choptees.com. Chop-tees, where you get all your merch, man. They good people doing good work. We love them, man. We glad to be a part of the Chop Tees family. So, if you got a little extra bread, show them some love and rock some merch supporting some of your favorite shows out here. And finally, before we bring on our guest this week, Kings of Sport, patreon.com/Kings of Sport. $5. Oh, I thought you had it, Ray. I'm getting it. We was moving. Hey, every turnover ain't on the rookie. It ain't Caitlin Clark's fault that turnover happened. She threw it right there, and the girl just didn't get it, man. It's okay, Ray. We still 2 games into the season. But patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. $5 gets you in the door for over 300 hours of audio, video, talking about sports, pro wrestling, pop culture. We got MCU reviews, political opinions. There's a great show, The 20 Twin with Professor Chris on the network. We might have to bring that back to life in some way, shape, or form as we get closer to November. That's also where you'll find episodes of the Avenge Hers Initiative, which is a MCU podcast. That's where you'll find episodes of The Spinning Black Fist with Ray Williams and Chinyere Okafor. A new episode dropped today, y'all. So check that out. And we'll be back with a new episode of the Kings of Sport later this week. So Kings of Sport Patreon, $5, as the nephew would say. The cost of a biggie bag gets you in the door. If you want to spend more, we won't stop you because it's a free country, at least until November. And that's all I'm going to say about that. And with no further ado, let's bring on our very special guest this month. This brother is a true gentleman in the game. You heard his work or seen his work over at Voices of Wrestling. He also works for USA Today. He is somebody that we are excited to talk about for a myriad of reasons. Y'all give it up for a brother making his first appearance here on the Nubian Wrestling Advocates of Post Wrestling, the gentleman himself, Jesse Collings. Jesse, what's good, brother?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Nate, for such a great intro. I was thinking about this when you did the original intro for the show, the whole NWA spiel, and it's like, we're bringing some color to pro wrestling, and it's like, and here we're going to invite the whitest man you can possibly find to be on the show to talk about it. I think about
it works though, because it's just contrast, brother. Contrast. Right. The colors are more vibrant when you place them next to the whiteness, and so we can all work together to make a beautiful picture. That's all I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Right. And also I wanted
hell yeah. And
yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, I was like, thank God today, earlier this week, I went to my mom's house to she needed help with her cell phone, which is like one of the worst things you can ever get asked by when you're parents, which is like they did something to their phone or their laptop and they need you to help fix it. Because you ever look at like you'll go there and like they have done something that you couldn't possibly imagine how they did it. Like the screen is just zoomed in a ton, all this stuff. But anyway, while I was fixing my mom's phone, she had The View on, and they were talking about this congressional put down that y'all were talking about earlier. And if I didn't do that, I'd have absolutely no idea what you guys are talking about for the first 10 minutes of the show. But because I was diligently being a good son and helping my mom with her iPhone issue, I was like, oh, this is coming full circle because now I have some context for what you all are talking about.
Yeah.
You tapped in.
Yeah. That was nuts, man. Yeah, sometimes we get into stuff like that. And it was just do you have a take on that before we get into this wrestling stuff?
I need so I need some help here, some translation help. So bleach blonde, I got that. And then she said, what, bad body?
Bad built.
Bad built. Okay, that again seems self-explanatory. And then it was butch body. Can I get a translation of what butch body means?
The butch bodies. So if you ever check out Marjorie Taylor Greene's social medias, like her Twitter and all that stuff, which I do. She does
it makes one of us
work. Yeah, I have to. So
he's like fist for the job, dog.
Right, I do this so you guys don't have to. She does a lot of like masculine workouts. She does like crazy like pull-ups and stuff. She does them in the wrong way, by the way.
You critiquing her form, Chris?
Oh yeah. It's like that stuff is dangerous. I used to do that crap when I was younger, and my gym coach would always be like, you can't do it like that. But anyway, that's what she was basically saying.
All right, so yeah, it's like butch, like mannish. Okay, that's good.
She was being politically incorrect. I think politically correct left her body the minute Marjorie Taylor Greene started on her eyelashes. I think, okay, is this what you want to do?
Right. Well, I'm thinking. I was thinking like we all when we don't get along with somebody, especially if it's a coworker, we all have many conversations with ourselves about what we would say to said coworker that we don't like. I do it all the time. Usually when I'm in the shower, I'll just be like, oh man, if this person says this to me tomorrow, I'm going to say this. And so, she had that one in the chamber, just waiting for it to be provoked. Like that was instantaneous. Like, all right, I've been building up like for 2 years to say this.
She was like, Kendrick, I got 5 more diss tracks in the chamber.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm ready.
Yeah. She had it on deck. That was in the chamber. She was waiting for an opportunity. And Marjorie Taylor Greene did not go to that if the fact that it was like at 10 o'clock at night in the first place just shows you the seriousness of these people, because that morning all of these MAGA Congress people and Vivek Ramaswamy, they were at the courthouse saying the stuff that Donald Trump couldn't say. So it was a very, very just pathetic day to be a Republican. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm guessing, I don't have this, I don't have any verification of this. I'm guessing she was mad that she wasn't invited to that place to praise Donald Trump, and she wanted to act out in Congress, and she wanted to get invited to the next one. So that's my opinion.
Try to get that main roster call up, dog.
Right, for real. Because she ain't being picked as vice president.
No.
So it is what it is.
But speaking of it is what it is, one of the main reasons we wanted to bring Jesse on this month, Chris, was to kind of talk about journalism in pro wrestling, which we've seen in recent weeks and months has been kind of a talking point. And we thought Jesse might have some good insight on this, and so we want to pick this brother's brain, have a good conversation, and bring it to our audience. So Chris, I'll let you go first. First question is yours, brother.
So Jesse, I was listening to your last show, and I actually went back because my Amazon player. Once I was done listening to you, because that was like an emergency episode you did where Triple H was made that comment on Israel. What's Israel's last name? I forget it. Or not Israel, Lucas.
Lucas Chapriot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, excuse me. City Street. What can I say? So yeah, he goes in. He talks about the credibility of that. Of his journalistic work. The guy asked a very valid question about Drew Gulak getting released. I mean, they played the semantic game, right? I guess his contract ran out.
We didn't renew his contract.
Right, yeah, and they didn't renew it. So every year at my job, because I'm an adjunct professor at most of my colleges, every semester my contract gets renewed. And if they don't renew it, that means they got a problem with something I've been doing, right? that's what it means, and that's the bottom line. So they played that semantic game, and then they talk about the credibility of people. And one thing I hate the most about wrestling promoters and wrestlers, period, is that they do this thing with wrestling media where they call anybody that covers wrestling, they call it a dirt sheet. You're a dirt sheet. You don't have any credibility. You're just out seeking gossip, all that stuff. And even when you're asking valid questions, and I wanted to get your take on, like, for our audience, we know you've already talked about it, but what was your like initial feelings when you heard Triple H with that like vitriolic response, like and the press conference was actually going well. It was a whack press conference. It wasn't a good press conference by any means. It was stupid softball questions the whole time. And then the first real question, this is what we get. So what was your thoughts on that?
Well, I think my general takeaway was the reason Paul Levesque reacted the way he did was because he was uncomfortable with the content of the question, which was related to, a sexual misconduct allegation that took place within WWE, which is exactly what it was. It was asking if, if Drew Gulak's, whether it was his contract being not renewed or he was being released. It was asking that question, and if it was related to the story that Ronda Rousey told, which I think most people with a level of critical thought can put two and two together and think that that's the case, that it would be related. And I think that, Levesque was thrown off by someone asking about that because, as you mentioned, Chris, there really hadn't been any questions that were even close to being what I would consider confrontational up until that point in the press conference. And I wouldn't even consider Lucas's question confrontational. And so I think that kind of, but he's pissed that someone asked that question, and he used that as an opportunity to lash out against wrestling news sites because Lucas had cited that they had reported that Drew Gulak had been released. And I think it shows it shows that Levesque is not good in these kind of situations. We saw that when he was asked some of the questions during the Royal Rumble presser. When he's asked like real serious questions, he does not do a great job representing himself for the company. I'm not really sure, what kind of media training he has, what the PR department is prepping him for. But I don't think he's done a tremendous job so far in those few instances where he's been confronted with what I would consider to be challenging questions. And the second thing is, I think it does highlight that, like, someone like Paul Levesque or someone who's an executive in a wrestling company, they have that long-term disdain for the wrestling media industry. Right. And that came out with his comments. Like, as I said on my show, I don't think that Paul Levesque specifically hates like Fightful or PW insider. Like I don't think it's I don't think he like hates those brands. If Lucas had cited any other sources, if he said The Observer or WrestlingNews.co or WrestleZone or Post or whatever other sources, I think he would have reacted the same way. But I think there's this idea, which is kind of fascinating to me, and I'm sure you guys have kind of picked up on this as well. But it's always really fascinating to me that like Paul Levesque, who was the absolute like evil character of online wrestling discussion in the 2000s, has become like a champion for a large amount of the online wrestling discourse that we see. And I think that this is a reminder that like Paul Levesque has a lot of disdain for, smart fans, and it's evident throughout his entire career that he doesn't think highly of people in wrestling media or people that have in wrestling punditry. And I would take it as this is kind of like a wake up call. That's like, you can like, the booking job that Paul Levesque is doing. You could think that he's certainly an improvement over Vince McMahon, but he's not your friend, and he probably doesn't like you.
And should that even be the goal, is to get Triple H to be your Paul Levesque, call him by his government name. Should that even be the goal, is to have this guy be your friend? Because we had a discussion on this show a few weeks ago when I saw that there was a backstage special where Bianca Belair was talking to Vince. She said, I asked Vince McMahon, are you proud of me? And we had this whole spiel about what the fuck, who could care about your boss being proud of you, man? That's not like, that's not why we work. If you are proud of the work I do, that is great, but it's like,
that's gravy.
This is a symbiotic relationship. As long as the check's clear, I will do my job. And this is just kind of like the world that Vince McMahon has created, a world where everybody, all of his subjects kiss his ass. The media sees him, and they make fun of wrestling and what wrestling is behind their back, but they'll still be nice to Vince because Vince is kind of this rich guy. And I do, and like you were just saying, Jesse, it feels like a lot of these like wrestling pundits, like, because I was gonna cover a AEW event back in the day, but I was not doing this so I could be friends with TK or go to free shows. I wanted to do this so I could do a job, to bring content to Post, to bring content to Kings of Sport, and to just accurately cover the sights and sounds of what was going on at that event. And do you think that wrestling journalists are they there to be friends with Vince or not Vince with WWE? Do they care more about that, or is it just is it being afraid? What is it? Why you get these fake stupid questions? Why you're asking kayfabe questions at these press conferences? Why are we getting that?
Well, real quick, Jesse, let me hop in real quick because I think this leads to a broader question that I was going to ask you here in a second. So I'll just throw it here now, because I feel like for somebody like Triple H or like a TK who might have an issue with some of the more substantive questions that they get asked at these press conferences, it's like you can't have it both ways, man. You can't have this press conference where, give me a pat on the back, give me an attaboy for this event that we just ran, and I'm going to bring in these journalists and then not expect them to do their job. It's like either one or the other, man. Either have the press conference where people can ask whatever questions they want, be they benign or be they hard-hitting, or don't do the damn press conference.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. I would say, to answer Chris's question, am I getting an echo on this? I just want to make sure.
No, you're fine.
You're good.
You sound good.
To answer Chris's question, I would say I think that a lot of this can be explained by the people that are in the room that are asking questions. Despite the fact that they're, content creators, I find a lot of them to be not very creative people, at least in terms of asking interesting questions, because I think sometimes when we have this discussion about the quality of questions that are asked at these pressers, which are ultimately very poor, I would say both for WWE and AEW. And I think sometimes we talk about, like, when we talk about hard questions or tough questions or questions that maybe the person who's being interviewed doesn't want to answer, whether that's Paul Levesque, Tony Khan, an active wrestler, whoever. But to me, what's really damaging is that even there are tons and tons of questions that you could ask, whether it's Tony Khan or Paul Levesque or anyone, that would be really interesting to hear about, that are not negative focused questions. Like it was really interesting to me, like the Royal Rumble press conference, which takes place, like a day or two after the Wall Street Journal story and the Janelle Grant affidavit drops and the lawsuit and all of that takes place. And obviously not everyone asked questions about that, but the questions that were asked to Paul Levesque that weren't about that were just the most boring, dry, lame questions that were basically compliments. They were like, is this the best roster you've ever had? Or how do you book so many great names? Like it's not like, there are so many interesting questions you could ask Paul Levesque outside of the hard questions that you could ask. This is a rare opportunity to ask an executive in pro wrestling a question on the record in front of a bunch of people. Those opportunities were really non-existent until Tony Khan really started doing these pressers, and I know NXT had a few of these media calls before that. But like Vince McMahon, you can count the number of like mainstream media interviews he did on one hand over 40 years of being in business. So this is a real rare opportunity. And it's being wasted by really foolish, dumb comments. And I think that stems back to not even that these people want to be friends with Paul Levesque and they want Paul Levesque to like them, which I think is true for some of these people, but just a lack of curiosity amongst these people and creativity to actually ask interesting questions. Because I could think of 100 questions to ask Paul Levesque that I think he would be happy to answer and be able to answer in an interesting way. But most of the time, it's just the most generic, like, how are you doing? Oh, that was such a great show. Like, or when are you coming back to this town?
I remember the question about the best roster you've had. I was watching this thing and I turned it off immediately after that. I was like, this is lame. Like, are we at like what kind of, and the thing with press conferences, they do it after every sport, right? And I have feelings on press conferences that I might get into while we do this show, but it's like, this is like, and it's really weird when you get the, cause I remember there was this one specific time where, Tully Blanchard was just gone from AEW without any explanation. And there's a press conference and a credible wrestling journalist asks him, so what's the status of Tully Blanchard in AEW? And Tony Khan's answer is something like, yeah, we're really glad to have Prince Nana take over whatever the name of the faction was. And it's like, he didn't answer the question at all. And I was like, is this just what we can expect from these wrestling press conferences? Is this it? Because like I was trying for so long and hard to get credentialed. Megha for AEW did not let me go to the I didn't get credentialed for the Vegas event. I was invited to a media call, but I'm on there for like, I don't know, it felt like 7 years, but maybe it was maybe it was an hour, maybe it was 90 minutes, but like they never get to my question. And if I did get a turn, it would have just been one question. So it's like I just don't understand the point of these things, right? And you were, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, one of the frustrating things I think about their the serious good question asking media being far outnumbered by the content creators or the people that want to be friends with the wrestlers is the lack of a follow-up question. Like in the example that you gave with the Tully Blanchard question, and Tony kind of blew it off and started talking about Prince Nana. If you had more people in the room, the next person who asked a question would recognize that he doesn't want to talk about Tully Blanchard, and they would follow up and say, how come you didn't answer that question about Tully Blanchard? Or be like, can you provide an update on Tully Blanchard? And put real pressure on these guys, because when they know you're only going to ask one question, they can blow you off and then move on to the next person, especially when they have the next person is a toady that is happy to ask them a question to distract them from it. In the case of Steve Fall during the Royal Rumble presser, you're literally going to say, and now for a nicer question, and then asking some vapid bullshit. And I think that's an issue. And to get, to get back to the question Nate asked, kind of talking about, I think there's a real question we need to ask with both AEW and WWE, which is, what are ultimately the point of these press conferences?
Right.
Are they to further storylines? Are they to be part of the show? Are they to enable and access media? Is it to provide a little bit of transparency to the product? What are these actually for? And I would wager that AEW and WWE have slightly different goals. Because one of my questions for Paul Levesque would be, especially after he decided he was going to take a dump on the credibility of Fightful and Pro Wrestling Insider, which are two sites that I would say are higher on the credibility scale in terms of wrestling news. Their information tends to be pretty well sourced. Would be like, if you don't believe that those sources are credible and that people should listen to them, who are these press conferences for? Why are the Fightful people invited to the press conferences if you think their website's, a bunch of shit? That would be a question I would ask, because I want to know, like, who are these for? Are they for the content creators? Are they for the people with the fan blogs and things like that? Or are they for fans? Like, what are these things actually for? And I think that's a question they need to ask themselves, because the WWE press conferences are really controlled in the sense of they have a few wrestlers come out. The wrestlers are mostly in character in the WWE pressers. The AEW wrestlers, some of them are in character, but some of them, like Bryan Danielson and Chris Jericho, are very out of character and very willing to talk about their creative process and things like that. And then between Paul Levesque and Tony Khan, Paul Levesque takes like 4 questions. Maybe one of them is a serious question, and usually when that happens, he vomits all over himself. Tony Khan will talk for an hour plus, and Tony Khan will go on crazy unrelated rants where he'll suddenly just start recapping the entire last month's worth of matches on AEW Dynamite when he's being asked a completely unrelated question. But they're very different. I think that and I think Tony, even if Tony doesn't answer every question that's asked of him, but at least he will decline to answer in a mostly friendly way, as opposed to Paul Levesque seems more antagonistic towards it.
So have you been to have you done press for WWE and AEW, like at the?
I have never been to a WWE presser. I think that one would be a little bit more difficult for me.
I remember the article you wrote on the AEW presser for WrestleNomics, and no lies detected.
And like I asked Tony at the time. I asked Tony. It was actually a Ring of Honor show. It was the I want to say it was Death Before Dishonor. And it was the main event was the Briscoes versus FTR. And I asked, are the Briscoes going to be on, TNT? Because they weren't. It was that big thing. Remember, Jay Briscoe wasn't allowed to be on TNT for reasons. And I asked him, like, are we going to see them on TNT? And he said, like, oh, we're going to see them a lot on Ring of Honor. I can tell you that. So, like, he dodged my question, but I got to ask it. I think in the WWE press conferences, there are far, far, far more people in that room that don't ask questions. Because you'll see, you can watch it and you'll see that there's dozens and dozens and dozens of people that are in the room that presumably are wanting to ask questions, but you only see a handful of some. And I know if you listen to what Lucas Chapriot has said about that press conference in France, half the questions were planted, that WWE PR gets people to ask questions, which actually isn't a surprise because we've seen like the host of the Bump ask a question. We've seen people that work for WWE get called on in these press conferences like they're masquerading as real independent journalists. And they don't. So to me, I think the WWE ones really are all for show, and they really should probably, as much as I'd like it to be open and transparent with the media, they really should just go to a format where everything is canned, because
like the Sid with that, what was the 92 Royal Rumble where Sid like, now what you did, Jack Tunney, was bogus. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I mean, like New Japan does these fake press conferences.
Because that wouldn't be an insult to our intelligence the way these are. And I'm like, okay, so if you are not good at answering questions, and this is one of the things that I do miss about Cody Rhodes being in AEW, is I just thought he handled the media calls and the press conferences so much better than Tony Khan does. I thought that was a good person to have doing that kind of stuff.
And he handled the questions about the Janelle Grant allegations better than Triple H did.
He was like, he wasn't trying to run from it. It just, because what it does is it makes your talent look bad as well. And then you want to crap on wrestling journalists. And the one thing I will never say about wrestling journalists, the credible ones, the Meltzers, the Wade Kellers, the Fightful people, I will never accuse them of lying, because they don't lie. I don't necessarily love the opinion sometimes, but if I have a problem with Wade Keller's opinion, I'm gonna attack that particular opinion. I'm not gonna sit there and say, oh, this guy is a liar and a charlatan or whatever, just because he's got one opinion that I don't necessarily agree with. And you get too much of that in wrestling, and it's just, nobody wants to be held to account. No one wants to be challenged on anything. Everybody, and even when they leave wrestling, you can't really get them to be honest unless they're just bitter. So you either get toxic honesty or toxic positivity. There's no in between with these wrestlers. It's just I'm
very sensitive towards the replacement of news with commentary, which is, we are getting away. This is true in all media, and I think it's obvious in wrestling media that we're getting away from news, which is people providing reliable, unbiased information, versus commentary, which is people talking, giving their own opinions about the news. I think a vast majority of the people that are attending these press conferences are focused on commentary and focused on their own opinions and things like that, as opposed to people that are really trying to develop news. I would say, like me personally, in like what the space that I occupy in wrestling media is definitely commentary based. I don't have scoops. I'm not.
You're not investigating anything.
So to me, it's like I'll say I don't really consider like what I do to be like news reporting in wrestling space. Like, my real job is news reporting. And I am sensitive towards, we're gonna fill up this room with reporters, quote unquote, but most of these people are not reporters. Most of these people are people with blogs or prominent Twitter or Instagram accounts, and the quality of questions is reflected by that.
Nate, Nate, you might be able to speak to this too, because I want to get your opinion on this as well. Like, Jesse, you know who Peter Rosenberg is, right?
Yes.
All right. So Peter Rosenberg occupies a weird space because anytime I listen to him on Hot 97 on Ebro in the morning, he's got good sound political opinions. Even if I don't always agree with them, you would think that he'd be a good person to cover WWE and professional wrestling. I'm like we all know Emilio Sparks here because he's been on this show before, but something happens to Peter Rosenberg when he's covering wrestling because he's just not genuine. It is not honest. It's very like basically sounds like a WWE fan, not a WWE stan rather, covering wrestling, right? And it's like it might, and even like with the controversy that Ariel Helwani got into a couple years ago with Tony Khan, where they got into just the stupidest beef on the planet. And in my opinion, it was just as much on Ariel Helwani as it was on Tony Khan. Because to me, it's like once you knew this guy wasn't going to answer the question, you really should have like went somewhere else, you know, right. And then you want to blame him, and then you're at WWE shows high-fiving and being on camera and smiling and cheesing and that kind of crap. And my question is, Ariel Helwani, I didn't like that shit. He's a real journalist. Yeah. Peter Rosenberg, I don't like it when he's on WWE, but he's a critical thinker. He's got an analytical mind. Why are should we be challenging these people more when they do stuff with WWE? Or are you just, oh, this was a dream come true? Because I even heard him on Pollock's like show, and him and Pollock had that come to Jesus moment. I love you, Pollock. Ariel, okay, yeah, he's like he's decent enough, but I mean that was kind of horse shit, you know, where he's like,
I mean, to that, Chris, I would say, you know, to paraphrase the great Kung Fu Kenny, Kendrick Lamar, in 616 in LA, when he's talking about DJ Academics, act looking compromised. I can see the vibes. So when you're talking about somebody like Peter Rosenberg, man, who I got a lot of respect for, man, like,
yeah, me too.
I think Peter Rosenberg is a great broadcaster. Like you said, he's a critical thinker. You know, he was somebody that I love listening to, whether he's talking about hip hop or wrestling outside of the WWE. But once you take him and put him on the payroll, the conversation changes. You know, and this is not to slight Rosenberg, because let's keep it a buck, Ray. If Impact Wrestling walked up to your boy right now and said, hey, we want you to do some Impact pre-shows. We want you to do this. We want you to do. Hell, if the Indiana Fever walked up to me right now and said, Nate, we want you to host the Indiana Fever pregame show. Caitlin Clark better than Michael Jordan. I said it. You know what I'm saying? You know, like I do not doubt Rosenberg's intellect, but it's like when money's on the table, I take your word with a grain of salt. And so then the question becomes, Jesse, are you a journalist in that space, or are you just part of the PR machine? And in the case of somebody like Rosenberg, like, yeah, I know what the deal is, baby. I'm not mad at you. You know, get your bag, but I'm not taking your word the same way I would take, you know, Keller or Alvarez or Cats at Fightful or John Pollock or people like that. Like, you know, I'm not taking your word as gospel because I know you're a little bit compromised on this.
Yeah, I would say, like, in the case of Rosenberg, now I believe his show, GP, that's the name of his show.
Yeah.
It was on the Ringer Network for a long time, and it recently moved off of the Ringer Network, and it's on its own thing, I believe. But the Ringer, as a media company, the Ringer has a agreement with WWE. It's a signed contractual agreement to you know, the Ringer hosts some of WWE's podcasts, like Corey Graves' podcast is on the Ringer. David Shoemaker hosts a podcast with WWE personalities, like recapping the Attitude Era on the Ringer Podcast Network. Like, that is a legitimate media deal, in addition to him appearing on like pre-shows and stuff like that. And in that case, like,
and it's great
always
content.
funny. I'm not
it's
like hip hop connected,
Jesse, but it's not journalism. It's great content, not journalism.
I wouldn't even say it's great content if you're listening.
I was being kind, brother. I was being kind.
Shots, strays.
Like, but I at least in the case of that, at least it's obvious that Peter Rosenberg is like is part of the WWE family.
Yes.
Right.
And you know, I believe there were people were asking him why he didn't had any comments about any of the Vince McMahon related stories, and he said something along the lines of like, "Oh, you know, everyone knows how I feel about it, but I wouldn't say anything against my boss." And I mean,
and that's a lie, actually. But go ahead.
As pathetic of a statement as I think that is, at least he's being honest about where his loyalties are and where his attentions are, as opposed to a lot of these other people who have no connection or personal connections with anyone in WWE, but will still carry WWE's water for them at any moment. I think with Ariel, who I don't like, I think he's a former Nick Khan client, and so you can connect the dots about I think where that conversation with Tony Khan went south and why it did, and how he suddenly ended up covering WWE both on WWE television and of course with the Ringer. I think it's pretty damaging for AEW that Ariel Helwani can appear multiple times on Bill Simmons' podcast, one of the most popular listened to podcasts in the world, and bury AEW and put over WWE. I think that's a huge advantage to WWE. But at least those alignments are obvious,
right?
I think in general, like when we talk about like people being very pro WWE and news coverage and things like that, I think AEW's existence exposed a lot of people who were previously thought of to be as like wrestling guys or wrestling experts. And it turns out they really were only like WWE people. Because once AEW became a big enough company where basically anyone that talked about wrestling had to talk about it, because you could exist not talking about Impact Wrestling, you could exist not talking about New Japan or Ring of Honor. But once AEW came along, it became kind of hard to ignore it. And I think because AEW is a different company than WWE and does a lot of different things and is led by a completely different type of personality in Tony Khan, a lot of people have been exposed as really not understanding any aspect of pro wrestling outside of what WWE has done. And there's nostalgia and stuff that can cloud judgment, and I think that is a really defining aspect of the overall media picture of pro wrestling media, is AEW coming into existence and changing the way people needed to talk about pro wrestling, as it no longer became entirely WWE centric.
Right. But
I think another thing, real quick, Chris, because I don't think this is germane to wrestling media. It's not even germane to sports or entertainment media. I think it's media. Yeah. We ain't pulling no punches tonight, T. Anthony. I think it's germane to all media in the sense that it's not just the voices or the writers that can be compromised. It's your audience. And your audience, we've talked a lot about tribalism in pro wrestling. We talked a lot about tribalism in politics, Chris. It's like the audience that seeks out what they want. And we're no different. Like, I'm not putting us above anybody else, because I'm sure there are people that listen to us that would not listen to another show, because we're saying a lot of things that they can agree with. Even if they don't agree with everything, they're like, I vibe with these guys in a way that I don't vibe with somebody else. And so I think the trick nowadays, Chris and Jesse and Ray, is to be able to cover these things, bringing it back to wrestling, to be able to cover WWE, AEW, New Japan, Impact, all these companies and not fall into the trap of getting into it with these knuckleheads on socials, because they are going to try to paint you in one direction, Jesse. They're going to try to paint you in one direction, Chris. You say, you write one good thing about TK, or have a good podcast about TK. Oh, you in AEW's pocket, and vice versa. You praise WWE. Oh, you in their pocket. And so I think that's another thing. That's another piece of this equation when you talk about journalism in pro wrestling, is that a lot of people don't give a damn. And I hate to say it. They don't give a damn about real news. You know what I mean? They don't give a damn about journalism. Tell me the thing that makes me feel good about the thing that I like.
Yeah, but that's my problem with Ariel Helwani and Peter Rosenberg, is that in other spaces, Peter Rosenberg, he gives his honest hip hop takes. Whether I agree with them or not, he's not sugarcoating his opinions on those things, right? If he's got a problem with somebody at Hot 97, he'll state his issues. He does. But when he gets on WWE television, he plays this fucking game that really, it just makes him lose like credibility. And to me, it's like, if you're going to do that, and Ariel Helwani too, it's like, if you're going to do that, like, how do you like, because I'm not like you said, Jesse, I don't
hold on, Chris. Ray is going to get a kick out of this, because this whole time, and again, like I got off of working a 9-hour shift today, y'all. Bear with your boy. The whole time y'all been talking about Ariel, in my mind, like my brain translated it, Ray, to Morrow, and in my mind, I'm like, I love Morrow. Why these dudes ganging up on Morrow like that? That's my and then it just clicked when Chris was talking. I'm like, oh, Helwani. Oh, I get it now. Yeah, I'm with y'all on this. On this. I like, leave Morrow alone, y'all. That brother's been through a lot.
Like Ariel Helwani, I don't think we've done a show that he was on, but we didn't have like a whole lot of interaction with them.
Right.
I don't like Ariel Helwani. Every once in a while, he'll do something that outside of his realm that I do think is questionable. You know, like I didn't love if you go to his Facebook page, this was when he was a kid, so I'll forgive it, but he's got pictures of him smiling and cheesing with OJ Simpson, and taking pictures with that guy. And
the juice.
but to me, it's the thing with the WWE stuff is like, how do you cover one thing and be legitimate, and then
be very legit?
Yeah, and then don't be legitimate when you cover another sport. And to me, that kind of taints because to me, credibility means everything. That's just for me as a professor. It means a lot as someone who writes, and the book that I got coming out and all this other stuff. It means everything to me to remain credible. So if I'm if I'm saying one thing, if I'm covering one thing, like it's just being partial to a company, and then covering another industry legitimately like he does with politics and hip hop, to me, like that just really makes no sense. And this is kind of like, and this is my problem with wrestling.
I mean, it makes dollars and cents, Chris.
Yeah, it makes dollars and cents. Yeah, you're right about that. But to me, as far as like what you're protecting,
how much is your credibility worth, Chris?
Yeah, right, exactly. You're protecting an industry that you shouldn't be protecting, you know, and I don't think that's our job. You know, I don't want AEW to go out of business. I don't want WWE to go out of business, but I have to call it like I see it, you know.
Right.
Right now, I think WWE is a slightly better company than AEW. A year ago, I thought AEW was a better company than WWE. I'm not going to play these games where I don't where what people have a tendency to do is, if they like someone, they will throw mulligans at them and pretend that, like with CM Punk, for example, we on the show love CM Punk.
The Muffin Man.
When I saw the video of him attacking Jungle Boy, I don't necessarily like Jungle Boy, but he's on video trying to choke this kid
at the job.
What's there to talk about? This is what your eyes saw, you know. It's like this stuff with these wrestling people. It's like you gotta like there's no defending these stupid text messages from Vince. There's none. And your defense of it is I don't want to talk about it. When you talk about everything else, you know, that's a problem for me. And that's why I appreciate people like Jesse, who's you know, gonna young. How old are you, Jesse?
Almost 30. I'll be 30.
All right, so you're almost so you're still a kid, yeah.
Thank you for saying that. As I near 30, that's nice to hear.
Yeah. So, and that's you're a little slightly older than Andrew.
Yeah.
But like you guys are gonna be
still 10 years away from being a WWE main eventer.
Yeah, but as long as y'all are covering wrestling, I do think that both of you are gonna move deeper into the space, you know, and maybe one of these days you'll occupy the space that a Dave Meltzer occupies or a Wade Keller occupies. Who knows? But to me, it's like the industry, as far as journalism is concerned, is not. It's got a lot of issues. It's my long way of saying it.
Thanks. It's nice for you to say. I don't know if I'd ever want to grow up and be Dave Meltzer.
No, not to that extent.
And write 80,000 words a week.
Yeah. Not with papers all over your basement and all that stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, look, you got it easier, man. Back when Diamond Dave started, wasn't no computers, brother. He was on the typewriter.
Yeah, he's on the.
In the I think, you know, one of the things that I wanted to get on here is this again shows, I think, the lack of real news experience that a lot of people that work in wrestling media have. And I've heard this excuse said multiple times when asked about, how come you're not talking about the Janelle Grant story? How come you're not covering this? How come you're not asking questions about that? And I've heard people say, oh, you know, I'm not really like capable. I'm not really the best person to ask a question about that. I'll leave it to the John Pollocks and the Brandon Thurstons to ask those questions. They're doing a great job covering it. It's not really my forte. And I think if your job is to cover wrestling in some way, and if you are going to attend one of these press events and you are going to ask a question, your actual job is to make yourself educated enough to be able to talk and ask questions about difficult, complicated subjects in a way that your reader or your listener can understand. In my job, I cover stories on everything under the sun. I don't cover just pro wrestling stories. I don't cover stories that are just within my personal interest level. I cover stories on anything. I don't know shit about the tax levy of a community that I don't live in, but if there's a story about the taxes going up, I'm going to educate myself so I can then educate our readers about what that means for them. And that is standard journalism 101. You have to learn something first and then be able to teach your audience that. And so now we're talking about, 6 months or so almost of this lawsuit being available and the affidavit being available. To me, there's no excuse for not making yourself educated enough so you could go into a press conference and ask Triple H a real question about the lawsuit.
Yeah, I agree, because I always I tell this to my students, the world doesn't necessarily need more voices. The world needs more careful voices, right? We need more voices that are critically thinking about these issues when they come in front. You like you said, educate yourself so you can come up with a salient opinion. If you feel that you can't talk about an issue, I don't necessarily mind you not talking about the issue, but as a matter of like for example, with Israel, Gaza, Palestine stuff, I've been covering that stuff for decades at this point, right? And it's an issue that if you say the wrong thing, you're gonna offend somebody. It just is what it is. That is a complex issue, in my opinion. This stuff that's going on in WWE right now is pretty black and white, and this isn't a matter of he said, she said, because you've got text messages to back up what this lady is saying. Now you can play games with the text messages if you want to, but you can't doubt that those text messages came from Vince McMahon's phone. And you can't doubt that this woman was under Vince McMahon's employ. That's a fact. And he is her boss, and he began a sexual relationship with her. In most employment circles, that is unethical behavior, right? All you have to do is go from there. Like
and we're not asking, you're not asking the media to be a judicial branch on this and to issue a ruling. You just got to ask Paul Levesque a question related to it. You don't have to be a lawyer present in the case, I think, to do that. And like you said, like you mentioned the Palestine and Israel conflict, like that is a real world complex situation. To scale, this is nothing. And I think that too, like as someone that covers the news in the real world, like the wrestling issues are always kind of so like people act like they're so difficult to wrap their head around.
Right?
Like, it's not. It might be difficult for people that have no real journalism or news experience. And I think like one of the best pieces of advice I think I ever got in journalism was from an editor of mine, and he said, "What makes a good journalist are two things: curiosity and persistence." And I think there's a real lack of curiosity amongst a lot of people in the wrestling media space. And I think there's also a lack of persistence.
Right. And I will say this about wrestling journalism. It hasn't always been perfect. If you go back and read the backlogs of the Wrestling Observer, Dave Meltzer's writing was not always what I would call appropriate. He's in like if you read any of his stuff from the 90s, he's making fun of Sable's breast implants and crap like that. And I understand why he did it, because you're trying to drive readers to your product. But at the same time, that stigma, I do think, has kind of followed Dave Meltzer to a certain extent. But he's not, like I said, Dave Meltzer isn't. What'd he say?
Evan said, dang, I'm about to go enroll in college just to take a class by Professor Ely. Chris said the price of tuition about to go up. Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Yeah. I always say that's the Fat Joe's quote right there.
Especially when that book come out.
Right.
Oh yeah, the book is coming.
Yeah, it's coming. And so that's the thing. It's like what was that? I've lost all.
Dave Meltzer.
Dave Meltzer. Like the wrestling media space hasn't always been perfect. I'll acknowledge that. But I do
still growing.
think, it's growing. I think there have been strides to make it better. I don't think Dave Meltzer is gonna go and talk about any woman's physical appearance the way he used to do back in the day. I think those days are done. I like I said, I understand on a meta level why he did it, but and why Keller. I like Keller. I can't really find anything. I just hated that shit he did with Keith Lee. I thought that was like really, really a crappy thing to do. And I'll maintain that. I'll say this to Keller's face. But at the same time, these people aren't liars, right? And this is and they're needed in this space. And I guess what we should do, I just don't know what I really do wish I could say something because I could say something like salient to wrestling journalists that but because I like, even though I'm not a wrestling journalist, I do feel being in this space, I have a responsibility to not be a hot take machine, and to just not be someone who's there to like wax poetic with any company to like deny things that I see right in front of my eyes, which I see a lot of wrestlers often do. Make excuses for toxic behavior, that kind of thing. So yeah, hopefully like Andrew and you Jesse, by the time you guys are like more like, because you said you do the real world stuff, so I don't know, but but I do think covering wrestling is a good microcosm for how you want to do your real life job.
Oh well, everything is pro wrestling, as you learn as you become an adult. Well, I think one of like the main points that I think when we talk about like journalism and like you were talking about like your role, what role do you play in this, Chris? And I said myself, like, I don't consider myself like a real like wrestling reporter because I'm not really breaking news, but I do think when we talk about the word journalism and whether or not you're a journalist, I think I'm kind of the belief that everyone is a journalist. And everyone has some level of responsibility, especially in the social media age, for sharing information in a responsible way. If you are going to retweet something or you're going to share something on your Facebook page and it's an article from somewhere, I think you have some responsibility to make sure that what you're sharing or what you're retweeting is accurate information. And if it's not accurate information, then you might deserve some criticism for that.
Yeah, I remember because a couple years ago when the Janelle Grant stuff was coming out, there was a picture that was going around the internet of someone who was allegedly Janelle Grant, and it was a black woman.
Sister,
and it was going across the internet, and we all made the decision, we're not sharing this crap because we don't know if this is Janelle Grant,
right?
But I saw other people doing that kind of thing, and I do like you said, you are you're correct, man.
I think everyone has that responsibility within themselves,
right?
And like the term journalist is not a term that you can choose to have or not have. You can't say I'm not a journalist. It's determined by your actions.
Right. Yeah. It's like the Charles Barkley I'm not a role model thing, right? Like that's that's not something you get to choose, dude.
Yeah, it's one of those, and I think that's a key point, because I think a lot of the people that maybe are attending these press conferences, a lot of the people that are engaging in this, they'll say, well, I'm not a journalist. So, and they often say that as a way to escape criticism towards ethical behavior. But it's like, well, I'm not a journalist, so it doesn't matter. And it's like, well, you're sharing information, or if you're engaging these press conferences, you're involved in communication and information and trying to provide some transparency. So if you are a journalist, whether you want it or not, and you deserve to, you get plaudits when it's good, and you get criticism when it's bad. And the other thing I wanted to touch on real quick, in Chris, and Nate, you both mentioned this. Online and being on social media and the interactions that you get from that. And I know Lucas Chapriot, after he had kind of stepped in it a little bit with Paul Levesque making those comments, and then of course some of the people from the wrestling media calling him out. And he said, he got all sorts of terrible comments, and he apparently got death threats and all sorts of stupid bullshit. But I do think that a lot of people are, especially people that are in like the wrestling content creative space, are really sensitive to the work that they're doing.
Right.
And they really are sensitive about criticism of their work. And it's very difficult to have a productive conversation if someone takes all criticism very personally.
Right.
And I know, like, Dave had an edition of Wrestling Observer Radio like a week or two ago where he talked a lot about wrestling media in its current state, and he had a lot of criticisms for it. And because it's Dave, everyone reacted big, like, how dare Dave say this about me? And I think a lot of that, like, part of being in media is you're going to take criticisms from people. A lot of times it's going to be baseless, and it comes down to your own personal confidence. When I was a younger reporter with, only a year or two experience, I was very sensitive towards criticism of my work because I knew I was inexperienced. So I was very afraid of being called out. Just like I think most people are, like, you start a job, you're worried that you're very concerned that you're doing a bad job because you just started out. But as I've gotten older and more experienced, now I have total confidence in what I'm doing. So I'm able to, any criticism I see, and I can tell when it's like really well-meaning, good faith criticism, and when it's just someone who wants to troll or someone who's upset with an opinion I had. I'm able to laugh that off because I have confidence in my work. And my advice would be for anyone who's a younger person, or plenty of older people actually could take this advice too. Like, just don't engage that much in social media conversation. And there's really not a lot to be gained by addressing criticisms on Twitter, or things like that. I mean, that's something, a lesson I think Dave should definitely take, which is, like, you're not going to win these battles by getting in fight with Twitter.
I
don't have the stamina, Chris, and we've talked about this. Like, God bless Dave Meltzer, man. He the godfather of this. He started the whole game. But to me, I work 50 hours a week, dog, at the shoot job. I don't have the time nor the energy to go back and forth with these cats on Twitter. And so I think that's a good point, Jesse. I like the advice that you gave, and I'll give some advice too as we start to wrap up. And then I want to kick it to Ray if Ray has any questions for Jesse before we let him go. But to me, I'm not a journalist, but I am somebody that has been in broadcasting for over 20 years. And the best piece of advice I've ever been given by a producer, and I pass it along, whenever I can, is your main obligation is to be honest with yourself and to be honest with your audience, whether they be listeners or your viewers or people that are reading your work. And so, bringing it back to Kendrick Lamar, Chris, like, one of my favorite lines in Euphoria is, I like the Drake with the melodies. I don't like the Drake when he acting tough, because your audience, if your audience has been rocking with you for any period of time, they know you because your voice comes through even if it's written word, Jesse, your voice comes through, your opinions come through, the type of person you are comes through. And so they can see when you switch up. They can see when you are not being authentic, when you're not being honest, when you're not being genuine. And so, like, to anybody that is thinking about, broadcasting or doing commentary or journalism, it's like, yo, this is not damn, I almost cussed, Ray. But hell, look, take it from me. There's a reason we talk about Chop Tees and the Patreon every week on this show, because we're not out here balling like that. I mean, Chris is, but that's a different story. He the mayor. we ain't out here balling like this ain't the field you want to get into if you just looking for a check. If you're just looking for a bag. This is the field you get into if you have passion. This is the field you get into if you are passionate about, whether it be sports, politics, wrestling, whatever. If you're passionate about that thing and you want to learn more about it and educate yourself and your audience and bring thoughtful criticisms to these things, that's why you get into this. It's not the bag, because the bag ain't always going to be there. The bag's not guaranteed. So, like, to me, a lot of this clout chasing, like, I'm not going to say no names, but we all know this brother Chris and Ray. I'm not going to sell my soul for a platter of cheese from a wrestling company.
No, that's
so I can say nice things about him online.
Yeah, and that's the thing with that too, is like, because
Ray said no comment on that.
I'll mention him. I got no problem doing it because I don't like that. I don't like those kind of games. I just really do not. I don't like when, like with Alfred. Alfred is someone I still consider a friend. I don't hate the guy, but what he does, in media is not, it does have a shelf life, you cannot continue to work in a space like that.
And even worse, I'm gonna say, Chris, since we didn't open the door on this brother Alfred, man. And again, once upon a time, like you said, you and him still cool. Me and him were cool once upon a time. I have no relationship with the brother. Haven't had a relationship with him for the last 6-7 years. So like, I don't hate the brother, but I'm just gonna say it like it is, man. Like, not only is what you're saying accurate, Chris, but also if you are the guy, because we know how this goes. At any given time, there's like one minority that's like the spokesperson for the minorities, like the one female that gets her shot, the one Asian reporter or journalist that gets their shot, Hispanic reporter or journalist, the one black reporter or journalist that gets their shot. And so if you are fortunate enough to be put in that position, and then instead of throwing a ladder down to help other people get access and get their views across and be able to get their voices heard, instead you pull that ladder up, that's something I can't respect, man.
Right. Yeah. And for me, I didn't start becoming successful and making money until I stopped caring about that stuff. Because what happens is and I'll tell this to all the young people listening, there does have to be things you say no to. Like, there's got to be a dollar. Like, there's got to be something where, okay, I don't care how much money you give me, I won't do that thing, right? And there are people in the wrestling business that don't care about that. They're just like, as long as you throw money at me, I'll tap dance
or a cheese platter.
Yeah, as much as you want me to do it, And to me, that's absolutely pathetic. That's why, like, even with my journalist friends, I don't always love how they cover, and I still have journalist friends that cover all the AEW events, WWE stuff, whatever. There was one time, and I'm not going to name any names on this because I'm still friends with a lot of these people, but you're at a wrestling event and you're talking about, you stop and you're like, Daniel Bryan or CM Punk, I don't remember you are one of the greatest wrestlers I've ever seen, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, we shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. Right. That's my opinion. I'm not going to, like I said, I just, like, you can do that before the interview starts or after the interview, but why are we doing that on TV? Because it makes you look biased. It makes it look like you're not there to do a job. You're just there to fanboy or fan.
They want to let the wrestling talent know that they're friendly. That you should like me because I gave you a big compliment. And if you were to watch a real sports press conference, yes, like they will say, like, if someone, like I was watching the Pacers Knicks game today, right? And the press after the show, they had Tyrese Halliburton on the sideline. They said, Tyrese, you had a great game. Why were you able to have such a great game? And in sports, like, it's factual. Like, Tyrese Halliburton did have a great game. Look at his stats. His team won. You can point to that, but there's not this like,
Tyrese, you're better than Michael Jordan. You're my favorite player of all time.
Yeah, like Tyrese, how are you so brilliant? Like, how are you so able to like? It's very short and contrite. Like, great game, Tyrese. What did you see in the Knicks defense that allowed you to be good? And he didn't say all the Knicks were injured, which was the real reason, but. but like you wouldn't see that in real media is my point, is like you wouldn't see this level of fawning, and it comes from, I think, like these people not being serious reporters, and they want to have a parasocial relationship with these wrestlers. I remember at one of the pressers I attended, it was Claudio Castagnoli. He was pretty recently after his WWE release, and he just had this match, and I said, Claudio, you've gotten to have a lot of different style of matches since you've left WWE. Are you able to wrestle better, Matt? Are you happier with the type of wrestling you're able to do outside of WWE? And he looked at me and he literally said, like, what do you want me to say? And I said, like, I'd like you to answer the question. And then he did go on and answer the question. He said yes, and then he talked about it. But like, I didn't say, Claudio, you're one of the 5 best wrestlers in the world right now, in my opinion. Like, but people say that. You listen to these pressers, and people will, like,
listen to, It's like people that I'm friends with are doing that stuff, and I'm like, what? Why are you doing that? You know,
what part of the game is that?
Yeah, like it's yeah. So anyway, I
want to kick it to Ray real quick. If Ray has any questions for Jesse before we let Jesse go, we appreciate the time tonight, Jesse.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of something we were kind of discussing as we were kind of banting around topics off air. We were kind of bringing up this particular subject, and we were kind of saying that MMA media is kind of in the same boat, and I think Twan Mack is saying a similar thing about boxing media. And I wanted to bring up Luke Thomas, who brought up how he believes, and he's an MMA journalist, and he believes while there's still independent actors who are always going to be a part of legitimate journalism, that the pretty much not the constitution, but the institution of MMA media is pretty much dead. And he sees it as a point as you're going to see more individual actors and less of like these kind of big establishments that kind of made their name off the sport, like an MMA Weekly or an MMA Junkie or MMA Fighting or things like that. And I wanted to ask you, Jesse, do you kind of see a similar thing that might end up happening in the pro wrestling space, where you get more of these people who are like individual actors, and you'll have the John Pollocks and the Brandon Thurstons, and you'll have the Andreas Hales who work in both MMA and wrestling. But as far as like kind of like, I don't want to say the post wrestlings, but maybe like the big like we were talking about before with the Fightfuls, or with a PW Insider, or with a Wrestling Observer newsletters. Do you see like kind of more of the fans are gravitating towards individual content creators or individual journalists, rather than getting their news specifically from like the big time names or like the establishments within pro wrestling media?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I think there's one of the really interesting things that I think I'd love to see like a real study being done on is in both MMA and pro wrestling, the history of news coverage for both of those mediums is very limited. For MMA, it's because it didn't exist really until the 1990s, and really didn't get on the mainstream radar screen until the 2000s. And with wrestling, yes, there's been wrestling media throughout the history of pro wrestling, but really right until you get to like the internet age, do we get real coverage of pro wrestling. Pro wrestling wasn't being covered by newspapers adequately. It wasn't being covered by Sports Illustrated. It wasn't being covered by television news, or like what would be considered real legacy reputable outlets.
Right.
And I think because of that, wrestling media and MMA's media has entirely taken place in the digital age, in the age of the internet, and the age of social media. And I think that has led to a lack of credibility on that end, because you don't have that kind of legacy media that comes with credibility. You don't have your New York Times, the way you have like a New York Times or Washington Post covering politics in Washington, D.C., or you have with Sports Illustrated or ESPN or any of the networks covering, any pro sports stories. You don't have that kind of legacy and trust. You have a lot of, even the Wrestling Observer, as much as I like Dave, and I'll defend him against a lot of the criticisms that are levied at him, like Dave's reporting would not be acceptable in like a real newsroom. Right. He never credits sources. Everything is couched anonymous from anonymous sources. It's hard to tell when he's stating opinion, when he's stating what someone told him. Like, again, I like Dave, but like it would not pass the test of like the real news world. And I think, and that's like and Dave's like the best at like wrestling news, so that kind of tells you the situation. Right. And in terms of
go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, the second part of your question I think is really interesting, and like, are people gravitating more towards individual people as opposed to outlets, which is definitely a trend that we're seeing in the rest of the media world, especially on social media, where individuals can get great followings and people can be completely unaware of what outlet they're attached to. I think like in the NBA, if you like NBA news, you're looking at, Adrian Wojnarowski and Shams Charania. Yeah, so it's like Shams and Woj are like the two guys. They're
but you don't know who they like. If you're a casual, you don't know who they work for.
Yeah,
like you might know Woj works for ESPN. I bet you a lot of people.
My girl,
Ramona.
Yeah. She covers the Lakers, so sorry about that.
Because you're a homer, Chris.
Yeah, no, right.
This is not a pro Lakers household.
Chris said this will be Jesse's last appearance on the podcast.
Story of my life.
I know. I have my Celtics. I can't see it because my lights messed up. But I have my Celtics neon. I have my Celtics neon sign behind me.
What's your home base, man?
I'm like right outside Boston.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, it makes perfect sense. I used to go to college in Massachusetts at Anna Maria.
Yeah, I went to school in like Western Mass, but I grew up like with 10 minutes from Boston, and I live in a different town that's also 10 minutes from Boston. So like I'm like inner suburbs of Boston. But where was I going with this? Oh, like but yeah, you're definitely seeing the individuals gain more following, and I'm really concerned about, like, when I'm on social media, I'm concerned about the aggregators getting big followings, because like again, I'll reflect on, because I'm a big NBA fan. Like, you see, like, it's like, I think it's like NBA News Central. You know what Twitter account I'm talking about?
Yeah. I know NBA News Central.
Yeah, and there's another guy who does a lot of NFL stuff. His name's like Dolph Kleinman or something like that. But there are these really big aggregator accounts that just pull information from other sources, real sources, and they don't always necessarily do a great job crediting those sources.
Right.
And those are the accounts that I'm worried about gaining really big followings and tractions, because they're not even doing reporting, and they're oftentimes just, pulling a quote out from something and slapping it on a tweet. And that is, to me, is like the more troubling aspect of where this media sphere is heading, is we're getting away from even people following the individual reporters, but they're following people who are aggregating the content from the individual reporters.
Right, yeah. That's what's going on in political news at the moment, right? You see all these polls, and they'll say stuff like, and MSNBC and CNN and all these news outlets reported, like, Donald Trump has 20% of the black vote. And they're looking at, like, when I entered the polling industry back in the early 2000s, it was a very robust industry. It was a way that you conducted polls, the way you cross-tabulated things, the kind of focus groups you used to make sure that your poll was scientific as possible. And now we're in this place where all these right-leaning outlets will ask people a bunch of push-pull questions, a lot of leading questions, and you get this real crappy news, and no one ever has to account for this kind of stuff. Like with Dave you mentioned something about Meltzer, Jesse, about he's always got the anonymous sources, and I've got, like, I'm kind of like you. I know anonymous sources are necessary for journalism, but there are times where I do think he'd benefit from like saying where he's getting this stuff from, because it's
well, this is a huge problem I have with wrestling media in general, which is, and it's finally, people are finally starting to talk about it a little bit more. But the fact that you would see many reports in many different outlets, I'm not going to single anyone out because I think a lot of people are guilty of this.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But they'll say, let's say it's a report that's like, morale is way up in WWE since, since Paul Levesque took over for Vince McMahon. Let's just say that's a news report, and we don't know where that's coming from. And I am pretty, I'm pretty sure that we get stories that are coming from WWE's PR department that's not credited to WWE's PR department, that's just coming from an anonymous source, or a source told us that morale is up. And the reader deserves to know if that information is coming from somebody who has an obvious benefit to shaping a narrative that makes the company look good. And the fact that people finally know Chris Legentle's name, and that's only because he was formally appointed to a fancy position and appeared at the brief beginning of a press conference. But I've been saying this for years, that like, if I am in the real world, in my world, like if I am doing a story on something and a public relations person tells me something and I'm quoting it, I'll say it's from a public relations company. And so my reader knows, like, oh, well, this quote is saying this thing, but I have the context that it's coming from the company itself. So it probably is made to shape the company. And that's how real journalism works. And pro wrestling media is really, really far behind. And a lot of this comes down to, the history of wrestling.
Yeah, well, that was going to be my point, business. Jesse. Like, as much as politics is pro wrestling, like pro wrestling is its own animal, where it's like even your sources could be lying to you, because it's part of the show.
As Rich Craich, as Rich Craich at Voice of Wrestling says, these are all professional liars. Their entire existence is based on lying to people and trying to convince people that something is true.
Yeah. All right. Well,
except for Terry Bollea, everything that man says is the gospel. I think we can all agree on that as we let Jesse go for this evening. But before we let you out of here, Jesse, let the people know where they can find your work and where they can find all of your excellent journalism, man. We appreciate you hanging out with us tonight.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate having me on the show. And like I said, I could talk about wrestling journalism all day.
We'll definitely do a part 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of evolved. Like it was never my goal to be like the wrestling media person, but just as I've progressed in my own career, I think a lot about, like, sometimes I think about my own job, and I think about, like, I don't want to be like the wrestling media would be with this story. Like, they almost are a guide of what not to do in terms of like proper journalistic practice. Or at least if I'm going to run my mouth, I want to be able to at least back it up in my real work.
Right. I always have a question, which, like, I don't know if Nate drugged me into this space or I drugged Nate into this space. I don't remember it, but it's like, how did we?
I feel like So here's the thing. So I feel like, well, if we being real with it, John Pollock drugged me into this space. And then I was like, I'm not going, you know what I'm saying? Plymouth Rock didn't land on me. Post wrestling landed on us, brother. We didn't land on post wrestling. John Pollock drugged me into this. And then I'm like, I'm not going to be the only man on this island. Let me drag Chris over here. And then Andrew got roped in, and then Ray got roped in. And so we all on the island together, fellas.
Right.
I think that's the chronology, because I was strictly like Jesse, I was strictly sports. Like, that's my background, sports broadcasting. So, but I've always been a wrestling fan, and so it just made sense. Like, me and John Pollock, like, this is back in the TNA days, the original TNA days. I was adamant. I was on the island holding up the TNA flag. I was like that picture Drake posted on the gram. Ray of the samurai against all the armies after he lost the battle to Kendrick Lamar. It was me, the only person, me and Jeff Jarrett and Dixie Carter. It was only us standing up for TNA, and me and John Pollock would go back and forth, and we formed a relationship, and then that's how I started talking about wrestling for the last 10 years.
Right, and then you have to start critically watching it, and you're like, I remember the day I first heard you review TNA, and you were like, "Oh my God, is this what I'm watching?" It was funny, man. It was great. But again, Jesse, man, love that you came on. Appreciate
Did you shout out your socials, Jesse?
Yeah.
Well, Chris, were you gonna ask me a question?
I probably was. We'll let you shout out your socials, and if it comes to me,
because you set up, you're like, I always wanted to know this, and then Nate started talking. I was like, okay, I guess you'll never know.
Because you put us down the tangent of how did we get roped into wrestling, Chris?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So no, I was gonna ask about no, the thing I was gonna ask is how do we like get out of this weird vortex, not the Jericho vortex, but this weird space in wrestling where the real media only takes wrestling serious, like when something when it's convenient for them to take it serious, and then other times
something bad happens.
And other times they play games with it, and it's like, how do we get to a space with wrestling journalists? Because like I always say this to my students, anytime a dictatorship is about to start, and wrestling is kind of past that, getting away from that again, but anytime a dictatorship starts, the first people that get attacked are the journalists. This is a fact. This is who you get. This is who you go after. There's a reason why.
No, Christopher, that is fake news.
Fake
news, Chris.
You get these fake news. Oh, this is fake news and all that kind of crap. And you get like, how do we move away from this? Like, as a wrestling industry, how do we get back to a place where I know you're always going to have a few people.
Shit, that's the question, Chris. You saying get back to? I don't know if we've ever been in that place.
Right. Yeah. I don't think
we honest with
like, yeah, it's just so we could get to a place where we're covering this stuff, and people aren't always like Bruce Pritchard is one of my least favorite people to listen to, just because everything, like. And the thing about people like that is they'll tell the truth every once in a while. So, but it's always peppered.
But Chris, he was there. He was there. That means he knows for sure that it was true.
Yeah, that's always his thing, and he peppers it in with a bunch of lies, but that's how cult leaders work. What they do, that it's not like everything they say is dishonest. A lot of what they say is true. It's just they add a bunch of lies to it, and then they're able to like mix the truth in with lies to trick people into following them. And that's
I think if the Pritchard thing, I find that like kind of really funny, because we're talking about like wrestlers are professional liars. Like Pritchard is like his show is him arguing with Dave Meltzer reports, and it's like people believe Bruce, who's again a professional liar, as he's making all these claims, and he's projecting that Dave Meltzer is a liar, and that's a whole other thing. But I'll be honest, and this is a good point, good part for me to kind of wrap up on, is like, as much as we're like kind of complaining about the state of wrestling media, I actually think that the wrestling media has never been better.
Right.
Because we were starting from a real ground zero. It wasn't that long ago. It was only a handful of years ago where there were really only a few people that were ever involved in wrestling media.
Right.
And the rest of the wrestling media was like focused on kayfabe stuff. I think we're making good strides are there a lot of annoying people and people that I wish were doing a better job, and I wish were taking it more seriously? Yes, but there also are a lot more people, and I think the average wrestling fan is becoming more cognizant of wrestling media. And I think for all the complaints I have about some people, like, Lucas Chapriot is he asked a great question at the presser.
Awesome guy, man.
Yeah, and he's, a 21-year-old guy from France. So it's like, as much as we can complain about, some of these people in wrestling media, they're doing these pressers, they're asking such bad questions. It's like, at the same time, there's a 21-year-old kid in France who's ready to ask a great question. And I think that's really heartening. And I think people's appetites are there for seeing through the bullshit. And you're never going to reach everybody. You're always going to have a really loud minority of people, or even a loud majority of people that are going to be kind of dismissive of certain things, and they're just going to only want to, go with opinions, news that's shaped around the opinions that they want. But I do think that wrestling media is progressing further, and I think the average person is a lot more aware of what is good media, what is questionable media. And I think a lot of the conversation coming out of the France, the Backlash presser has been overall a benefit to pro wrestling media, because I think it's getting on the more radar screens and hopefully moving this thing forward.
Yeah, awesome. I agree. Not to step on Lucas's gimmick, but merci beaucoup, Monsieur Collings. See, I'm international, man. I'm international. I got all sorts of accents in here, Cody.
Don't put yourself over too hard. Jeez.
I knew that was going to get raved. See, here's the thing. I'm pulling back the curtain. Half of my job on this show is to be enlightening and thoughtful and critical when we talk about these topics. The other half, I just want to make Ray laugh. If I can get a pop out of Ray, I've done my job for the month. But you have done your job this month, Jesse. We appreciated the conversation, brother. You have an open invitation whenever you want to come back and chop it up with us again. Or for the first time, because I don't think we ever got it for the first time. Shout out to where people can find you and your work and all the good reporting that you do, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell people just to follow me, at Jesse Collings, just like my name, JESSECOLLINGS on Twitter. I don't really tweet my opinions anymore. I think I've evolved past that person.
I know, right?
Yes,
but
we all hit that stage at a certain point.
Jesse. I will share. That's where I share. When podcasts drop, I'll let you know. When my columns for Voice of Wrestling drop off, I'll let you know. When I'm doing anything else, I will check in intermittently and tweet stuff out. So I always say that's the best place to follow me. But honestly, I'm grateful to be on the show, and I'm always really supportive of people like you guys and anyone else that's know what they're talking about and are fair, because I think this space desperately needs more of those people. And so I'm always super encouraged by being able to participate in things like this.
Amen, brother.
We appreciate you, Jesse, man. Once again, Jesse Collings from Voices of Wrestling and USA Today. Follow the brother. Check out the work he's doing. We appreciate you, Jesse. Thanks for the time tonight, man. And we will talk to you down the road, brother.
Thanks, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse.
Go Celtics.
All right. Jesse Collings, Voices of Wrestling USA Today. As I said, had a great conversation about wrestling journalism and its place. So, I think that was really cool. It was a little something different than we normally do here on the show. But, Chris brought this to my attention after the Backlash press, and we was like, yeah, we need to talk about this. So shout out to Jesse for giving us some time tonight.
And I completely forgot to ask him about The Rock and that comment. So we'll have him on.
I'm gonna say, look, we'll have time as we get closer to the election and Dwayne's political.
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
We got plenty of time for that, brother. But let's talk some wrestling, boys. Shout out to everybody watching. I know there's a poll up for how many hours we're gonna be on here tonight. The over/under, I believe, was set at 3.5 hours by DraftKings. So we're gonna see where we end up tonight. But let's talk about the thing that we were talking about when we left off last month, fellas, and that is we have a new World Heavyweight Champion in AEW. And that brother's name, Ray, is none other than Swerve Strickland. Whose house, Ray?
Swerve's house.
That's right. So Swerve Strickland defeated Samoa Joe to become the AEW World Champion at Dynasty. Thoughts? Chris, we'll go to you first. What have been your thoughts and opinions on not only Swerve winning the title, but his reign thus far?
The win was awesome. All right, so I feel
a butt coming.
Yeah, this is a theme with black champions in wrestling, and we're gonna get into it. The win was absolutely awesome, man. I loved it from beginning to end. I love the way they telegraphed it too. They had JR come out, for Christ's sakes, to commentate on that match. And I knew when they did that, I was like, okay, this brother's winning this thing. And then they had the black referee. I forget the brother's name.
Oh, yeah.
Stephon.
What's his name?
Stephon.
Stephon
Smith or
yeah. They told you what was gonna happen. And then him and Joe, they have a great match. It was probably like the show was so good as far as a wrestling match from a wrestling match perspective. So it was great. It was just absolutely great from that point of view. I loved it, man. I really do wish Joe could have held on to the belt a little bit longer, but I thought the Swerve win was about as perfect as it could be for a black wrestler. I put it up there with Kofi Kingston's win at WrestleMania night. What WrestleMania was that again? I forget. But I put it up there with that WrestleMania win that Kofi had it because I thought it was that good. I don't put it quite there with the Ron Simmons win because that was just a special moment, man. But this was good. This was great. The Reign. It hasn't been bad.
Chris about to turn into Missy Elliott, Ray. I can't stand the rain.
It hasn't been necessarily. It's been one of those things where I think Swerve Strickland had the greatest chance to be a transformation.
Thank you, T. Anthony. WrestleMania 35 was Kofi.
Thank you, 35. Swerve has an excellent chance to be a transformational world champion. He really does. I think he could take AEW to the next level if he's allowed to. But just some of the shit that they've done with them since, not having them on AEW Dynamite coming out with a celebration after that win, in my opinion, was a mistake. I thought that's what should have opened the show. And
even though they would have had less viewers potentially than doing it after the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you don't have to do a big celebration, but just something mini. And then if Saturday, and then Saturday they did the show. They had the celebration and stuff, and that was cool. But I think there's a way you book these guys to make them seem smart. You know, like I never think it's a good idea for like he brought the goons out, like brought out his goon squad, and he was like, I told you I didn't come alone, and then they just come out and beat his ass.
Right.
That's not that. I don't think he should be getting outsmarted in that fashion. I think that's
right.
I think the way the goons turn on Swerve is that you kind of have to telegraph it to where you see it coming and it hits a crescendo and then the turn happens. I don't think you ever have like the babyface hero look like a fool. And I just go back to Steve Austin, you know, like that fool was never nobody was outsmarting him in that capacity.
Right.
You know? And this is kind of a new thing that's going on in wrestling where people the fans are seeing the turn come before it happens. Like I was watching AEW that night and on Twitter before the mobile embassy did anything, I'm like, oh yes, these guys are turning on Swerve. That was the thing. And that sometimes wrestling is good to be predictable. In this instance, I don't
saying it was too predictable.
It was just way too predictable. It was like it reminded me of when Brock Lesnar turned on Cody Rhodes on.
Right.
It's like, come on. But Brock, I think Cody Rhodes, you can kind of get away with that with him a little bit more because he's more of a happy-go-lucky person.
Squeaky clean baby face.
Yeah. Swerve is a baby face with some edge.
Yeah.
And that kind of shit, you got to be very.
Just the dude to do a t-shirt on somebody baby, like he shouldn't be getting tricked like this.
Yeah. That to me was like especially like you hired these goons and you know what their personality is.
Right.
And I just did not like that look. Right.
So what you saying, Chris, is Christian Cage was like, are you finally ready to play? Have you ever thought that the embassy was working for me?
Right. Yeah. So
he hit him with that 616 in LA.
Yeah. The good thing about this though is it's still early. I fully expect Swerve to beat Christian. I actually wouldn't mind him losing to Christian down the line.
No, Chris,
not during this. Come on, let me get it out.
Okay, I'm gonna let you finish.
Not right now, but like I think if you want to do something where it's a quick couple week run for Christian and Swerve wins it back, I think like every good guy needs a bad guy to play off of, and I don't mind Christian being that. I
could see that, but I think Swerve needs to get established first. I don't think.
That's the thing. That's the kicker right there. Is all of this he's got to be established, and this is something that they've never done with black champions. They just do not do this with us. They expect us. They expect the blackness to be the gimmick, right? They expect that to be what carries us, and it can't be what carries us because if you do that, we're just like everybody else,
It can be what brings in some new eyeballs, but it can't be the thing. Like that cannot be the be all end all of this dude's title reign.
Right. Yeah. So AEW has time to prove itself with Swerve. I'm sure we'll get into some of the other wrestlers today. But right now I'm gonna give his title run a solid B-.
B-.
Yeah. I'll be shut the cord and it's probably A-. That was so much easier.
Stay tuned. We gonna get into that. We gonna get into this.
But anyway, I'm very happy with Swerve at the moment. I'm always gonna watch what you do with the black wrestlers with a critical eye, because I remember the wins of all these people. Always great. We're talking about we're talking about Ron Simmons.
Kofi.
We're talking about Ron Killings. Shit. We could talk about Kofi Kingston. We're talking Big E. It's Lashley. Lashley is the second reign was garbage. I thought the first reign for the pandemic, I thought out of the pandemic reigns, it was definitely probably the best one. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be remembering it wrong. So if I'm wrong, let me know, and I'll adjust my opinion. But I thought his pandemic, because I thought what Lashley was able to do, he got himself so over. They were chomping at the bit to put that belt back on Drew McIntyre.
Right.
But Lashley became so established with it that it just made no sense to take it off of him. Even when they had Big E beat Lashley for it, that was stupid too, because Lashley was a great champ. The only reason why they did that is that because remember, I don't know if you remember how that went down, but they had Big E go on social media earlier that night, Twitter, I'm going to cash in the belt, because their ratings were so shitty. They needed something to get people to watch the show.
They had to hot shot it.
Yeah. Sir, very, very stupid, man. It should have turned into something big. What was this? What's the super chat?
Was that a super chat there, Ray?
Yeah, I had to just flash it. I didn't want to get you guys off guard. I just
that's all good.
Alert you guys.
When you giving us money, you can get us off guard.
Right. So this one is from our good friend Anwar Starwin. It's actually based on X-Men 97. So is X-Men 97?
Check out the X-Men 97 finale review on MCU Later, featuring myself, Rich Fan, and WH Park, available on the Post Wrestling Patreon right now.
Indeed. So Anwar asks, is X-Men 97 the best version of the X-Men outside of the comic books? Y'all ready for the wrestling internet to turn into Hall if Jay beats Gunther? Oh, turn into hell if Jay beats Gunther. So we got a wrestling question and we got a X-Men 97 question. So I guess we'll go with the X-Men question first.
So what's with the X-Men question? I've liked X-Men 97 so far. I'm not as far up with it as y'all are, but yeah, I think it's a good sequel show. I always thought the best cartoons of comics came out in the 1990s. We're talking about Batman the Animated Series.
Chris.
Yeah, we're talking about the X-Men, Spider-Man. Spider-Man is an underrated cartoon.
Yeah.
Like the
Spider blood, that's where they blood, radioactive spider blood.
That's where they Whistler was introduced on Spider-Man. Where he came from.
Justice League, man. Come on.
Justice League, yeah.
Y'all ain't ready for these conversations.
So much good stuff. And I think X-Men 97 is a continuation of that. Yeah. Because Static Shock, you can't forget about that.
Superhero Static Shock.
Yeah. The, Batman the Animated Series when it changed to Gotham Knights.
Superman the
Animated Series was fire. So many good cartoons, and I think X-Men 97 is a throwback to that stuff. And that's not to say that the new comic book I liked that Iron Man Armored Adventures. I don't know if y'all ever watched that, but that theme song, if you ever get a chance, listen to Iron Man Armored Adventures theme song on YouTube. That shit is all the way fire. I think X-Men 97. I like the some of the voice actors, like the guy that played Wolverine is no longer with us.
No, it's him. It's him.
It's him? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's him. I think the voices that were changed were Magneto and Xavier.
Magneto's voice.
I think everybody else was kind of the original cast.
I know Cyclops because I think
that's right. Cyclops is new. Yeah, Cyclops, Xavier, Magneto,
and I think Cyclops and Jubilee.
And I like that
they
cast Asian American voice actress as Jubilee.
Right. And I like Bishop too. I like that they have they've got Bishop there in the opening credits, there's a lot I like about it, man. And I haven't seen the season finale, so I can't speak to it yet.
The first season of the reboot for me is excellent. Like, I think it not only pays homage to the original series, Chris, but it moves things forward in such a way that like it's gonna be hot for a minute. I put it up there. Like it's to me, the standard is always going to be Justice League Unlimited. But the fact that I'm even mentioning X-Men 97 being in the conversation shows how good the show is. Like, as I said on the review the other night, like, I don't know what that brother did to get fired after making this heat, but hopefully he learns from this. And if he's being like, hopefully it wasn't nothing, hopefully he wasn't a fan. Hopefully he wasn't a freaky ass fan. Hopefully it was just like being an asshole boss, and he can learn to not be an asshole boss and get to do more stuff, because this was excellent. I'm excited. Like, they've already wrapped on season 2, so we'll get season 2 sometime probably early next year. And then season 3 has already been greenlit. So, they're all in on this X-Men 97. In terms of being the best adaptation outside of the comics, I'd say yes. Like, I do have a soft spot for Days of Future Past. That's my favorite X-Men movie.
But that's my favorite one too. It's the best one.
But I think X-Men 97, like, once you finish the season, Chris, like, to me, it's probably the best adaptation of the X-Men outside of the comics.
Right. And also, I also like the X-Men, the first, the with the new class, the first one.
Was it X-Men First Class?
X-Men First Class.
Yeah,
I thought that
except for what they did to my boy Darwin, that was dirty.
Yeah, Darwin, that was effed up. They had Kevin Bacon.
How you the dude that's supposed to adapt to everything but you can't adapt to this.
Well, I was waiting for him to adapt in a sequel. I was like, okay, maybe like he's starting from the evolutionary process from the in this, and I thought that was whack. That was horrible. But yeah. I think I think it is a very good X-Men and X-Men Days of Future Past, like Nate said. I didn't love the first X-Men movie. I don't see how you don't like X-Men Days of Future Past. That to me is fire on top of fire, man. X-Men 3 was cool. I guess. I met Ben Foster before, the guy that played Angel. It was fine.
And what was the other question about Jay and Gunther?
Is wrestling Twitter going to turn into hell if Jay actually defeats Gunther?
I mean, that's wrestling Twitter, man.
That assumes wrestling Twitter isn't already hell, dog.
Yeah, look, Jay needs to beat Gunther. That's what needs to happen. I'll stand on top of that hill, man, because what's the King of the Ring? Yeah, what's the King of the Ring gonna do for Gunther that hasn't already been done for him?
Right.
For Walter. What's it gonna do for him? Nothing. Like Jay has been you can't keep playing these games with this guy's main event push. Eventually, you gotta pull the trigger.
You can't call yourself main event Jay Uso when you ain't in no main events, dog.
Yeah, he's got to win.
You call Jay Uso right now, brother.
Right, yeah. I think Gunther needs to kind of it's okay for people to lose fake wrestling matches. it's we gotta stop this crap, man. It's okay for him to lose. You can write him better. He needs to be moved up a rung anyway in the world title picture. I don't know if they're quite ready for him to do that yet. Because I still think I'm of the belief, maybe we'll talk about this as a show. I don't think Damian Priest should lose. I think Damian Priest, the temptation originally, I didn't care about him winning Damian Priest. I was like, he'll just lose it to Drew McIntyre at Clash at the Castle. I can honestly say after that promo he cut I think that would be a mistake. I think Priest needs to hold on to that belt at least until SummerSlam. Or I'd say even the Survivor Series personally. Okay. But I think Gunther needs to lose to Jay. I don't care what wrestling Twitter says, like Nate said. That place has already been toxic from day one. That's why we had Jesse Collings on the show today.
I was being too specific. I think Anwar said wrestling internet as a whole, but I think you could encapsulate it.
Yeah. It is what it is.
But the thing, I will kind of push back a little bit, Chris, because everybody was already kind of coronating Gunther already as being the next big superstar, and Jay technically wasn't even supposed to be in the King of the Ring tournament anyway because he just replaced Drew McIntyre. So do you think, because I could see where people are going as far as Gunther is supposed to be the next in line. He was just, everybody is supposed to be fed to him so that he can be that next top guy in line. So what do you think about the people who say, well, Jay's not supposed to be in it anyway? He could get, you can always turn his story back up. I think somebody was mentioning in the chat.
I really do think that, I don't know, I'll have Nate take up the rest of this, but I really do think with Jay, if you keep doing this shit with him, he is going to be defined down. I think there's still a chance to define him up a little bit, but I do think if you keep playing these games with him, then it's going to be another Kofi situation where, okay, we know where you are at, and that's the end of the story,
Yeah. I think also with Jay, they didn't realize the reaction he was going to get in France. And I think that might be where things started to pivot when it comes to the company's perception. of Jey Uso. And this is a company that under the Paul Levesque era, I'm not gonna call it that though. To me, this ain't the Paul Levesque era. It ain't the Renaissance era. It's the decade of Devontae is what we living in right now. The decade of Devontae. We're not gonna give Paul Levesque credit for this. I think we're seeing a company that is more likely to hop on something that is connecting with their audience, even if it might not be their original plan, than in years past. And the thing, like Chris said, man, Slim Walt Gunther, he gonna be all right. Like that dude, we know he's next. We just don't know when next is gonna be, but we know he's next.
Yeah, and another thing with the King of the Ring title is it has historically been, ever since Booker T was the last good King of the Ring, it's really been a worthless title. They gave Xavier Woods that thing because he asked for it.
I was gonna say you just erasing King Woods.
But it wasn't a situation where like Booker T got the King of the Ring because
you saying if somebody else asked before Xavier, they would have got it.
Yeah, I think if someone else cared about it as much, they would have gotten it. Well, I think they gave it to Xavier Woods because he asked for it.
They was like, "You ain't winning no real titles, dog. We gonna give you this because we like you and the people like you."
Exactly. And then they buried Sheamus when he had it, and it's just what they do with that belt. And then William Regal looked promising, and then all the drug stuff came out, and then he wasn't a good King of the Ring. Like Booker T and people were, look, I'm not always the biggest fan of what Booker T says. I will be the first to admit it. Anytime Booker T has told a falsehood and got mad at us for believing the words he said out of his mouth, I've been the first person to call it out. Right. But I do think there's some merit to what Booker T said about he's the best King of the Ring. You might not say you could make an argument for Booker T easily that he is the best King of the Ring. That you can make that argument. It's not an insane argument.
If not the best, he's top 3 easily.
Yeah, he's definitely top 3. And I'm talking about the tournament King of the Ring. I'm not talking about King Haku and Duggan and stuff. He's definitely better than the dudes, but not the Macho King, but he's better than the other people, King Harley and all that shit.
Do not disparage and besmirch the good name of King Mabel.
King Mabel. Well, King Mabel is one of the tournament winners too, and the King Mabel. King Mabel actually started off with a little bit of promise until they realized that this probably isn't the best idea. I think I understand the argument for putting it on Gunther.
Yeah.
But I definitely think you got a really good chance. I think what's going on with Jay is a fortunate accident, man. I think it's one of those things that you stumbled into.
And it also adds another layer whenever we get the return of babyface Roman Reigns, because he gonna get Jimmy and Jay. Come on, fellas, let's run it back like we used to. We got to put the beef behind us. It gives another reason for Jay to push back. Like, nah, dog. When I separated from you, this is what I did. Right? Like, I didn't need y'all to get this accomplishment. So why should I come back? It adds more drama to that Bloodline 2.0 story when we get back to that.
Yeah, it adds more drama to next year's WrestleMania too, right? It's like because now you got a guy in the mix because you got Priest that's in the mix now. I've appreciated what they've done with Priest. If you get Gunther in that mix, he's in the mix. It's got I think poor LA Knight is out the mix now. The way they booked that brother on Friday, I hope he gets at least one before he hangs it up, but it ain't looking too good for him.
No, the famous wrestler we once knew is now paranoid and he's spiraling.
Yeah.
But getting back to Swerve, because that's where we were before we got that super chat from Anwar. Appreciate that, Anwar. Anybody else?
Anwar.
Any comments or thoughts or questions? drop them in the chat. What's up, Ray?
Oh, I think our nephew has joined us from his family function. The Yick himself.
Surprise running from the Yick.
Yes, indeed. I think he got me over here cutting on the TV, looking at the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, and it looks like there will not be a repeat champion.
Yes. Oh.
Wow.
Chris, all the pettiness just jumped out of Chris.
Yes. Yes.
Damn.
I'm going for the Timberwolves now.
I ain't never seen Chris that happy about sports in forever, and the Lakers just won 2 years ago. Chris is happier about Jokic and them boys getting sent to Cancun than when the Lakers won in the bubble.
Well, yeah, let's go ahead and bring on the incomparable nephew, youngest in charge himself.
Here you come, y'all.
The member, a card-carrying member of the new school. Let's bring on up Andrew.
Woo, look at him, folks. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show.
Yeah. Hey, what's good,
what's good,
y'all?
Yeah.
What's going on, man? Can y'all hear me all good?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
What's going on?
Nate was about to tell us what he thinks of the Swerve.
Title, we glad you could join us, nephew.
I was just talking to when I was backstage. I was like animated on the screen. I was waiting for Ray to bring me in, and I saw Anthony Evans carry them boys. We got Kyrie Irving versus Anthony Evans in the conference finals. This is a hoop dream right here.
That's a good matchup, man.
When I say Anthony Evans, bro,
Chris is so happy.
He is a dog. When I say this man is the future of the league, this is it right here.
Hey, Minnesota, you might not get WrestleMania, but you might have an NBA champion.
Yeah, you might get an NBA champion. Now, I'm still like, when I'm looking at it right now, I think they could beat Dallas. It's gonna be tough, but I think they could beat Dallas. Yeah. And then when you talking about that on the East, if they play Boston or Indiana, Minnesota got that. Like, I ain't even sweating.
I don't know, man.
I ain't sweating.
I think Minnesota got Indiana. Boston, though, it depends on which Boston show up, nephew.
Yeah.
But this thing about that, Nate. You don't know when Boston gonna show up. They show up when they want to show up. They good one game, and then they act like
they blow you out by 20 and then lose by 20 the next game.
Listen,
I'm going against.
We got
Boston.
one. The Cavs got one on Boston.
Right, of course, Chris. You ain't breaking no news.
Right, yeah. So,
breaking news. Lakers homer goes against Boston.
Yeah. It's a good thing Jesse isn't on this show anymore because he's a Boston fan.
Celtics fan.
Yeah.
Man, but so what you saying, Andrew? You saying whoever win the West winning the title? That's what you saying?
Yeah.
I think Minnesota has the best chance. I think Minnesota clears Indiana. I think they could beat Boston. That's still, to me, that's a coin flip. I think Dallas, though, if Dallas comes out, I still think they beat Indiana, but I think Boston runs Dallas, man.
This is the thing about Boston and like these matches. Like, I think the good thing about Indiana is like their lineup. They got a lot of great size. Like, I mean, aside from like Mike Conley, I think that he adds, like, he's not like a. Normally, when you look at some of these matchups and the people who's on the floor, like even against Denver, who has like a lot of size on the floor, Mike Conley isn't a disadvantage for the team. That he's still able to hold his own defensively and, of course, offensively as well. And then Minnesota, they got great size too. So especially if Boston isn't going to have Porzingis on the floor, I'm telling you, but like them Twin Towers of Gobert and Cat, they're gonna do some damage. But like
that to me is the thing, like, because I don't think Boston needs Porzingis to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. But if they're gonna win, I think they need Porzingis.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Boston. Like when they get they've already been to the conference finals a couple of times, and they like even was that back in 2021 when they played Golden State. But they just look like they was just not like on the same level, on the same league. But I mean, Steph was like a fucking animal, like when that series is going down. So I'm interested to see how Boston, if they do actually show up to the expectation level that a lot of people have in them. Like Jaylen Brown got that $300 million contract. I'm sure Jason Tatum probably gonna ask for his. And I'm like, dog, if this was any indication to the ownership and to the league that you deserve that max contract, go win a championship this year.
Yeah,
go do it. Don't
I'm
get to the
still
comment.
mad that we picked Lonzo Ball over Tatum. Well, what do you think about?
Damn.
What do you think about Swerve?
I'll say we off topic, man. Don't get Chris down the Lonzo Ball rabbit hole.
Yeah, don't get me down that.
This rabbit hole can get deeper, Ray. Ain't that something? B Rabbit stands for bitch, and you Malibu's most wanted. We gonna get to this. We gonna get to that Kendrick and Drake. I know John Cena somewhere, like he been planting these clues, all sprinkling these breadcrumbs all episode long. We're gonna get to it. But real quick, I'll give my thoughts on Swerve and then I'll kick it to the nephew. I think you're right, Chris, in that the win itself against Joe, that was a great match. It was a great moment for Swerve Strickland. Again, I didn't predict it. I think when we did our predictions, I predicted that Joe was going to retain. But I'm happy to be wrong in this account. I think Swerve, to kind of not push back on what you said, Chris, but to kind of maybe approach it with a little bit of apprehension. I think he could be, somebody that is, if not transformational, at least a key piece of AEW going forward. The thing that gives me pause is I don't know. Like you said, the Black Champions is a tale as old as time. The win is great. The follow through is kind of but also we talked about it last time, man. Like as good as Swerve's reign could be or has the potential to be, nephew, it's a lot of dudes out there that I feel like I hope they don't get bored with Swerve. You see what I'm saying? Because we got shiny toys out here like Will Ospreay. And I could easily see this being like not a transitional thing for Swerve, but something that doesn't get the chance to really kind of grow, Andrew, and develop because we get off the ground because we got Bruv over here. And so it's like, and that's no shade to Ospreay because we all like that dude, man. I think he's phenomenal. But it's like I don't know if Swerve is going to truly have the chance, nephew, to become like this tent post, this pillar, if you will, of AEW, given kind of the current state of the company.
Yeah, I was just reading a message from Ray in the super chat about the NBA again, but on Swerve, like
Ray, stop distracting nephew with these updates, Ray.
I
New school, stay focused.
Me and Ray over here talking about the lead. But I got to see we got a super chat from T. Anthony. He said that was been a great episode of Kings of Sport. They said that would, I think he meant that would have been a great episode of Kings of Sport. We talking about Lonzo.
We're talking about it. So
damn, you done dug up all Chris's feelings about Lonzo. Well, Lonzo's a podcaster now, Chris, so we might be able to get him on the show.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, which is sad because to me that's saying he ain't coming back, Neff.
Yeah, I think he said he was like 70% cleared or something along those lines. But like I'm pretty sure like with knee injuries, it's like a tricky thing. It's not no set timetable. Like even when you look at like it's kind of off top. I'm gonna get back to Swerve in a minute, but it's like even you talking about injuries like with Wesley, like people's bodies just react different. Like Wesley had that back surgery in December, though. He back already, back surgery. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody's body just operates differently. Like some people have surgery and they recover quickly, and some people have surgery.
Lonzo's young, but he ain't young.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's just the end for some people. Like I think it's just a matter of like just how your body reacts.
It sucks, nephew, because I feel like if Lonzo was healthy, like we would have seen a different team from the Bulls this year, man. Because I think Lonzo was that missing piece.
They was hooping when Lonzo was healthy. But going back to Swerve. I got to see Swerve win a title. I was in St. Louis, and Swerve, like it was real cool to see that reaction, just like looking around the arena and seeing all the people were so excited for him to get the world title. Like, and I know on the podcast we've been talking about that trajectory for Swerve. I think even dating back to like late 2023, like we were talking about, like this dude should be world champion at some point in the near future. And I think it got like immediately stamped in everybody's brain after he had that match with Hangman, the death match, and they smoked it at Full Gear. And I think that's when it got a lot of people's heads are like, yeah, Swerve's title reign or this title win is probably going to be real imminent. Just looking at how the run has turned out so far, I don't think it's don't think it's like a bad, by any stretch of the imagination. Like you said, I think he had one title defense, like 3 eliminator matches. Like they got like that. That's always been one of my gripes about champions. It's more so not all champions, but babyface champions, is that when they win the title, this lull period where they just don't defend the title, and it's like outside of like non-televised shows, etc. But like I like that with Swerve, it was like right out the gate, let's do a title match, let's do eliminator matches, let's get it, and I really like that. As far as Christian goes, I don't have like a issue with Christian being the first challenger. I think that Christian is a suitable heel who has enough lineage to his name and enough credibility in that heel role that can make a program interesting. So I think that's a good first start from Swerve. But like how you said, Nate, I think it's all about how things go for me. Like if we have a short history of Black world champions in professional wrestling in turn, and seeing how these things get built over time, like the win and the build up to it is always fantastic.
It's always good.
It's always the best thing in the world. You're so excited, you're so happy, and it's like, this is great. And then we get to the run, and then we got Kofi defending against Dolph Ziggler for his first title run. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, brother, what are we doing? But with Swerve, like again,
got us out here feeling like Indiana Fever fans. Like it was great to draft Caitlyn, but damn, we getting blown out every game now.
But again, that's not to compare Christian to Nick Nemeth, and then I'm talking about
Caitlyn Clark.
That. I'm talking about that specific period of Nemeth's career where we was at then. But Swerve and Christian, I think it's going to be a solid match, a double or nothing. I think they're going to be able to do a lot of good things. I think the build to it has been real decent so far. Like I caught the back end of Chris's comments about Mogul Embassy turning on Swerve, and like it's so like one thing that I would really appreciate in pro wrestling is that we get rid of like the dumb baby face.
Yes,
like, that whole thing.
Dumb baby face syndrome.
People could, like I saw Chris had commented on it about like people like being able to telegraph, what was going, like even when I can't think of a more recent example. I'm just refer to him as Mr. Blue Lives Matter Taker, but he did a good job of this. I remember it was one segment when it was a match he was in, and I remember somebody was behind him, and he knew that he knew there was a chance that the person behind him was going to attack him. So you see it in his facial expression. He like, oh shit! Like, and then as soon as he turned around, it happened. And I would appreciate it for Swerve to like the Swerve Strickland character for as much moxie as he has and intelligence as he has, as the character has been built just over time. I would appreciate it if he would have just been like, hold
at least
on,
a moment of
just that quick moment of like, hold on, I ain't tell these dudes to have my back out. Like when did they decide that they was gonna come?
Yeah, exactly. That would have been better.
Like it would have been cool. If like not even just like but just him like looking over his shoulder, like, hold on, Cage, Toa, Khan, like these I've been rocking with them, but like I ain't really been like with them like how I was in the past, like since me and Nana sort of went off to our own thing. Like it would have
Cage got a weird case. Why is he around?
It would have just been cool if Swerve could have like just gave like a little facial expression. Like hold on,
seeing him process it.
Yes, seeing him, and then when you see him process it, that's when I like.
It's too late.
So you can have the talking point of like, oh, he saw it coming, but like it was
just too late.
It was too late.
You're not making them dumb when you do it that way. You like in this way, it's like Swerve is so malevolent, and like he's a guy that's smarter than that. And when and all of a sudden he's a baby face, and now he's a dumbass.
Bro, if you could break into a gated community and drop a shirt on a baby.
Drop a t-shirt on a baby. I said it, nephew.
Yeah. and then it's like the most messed up part about that whole thing was just my Twitter that night is when is right before it happened. People were saying it was gonna happen. And this isn't me saying it. I let them say it. I knew it was gonna happen too, but I let the Twitter people say, "Oh yeah, I see where this is going."
But also, I will go like on the opposite end just to play devil's advocate, just for conversation wise. I think the thinking behind it was that it's very clear that the crowd is fully behind Swerve and Nana. And
Yeah,
you got Khan, Toa, and Brian who are on the heel side, and I think that they didn't want to conflict the two.
Right.
But
right, yeah,
also,
that makes sense.
But also, I try to say I think about it like this: Swerve is he's full on baby. Like for now, he's full on baby face. Like there's no line. He's baby face. But there was a point when Swerve was like sort of teetering the two. And but I also, just because of like this is one thing I can't stand about pro wrestling sometimes, is that when a baby face becomes champion, it's like they just lose the edge that they had when they got there. It's like, dude, like you are still the exact same person that you would do anything to keep your title. Like now it's, but I mean, also that's also just leaning into like the pro wrestling tropes of how things are supposed to go and how things usually go. Cause like you can't have two bad guys like just doing bad shit to each other. Like somebody got to be taking the brunt of the assaults and all that type of stuff. So like Swerve is the person, but I just hope going forward even Pat. Like I mean, we only got 1 week left to the Christian match.
But to Chris's point, nephew, like Stone Cold was the good guy, but he wasn't no punk. Like he wasn't dumb.
But Austin was always that. I never considered Stone Cold a good guy. I always considered Stone Cold. He was just always anti-establishment.
Right.
He was never like, hey man, I'm rocking with the X-Men. Like he was just,
say your prayers and do your training, get your vitamins, kids.
He was a baby face for that time period.
For that time, exactly.
Stone Cold represented a microcosm of society. Stone Cold,
working class,
like the rebel,
was the working stiff that always felt screwed over. He's like the Al Bundy of wrestling. If Al Bundy was a cool person, you know, like because if you really think about Stone Cold Steve Austin, he didn't really trust anyone. He was always.
If you want to see Stone Cold beat up on old Vince McMahon, let me hear you say, "Whoa, Bundy."
Yeah. He was always antagonistic of people. And that was what made him a baby face, right? He was always on guard. So like
DTA.
the baby, the baby face is the person that people cheer the most.
Yeah.
That's it, right? And if your baby face is not looking smart, or if they're looking like they took advantage of a situation or anything like that, that compromises the baby face, even if it's
like the nuance, Chris, like something as simple as what Andrew said, like Swerve just having that moment of realization right before, but it's just too late. Like I think that, you know, makes Swerve look a little bit better in that situation.
Right. That's the thing. It's like you got to make these people look smart, look intelligent. Like I remember when Chris Statlander beat Jade the first time, and Jade, the story they were telling made sense. It was like Jade's cockiness caught up to her. But at the end of the day, Chris Statlander is still a good guy, and it looks like she beat Jade by taking advantage of her. So that second match was important, in my opinion, to establish she could beat Jade on her own merits without the bullshit, because this is just the psychology of baby faces and heels. Right? That's why with these Money in the Bank cash-ins, anytime it was a good guy cash-in, they either cashed in fairly or they cashed in on a person that was just a horrible human being that deserved something bad to happen to him, right? With Swerve Strickland, he's got to, at the very least, he can't be blind to things that the audience sees. He just can't be that. That is not giving this guy what he needs in the moment. He can't be like, I see dorks on Twitter, dweebs on Twitter, knowing what's going to happen as they eat their chips and dip, watching AEW, knowing exactly what's going to happen. You know, that is whatever it is they're doing. You know?
A little French onion.
Like, hey Ray, I wanted to ask my man. Hold on, hey Ray, what you got on, brother? Hold on, what's that?
It's that new hotness.
Oh man,
you know,
the street.
Break up new hotness.
That's
for the
that's
streets.
Crazy, bro.
The yeek,
Nah, hey bro,
the yeek movement is alive.
I saw the and then I was like, hold on, what's that letter at the bottom? I was like, what's the letter? Hold on, Ray. Hey, I appreciate you, Ray. Shout out.
I had to represent, and I didn't know you wasn't gonna be here for the first part, so I was like, well, we got you here in spirit.
Chop cheese.
I appreciate you, my man. Shout out to Diggy Bird, man. He definitely convinced, because I didn't want to. I was like, Diggy, you probably be doing so much better stuff with your time, bro. I was like, please, you ain't got to do that, and he did it. So shout out to,
I'll be right back, fellas.
Hey, Chris. Shout out to Diggy Bird. But Ray, I actually wanted to ask you this. So I remember like a few podcasts ago, I think you had like said something along the lines of like, you know, the vision that we had all agreed that like the vision is probably Swerve versus Ospreay at All in England. And like me personally, I think the move is to have Swerve go over, and then I think maybe the next year you can run it back, and then have Ospreay get his big coronation. Like what whether that be whether that be that remind me of like the super hot jumps, the freestyle they be doing. People just be dancing or whatever. Somebody be saying, they be like what, did you see the jump? Did you see the jump when Wiz came on and he did his laugh and they that shit? That's what that remind me of. But like
he's not a rapper. He's not a rapper.
Yeah, he's not. Whether that's Swerve going through one continuous title reign, or whether that's him being a 2-time champion at that point, like I think that's the way to go. But like just looking at where we at now, Ray, like do you think the like where we going now is going to be Swerve versus Ospreay at All In, and who do you think is going to get the win on that? Like, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a better question. What do you think is going to happen, and what do you want to happen?
I think what's going to happen is it all depends on what happens on Double or Nothing, and I know we're kind of going to get into a preview.
Yeah, we got that. We got two pay-per-views this week, right?
Indeed. But I think especially with Will Ospreay being in this international championship match with Roderick Strong, I don't see Will losing that match. Unless like Adam Cole or the Undisputed Kingdom get involved.
Yeah.
So then it becomes, are you going to make it a champion versus champion match if you're going to have those two going against each other? And then it's like, when are you going to start having the fallout between Will Ospreay and the Callis family?
Yeah, that's another thing. That's a good point.
So I think what I think and what I want to happen are kind of gonna like be tied together. I think Swerve is just going to defend it against anybody else who comes up against. I don't think Will Ospreay. I think Will Ospreay will be international champion by that point, and I think Will Ospreay will be defending that championship on the card. Okay. But I think that their paths are gonna cross
at some point
later on down the road. I believe.
Yeah. You could even have something where, and I didn't even think about the international championship because that throws another variable into the mix. But yeah, if he has a title, and if the program is hot enough, like that can be Ospreay's showcase,
right,
in Wembley, and then you could even have a moment where he might be walking backstage and he passes Swerve, like, I'll see you next year, bro.
They can have a
like little backstage moment. That'd be cool. Like foreshadow.
And then you build it up for next year at Wembley. And like, I love that. I don't know if they're gonna do that. I hope they do that, Ray, but that's a great idea.
Well, the problem is, go ahead, Ray.
And I just want to, now that you're back, because I didn't want to talk about you while you were gone, Chris. But I did have
for the year. You better walk around like you Daft Punk. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way you dress. I hate the way that you sneak this. If I catch a flight, it's gonna be direct. I even hate the way that you say naysayer. It ain't even gotta be that deep, I guess. Oh, y'all just wait to the end of the show when we get to this.
But real quick, Chris, I did want to counter just a little bit. I think that Swerve was I do agree that they did make him look pretty stupid with the Mogul Embassy turning on him. I think especially if you would have had Nana actually show up, like you could have built it at so much more. But I think that he did get a little bit of that back. Like I think you can always have a moment.
He got back.
Yeah, he got it back.
He got it back. But nobody watches the Saturday show though. But he did get some of it back.
Yeah, shout out to Kate and John Cena. Collision course every Saturday post wrestling.
Indeed. Yeah. But I think you can always have somebody be like, "Well, you caught me slipping on that." Now,
yeah, he is.
Now I'm wide awake.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah, and I'm actually gonna go ahead and say I think that was Swerve's idea to clean it up that way. I don't think Tony Khan came up with that. I think Swerve was like, "Let me clean up this shit."
Swerve went back and looked at the tape. He's like, "I look kind of dumb here, dog."
Yeah.
That kind of remind me of when they had the explosion at Revolution 2021, and then Eddie Kingston and John Moxley was like, just give us a couple minutes on TV and just let us explain this whole
right.
Exploding barbed wire match.
The exploding barbed wire match. Hey, but Nate, if you don't mind, I got the notes up here, brother. You mind if I take the reins?
Go ahead, nephew.
Good?
Go ahead.
I appreciate you, man. Always a pleasure to take the reins from brother Nate, man. Always.
But sometimes I'm a selfish naysayer. The crown is heavy. Ask Ray and Chris; they'll tell you. I pray they my real friends. If not, I'm not gonna say the rest of that line because that line is old.
Hey Nate, it's so crazy that I saw I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago that Kendrick's Not Like Us, that shit about to go platinum.
Yeah,
that is
in a week.
Ridiculous, dog.
like a week and a half.
You know Drake. I mean, when I first heard it, I was like, oh yeah, this shit is over. But like,
he got Not Like Us, Euphoria, and Like That in the top 10 right now.
But see, the thing about Not Like Us is that shit is like getting traction in like clubs and concerts and like
they played it on the damn NBA playoffs.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, the best thing Kendrick could have done for that song was taking the rights off, like and letting people taking the copyright off and letting people use it. Like, dog, I'm telling you, I'm not even bullshitting. WWE should use that shit for CM Punk and Drew McIntyre when they do use the song. Use the song.
No, that'd be a good one to use. Yeah,
I'm telling you, like it's like Kendrick. That was probably one of the smartest business decisions that him or his team could have did, was taking the rights off of it and just letting people just like let people react to it without any copyright strike. I'm telling, but that's a smart.
We played the whole song at the end of the last Kings of Sport episode, and it went up on the YouTube version. And this is the first time in years, Ray, that I ain't got that little email the next day talking about you have a copyright violation from YouTube. Thank you, Kendrick.
You see how smart that is, but like, we talk about Not Like Us. We had a little controversy this past week, guys. Tiffany Stratton, Queen of the Ring.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
So prior to the,
I was having a good Sunday. Why'd you have to bring this up? Go ahead, Andrew.
So prior to the Queen of the Ring quarterfinal match between Bianca Belair and Tiffany Stratton, Tiffany had reposted a fan-made video to her Instagram story, and in the video, saw Stratton hit Jade Cargill from the off the ring apron. The sound over the video, I think it was from Shuni, the battle rapper, when she was like, well, and I'm gonna get to what she said, but yeah, okay, that sound came from Shuni. So shout out to her. Well, not shout out to her, but shout out to her. Y'all know what I'm saying. But the video, but when she hit Jade, the voice over the video said "black bitch," and like and there were various reports leading up to it, like about Stratton's status, and but in the end, she ended up facing Bianca Belair, and she lost in the Queen of the Ring quarterfinal match. Like just me personally, especially in today's social media, a young person like Tiffany Stratton herself, I think I'm like a year or 2 years older than Tiffany. I just don't believe that there's not that she didn't hear that audio before she posted it. I just don't like, because even like before I like, let's say I'm posting like a music, like let's say I'm posting like a song or something that I like, and like I want to put the song over it. It's I am listening to the song the part that I want people to hear. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't believe that, especially in today's era of social media with my particular age group, which me and Stratton are. I just don't see her just looking at that and just be like, oh yeah, let me just repost this random ass video of me hitting dick. Like, and then on top of that, she had the laughing emojis on top of it. So like,
Right, yeah.
I think that is like very clearly fucking ignorant on her part to like even like think. But it's also like, and then Chris, I'm gonna get y'all, like I'm gonna kick it over to y'all, but like it's just even the lack of awareness and feeling even comfortable to like, okay, let me just share this. Like you gotta know your place sometimes. Stratton, you can't just be thinking you can do whatever the fuck you want to do and say like.
Right.
But again, that I think that's also that disconnect that we just talk about every day between different cultures and how people understand things and how people navigate certain things. And I think that Tiffany navigated that horribly. I do not believe for 1 second that was just something like, oh yeah, let me just put this up on my, like, I think that she heard the audio and she probably thought, like, look at that, that's whatever. And,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I think. But Nate, I want to ask you, like, what did you just make of that whole situation and like what's with the end result with Bianca Belair winning? And the bigger conversation, like I was saying, is just like the lack of awareness and like even feeling comfortable to post something like that. But overall, like, I mean, I think it would have been like a bad move if Tiffany would have went over on Bianca. Like that would have been bad, brother.
Well, you know, Andrew, I am a good teammate, unlike Tiffany Stratton. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back, circle back to me. I'm gonna pass the rock to Chris because I know this brother is ready. He in the corner. He lined up for a 3-point shot. I'm gonna pass the rock to the good professor. Chris, thoughts on young Miss Stratton's lapse in judgment, shall we say?
Oh yeah, Chris, just to add on to your point real before you get in, man, her fans was riding for her, dog. They was like, man, you can't talk bad about Tiffany. They was like, it was a mistake, and I'm like, man.
Yeah. Tiffany Stratton fans need to shut the fuck up. This is if there was ever a time to shut the fuck up, it would be this time. Right. Now let me say this: was that a fireable offense that Tiffany Stratton committed? I think it was. However, am I mad that she wasn't fired? Not necessarily. I'm not out here being the race police. Like every time you do something,
we gotta get Ray on this, man. We gotta get Ray on this, Chris. We gonna every month we gonna have a segment. We gonna dress up in little cop uniforms, race police. we adjudicate racial issues in the wrestling world.
Right? Yeah, but
I ain't wearing no damn cop uniform.
Yeah, but
you be undercover, nephew. You undercover.
He said I'm undercover.
The problem with this stuff is like, and I saw this stuff, and I really debated on if I even wanted to talk about it today, but we do have to talk about it because we cover these kind of topics on this show. Yeah, it was ill-advised. I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the news a couple years ago, or not even a couple years. I don't know how long ago it was. It seems like forever ago, but I don't think it was, where Joe Rogan was talking all of this shit about the vaccine, and people were getting mad that Spotify didn't ban them yet.
Right.
And then Sister India Ari came out and she said, yeah, I'm mad at him for that shit, but I'm also mad at him for this shit. And she put out a whole like 2-minute compilation of this dude just saying the N-word and just saying it. He wasn't calling anybody the N-word, but he was saying it like matter of factly, like just repeating it to the point where you're repeating the word so much that it's almost like way
too comfortable.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You're feeling way too comfortable to even
it's almost like you're trying to show us that you can say it, and you're like, yeah, I found a backdoor way to say the N-word.
Hold on, Chris. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you cook. Real quick, Joe Rogan. We don't want to hear you say nigga no more.
Stop.
Ray, look at Ray with the assist. I appreciate that, Ray. Go back to Chris.
Right. Yeah.
Back in, Ray.
But anyway, yeah. So that was with this Tiffany Stratton thing. Let me tell you guys something. If you want to survive amongst the community, just a quick word of advice, because a similar situation happened. And I know you saw this panel discussion, Nate. Maybe the rest of you haven't seen it yet. I don't know. But there was a panel from some years ago with Chris Rock and Louis C.K. was on the panel, and Ricky Gervais was on the panel, and Jerry Seinfeld was on the panel, and they were talking about comedy. And then Louis C.K., the N-word comes up, and he says it like once or twice. And he says it in a matter-of-fact way. And then Ricky Gervais is like, oh, I can say it now too. So he drops it. And then Jerry Seinfeld is like, you know what? I've never saw the humor in that word. So I'm not saying that. You know, he was
Jerry was protecting the bag.
Yeah, he was like, I ain't doing that. Now he's in trouble for some other stuff. And it just depends on what side of that war you're on. You're going to be feeling Jerry Seinfeld or not. But in that situation, he solidified himself with me. He forever gets cool points for that, because he was like, look,
he saw what happened to Kramer, and he was like, nah, dog.
Yeah, it's like, I ain't saying that shit, you know. And that's kind of like, I really do feel like if you are an outsider of the group, and even if you might be an interloper in the group, I think the best course of action is to just, I have gay friends, gay students and stuff that call each other gay slurs and stuff. I never feel the need to jump in on that stuff, because it's, you know, I'm not a part of that community. I could be a friend to that community, but I'm not. That's not a word. And I've got Asian friends that do the same thing, and I've got, you know, Mexican friends out here that do the same thing. And I just never feel the need to be a part of that, or I've got to say the word as well. You know, I've got Italian friends that call each other the WOP word on a regular basis, like a regular basis. And I'm just not using that word. This is not something I'm doing, and I have no desire to do it.
The only time we will use that word, Chris, is if it's in a Kendrick Lamar song.
Right. Yeah.
The only time.
Yeah. Or if I'm about to like order something from Burger King or something, I'm not using any words that aren't associated directly with my community. I don't feel left. I don't feel left out if I can't say it. That's me. Other people feel differently about it. With the Tiffany Stratton thing, like I get what you were trying to do, but it wasn't cool. Again, I wouldn't have felt. I mean, they already fired Wesley's partner.
You talking about Zachary Wentz?
Yeah, they fired him for doing like
the Hitler thing.
Yeah, the Hitler thing, and you could make arguments on which one is worse. I'm a part of the black community, I don't like that shit. Yeah,
I was about to say, Chris, I also think that also depends on like where you are in the company. Yeah. Like if you're someone who they view as like, okay, we don't really have like any like long-term person plan of this person, we can just like let them go. But like in terms of the Tiffany Stratton, you can tell that they clearly are like very
right. It's a meritocracy.
Yeah. So she's gonna be able to just get like a slap on the wrist and just be like a stern talking to, if you will, and be like, hey, you gotta know X, Y, and Z, versus like if somebody that's on a lower tier, we gotta get and it's crazy because I remember when we was talking about that we had talked about that last month, and we was like, what do we think is going to happen to Gulak? And I was like, they probably going to induct an investigation, and they did induct an investigation on Gulak, and then they ended up, Paul Levesque had to, put his foot in his damn mouth during that press conference when he was like, he got all offended and shit. But yeah, they let his contract expire. They let his contract. That's what he said. They let his contract expire. So, and again, that's my point about like somebody like a Drew Gulak who's expendable. They don't really need Drew Gulak, and I don't think they need, and I don't think any company needs anybody. But when there are certain people that are on higher specs of the totem pole, and Tiffany Stratton is like way up higher, especially because she's younger. And then she's been in that WWE system, like that's the only place she's ever wrestled. Yeah. So like they have more. You'll have. I'll say it like this: you'll have more tolerance for people who can do something. Not everybody, but most people, they'll have more tolerance for people who can do something for them in the long game versus somebody who can't do something for them. And Drew Gulak is somebody that I don't think nobody like. They looked at him was like. Do we like really need Drew Gulak? No, but like versus
they got tired of writing that crap and were probably looking for a way. How do we fix this stupid storyline? And Drew Gulak did that, and they probably gave the company a gift because it was stupid anyway. And Drew Gulak is part of it. He probably should be not allowed to come back, and the other part of it is he's probably collateral damage.
I think in terms of like him like going and like releasing his statement on the side, I'm like, well, I remember when I saw that, I was like, brother, I was like, you're done, you're done, because like I mean, and I'm looking at it, and I'm just like,
you're dead.
I remember we even talked about it. It was just like,
oh, good one, Ray.
It was like, what do you like, especially in the workplace? Like I remember we dove into this like, and we got into like a 30-minute discussion about it. It's like, just stop touching people, bro. How about that?
I know,
fist
right?
Bumps, just like why like what are we doing right now? Just look, fist bump, elbow touch. I don't even like touch people with my hands.
Yeah, like I be at work sometimes, and people will be like giving extra long hugs to like people. I don't need any of that shit in my life, man.
Hey, Chris, you get your good head now. What's up?
Yeah, for real, man. Yeah. Like if I know you, whatever, and you want to give me a hug or whatever, that's cool. Like Stephanie Chase, when I saw her at the post wrestling day. She gave me a hug. That was cool.
She good people.
But I don't need to be like, and I let you come in for the hug.
One of them give me a hug, niggas.
Yeah, I'm definitely not that. I ain't trying to pop free fills and shit.
You come up and try to hug Chris. He's like, you're cheesing farm.
Yeah, I'm not touching your drawstrings or nothing like that. That's just not something I need to do.
No,
I don't need to have those kind of jokes with you, especially if I don't know you like that,
right?
So
I'll use that as a jumping point. Chris only let Jay do the long hugs. Chris was savoring every moment of that hug.
I forgot all about that joke. Oh my goodness, I forgot all about that.
But Nate, butter and sunshine.
But Nate, what did you think about the whole Tiffany Stratton situation? And Ray, I wanted to get your thoughts after Nate as well.
So to Chris's point, I'm gonna use that as a jump off when he talked about physical contact, like. The level of acceptance varies on how much I know you. And so when you go to Tiffany and Jade, it's like, you don't even know this lady, dog. You don't even know Jade like that. So like, first of all, even if this was somebody you came up with in the PC and y'all girls like that, you or somebody on your team should have vetted this and be like, you know what, this is cool. Like I could probably send this to Jade if I know Jade and she might get a little chuckle, a little tee-hee, a little kiki. But I ain't gonna put this out for the world. And I think a lot of times, Andrew, people will give grace to youth in situations like that.
Yeah.
But I think you brought up a good point in that it's one thing if this is I was gonna say like 18, 19-year-old girl, but hell, even 18 and 19-year-olds grew up in this social media climate.
Right. Yeah.
And so it's like you should have the forethought, like, hey, even if I think this is funny personally, the juice ain't worth the squeeze on this joke.
Right, yeah.
Because the blowback I get might be worse than whatever laughs I could get or whatever, pats on the back I can get from my fan base. It's like, and you could have done the same exact thing, just picking a different song or a different part of the song. Like the fact that you put that part of the clip up, it shows a tone deafness nephew. It shows like a lack of awareness, like situational awareness was on zero. If Jade was in Madden right now, like she missing, or Tiffany was in Madden right now, she missing all the plays. Like you ain't got no type of awareness, girl. And so like Chris said, I don't know if this is a fireable offense. It doesn't hurt my feelings that she's still with the company because, like you said, like your worth to your organization is, based on what they can get out of you, what they can get from you, what they think the potential is to make money off of you. And so, yeah, I get why she's still there. But hopefully this is a moment where she can learn and like, yeah, all jokes don't need to be public. And maybe I should vet before I hit that send button on social media. Because, again, like whatever you hope to accomplish from this, you did not accomplish because, you got people like us and other folks talking about this situation. And I'm sure that's not the type of smoke that you wanted.
Right. And I don't understand why you got a defender. Like that's
what I'm saying. That's what I did.
It's like if you like Tiffany Stratton, no one is telling you not to like her no more. But why do you have to defend this incident?
Right.
Especially
that's how they feel.
Yeah, especially if you don't take you don't speak on.
But Chris, she's got freedom of speech. Chris, come on, brother.
But Chris, I also think that like in terms of the people that like go out of their way to defend her, I also think but defend this specific instance. I think it's because they somewhat feel like they are those people in the comments be like, well, if you can say it, why can't I say it? Because brother, you see this right here? This? Because that's why I can say it.
Here's the example I always give, guys. Here's the example I always give. Doesn't matter how close you are to a person. If Eminem, if Marshall Maxwell Mathers, universally recognized as one of the greats in hip hop, fully immersed in hip hop culture, this brother never spoke the N-word on a public track in his life. If that dude don't get the pass, what makes you, Tiffany Stratton, even though this is not what she said, but what makes you think you can even play in that type of area?
Right.
What you thinking, Ray?
I'm kind of in agreement with all y'all. I think and
Ray said she has a right to say it. I agree with her.
No, I agree with y'all.
Ray Stratton.
No. What
Ray said, "Don't tell no lies about me, and I won't tell no truths about you."
No, I agree with what y'all saying as far as it's something stupid. She shouldn't have put it out there. It should have been vetted. But on the same token, I see Mr. Quake in here who just joined us. While some of the points I don't necessarily agree with, I do agree with this particular point where he says that Tiff is still young. She's still like early 20s. But we've seen like, again, you mentioned Zachary Wentz. Like he was pretty young, and he said he did some stupid stuff on video. And
that's the thing, Ray. Like if this were the first era of social media, I could give her that pass. But it's like we done seen so many people lose a bag over a tweet. Over a tweet. We just seen so many people get canceled, quote unquote. We just seen so many people lose their position off of a tweet. So if there are examples, Tiffany Stratton is like, I know, again, this might have been something funny, like Kiki is funny. Maybe I send this in the locker room, whatever. But to put this on social media, now you in the public space. And so while I feel what you're saying, Mr. Quake, it's kids are smarter, and she ain't even a kid. She a grown ass woman. But young people are smarter than we give them credit for.
And she's like 15 years old or something. That's a grown woman. She probably got Tiffany Stratton probably got a mortgage.
Like here's the thing with being young, man. She probably does too. But here's the thing with being young. this is when I want to get you. This is when I want to stop this shit in its tracks. Like if I get you while you're young, if I get you while you're 23 years old, you remember this shit at 33 years old.
Right.
You know? Like that's the thing. And you're gonna go either one way or the other. You're gonna go the way of, oh, maybe I should be a little bit more sympathetic when I talk, and maybe I should think a little bit more about the things I post.
Or at least smart. Like, we ain't even say you got to change your mind, Tiffany Stratton. We hope you do, but you ain't got to. Just don't say it in public.
Right. Exactly. Or she could go the other way. She could go, well, hell no, I can say what I want. I got freedom of speech. And also for all of you freedom of speech advocates, I'm going to explain something to you that I explain in my classrooms.
ISO.
I'm about to.
I'm on it. There's First Amendment advocates, and then there's free speech advocates. They are not the same. I'm writing about this in my book. A First Amendment advocate, a free speech advocate, rather, they want to say what they want to say, when they want to say it, and think they got no consequences behind it. They just want to say the shit they want to say anytime they want to say it. A First Amendment advocate understands that they have the right to say and do what they want to say, but they also understand that other people have the right to not like the shit that they say and to protest. To protest the stuff that they say. Right? Freedom of speech. The First Amendment encompasses expression, petition, religion, assembly, and the press. That's the fifth one. Those 5 areas,
5 pillars.
That's what the First Amendment covers. And if you're going to call yourself a First Amendment advocate, you owe it to yourself to study it and understand each one of those 5 things and what they encompass. First Amendment is not a 2-page document, dumbasses. It is multiple pages. It's layered. The First Amendment is so every year in the Supreme Court, new First Amendment cases get argued in front of the Supreme Court, right? The Supreme Court is moving a little bit backwards on the First Amendment, but for the purposes of this topic, nobody has to like the stuff that post. You know, people have a problem with they can rage against it. Again, I'm not necessarily saying she should get fired. I wouldn't feel sorry for her if she got fired, because this would be a learning opportunity. But I'm glad that they're keeping her around. And the problem with them keeping her around, though, is I don't know if anyone said to her, yeah, don't post shit like that.
Yeah. I'm sure Jade said something like, hey.
I'm hoping the black wrestlers, at least the black wrestlers in that company, be like, Tiffany, we cool, you my girl, but we can't be doing this. Yeah, we can't.
She probably got a supportive text from Hogan after. Gave her a little pat back.
Everybody's a little racist, sister.
I hope one young lady who did say the black bee, but only if she's messing with a black belt. I hope she told her who told you it was open mic night, Tiff.
For real.
But like when I look at that overall situation, it's like I mean it's a learning experience. You know what I'm saying?
What would Cody do? Do you think Cody Rhodes is around his in-laws just posting shit like that?
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, doing crap.
And again, this would just repeat what Nate was saying. It's like, dude, we live in an era of social media, dog. Like, there's no way people read their tweets before they send them. People read they posts on Instagram before they post them, and it's like, it's no way that you don't. But I mean, maybe Tiffany just don't have that type of awareness. So I guess you could say that, but hopefully this is like how Chris said and how Nate said and how you said too, is raised that it's a learning experience. We don't have this instance again, because if we do have this instance again, I think we all know where this Stratton stands when it comes to us. But yeah, hopefully.
So what Andrew was saying, Tiffany Stratton, we'll spare you this time. That's random acts of kindness.
Yeah,
we're gonna let it go. But
John Cena popping like hell off of this episode. All these drops,
like to quote Spider-Man off of Family Guy, Tiffany Stratton. Okay. Everybody gets one. This is your one. It's been used. Don't do it again.
So this next topic, I was going to go to Chris, but I wanted to get Nate for it because this got something directly to do with your boy Nate, Cody Rhodes. But so Brian Gewirtz, he was on, and you can check this out on the Post Wrestling site as well. I did a write up about it. But Brian Gewirtz, he had shared that you ain't gonna believe this shit, Nate. But he said that Cody Rhodes was, and everybody knows who Brian Gewirtz is, right? From a WWE.
Yeah, we do.
Like works at $7 production with Dwayne Johnson. Like that's his number one guy, right? Yep. So he said that. Nate, do you remember when that initial night in February when Cody handed over his Mania spot to The Rock? Like, you remember that, right? Brian said that the original idea was for Cody to be more enthusiastic about handing it over to The Rock. He said that the idea was for Cody was supposed to be like, yeah, man, go Rock. Roman, you gonna get your ass kicked, X, Y, and Z. He said that, and let me preface this before I get into the next thing. He said that he doesn't blame Cody for the facial expressions and for the reaction that he gave because he thinks that Cody is a real human being and he's like a real person. You know what I'm saying? So he doesn't blame Cody for that. But he said that Cody was supposed to be more enthusiastic, and essentially, this was a quote from Brian. He said Cody looked like somebody took his dog to the parking lot and shot his dog in the face. Like that's how he looked. No. And he was just like, essentially and he went on like a whole quote about it. But essentially, what he's implying is that Cody, on a lesser scale, went into business for himself and was like, but again, I wanted to ask you, like, what do you make of that revelation? And also onto the point that the WrestleMania XL documentary that they promoted, Brian said that it has absolutely nothing to do with The Rock holding it up. And he just said that it was promoted too early. Like, Nate, on top of what you think about the revelation and how you think Cody, I don't think he went into business for himself. I think he reacted like any normal person would have reacted in that situation. Like, y'all basically taking my fucking spot away from me after I waited 2 years for this shit. And then also onto the point, like, what do you think about Brian saying that the documentary isn't due to The Rock holding it up? It's more so due to it being promoted early. And do you think there's a chance that they watched the documentary back and now it's a matter of making it look like this was some master plan instead of what they originally were probably going to do, which is march forward with Rock Reigns, and then to alleviate the public being like, y'all are fucking idiots for thinking that this was going to work. Like, but more so now trying to revise it and make it seem like, okay, this was this all elaborate plan, and like immediately soon as we saw what happened, we was like, okay, we're going to switch it. Like, so let me just summarize it first. So what do you think about the revelation from Brian and how you think Cody responded in the original plan? And what do you think about what are your thoughts or just your opinion about the WrestleMania XL documentary? And could it have something to do with them looking back on it and maybe it painting Rock in a bad light?
You know, nephew, Ray, let me go ISO on this one. Nephew said that he believes, like I believe, Cody's reaction was a genuine human reaction. I agree with part of that, nephew. But I also believe Cody's reaction was one of a storyteller. Because what I've been saying about this man for years is, he's not the best bell-to-bell wrestler in the world, even though he's pretty damn good at it. He's not the best promo in the world, even though he's pretty damn good at that too. But I for my money, Cody Rhodes is the best storyteller. You sure? In the game right now. And so if I'm Cody in that moment, like, yeah, I'm a little disappointed as a human being, obviously. But also, if I'm the dude that's been writing this Cody Rhodes story, ain't no way in hell that my character would respond with joy. But you know what? I'm going to give up on my dream and my daddy's dream to make you happy, Rock. No. So, like, I'm going to do it because that's what y'all saying we should do. But to protect my character, nah, that's what you're going to get. You ain't going to get a ticker tape parade. You gonna get all right, you got the juice now, dog. Whatever it is, what it is. And so, yeah, to me, I think I'm not saying that this is Cody going into business for himself, nephew, but I think this is Cody protecting the character, because I think Cody was smart enough to realize, yo, Rock Roman is a big match, but this ain't the match we've been building for 2 years, man. This ain't what the people want. This ain't what the people have been clamoring for. And I think Cody knew, like, yo, if this is the route we go, there's going to be some pushback. There's going to be a backlash from our audience, which is what we saw, with the we want Cody movement and all that, whatever. I think Cody was like, yeah, I'm going to do this because y'all saying it's what we got to do, but I'm going to give myself an out. I'm going to give myself some protection as a character in this story, a character that I've worked hard to build up, not only these last 2 years in WWE, but ever since I left y'all from the beginning, going to New Japan, going to Impact, founding AEW, doing all that. Like, I'm not going to throw that away for this, dog. So I think Cody was like, yeah, I'm going to be a company man because that's what I am, but I'm going to protect the Cody Devontae Rhodes character. So I think that's what went into it more than anything else, nephew. But then also when you talk about the documentary, I do feel like, it takes a little time to, revise the story, because this whole push, post the Cody giving his spot up, and then, we had the kickoff panel. Like, I think people's like telling you, like, this is what we want, Cody and Roman. Like, y'all been selling us this for 2 years, and now you taking it away, and you surprised that I'm mad that you took it away. It's like, look here, Ray. It's like if you're Nike, and you've been telling me you gonna have this Asia Wilson shoe, for 2 years, 3 years. And then when people ask for it, you're like, hey, we're coming out with it. Don't get mad. Like, nah, we're getting mad because you set the expectation for us to have this damn shoe that you telling me is coming out a year from now. And so, yeah, like, to me, the documentary is like, hey, we got to make the narrative fit and make it work with the story that we ultimately ended up telling, which should have been the story from the beginning. And we got to do it without the, stepping on toes or hurting people's feelings. And so, yeah, like, I'm with, come on, Andrew, you know who I'm rocking with on this, man. It's me and Devontae, man. I'm here, man. Don't speak on the family, Crody. If someone don't bleed in your family, Crody, and I'm not threatening Brian Gewirtz. He's got bigger lawyers than me. I think, like, my lawyer literally is whoever Chris can get. Like, that's my lawyer. So I ain't got them courtroom guns like you, Brian. So it's no smoke, brother.
Hey, Chris. So I wanted to kick it over to you and get your similar thoughts on the topics that Nate just touched on, but also your thoughts about next year's WrestleMania. It's going to be in Las Vegas instead of Minnesota, which is we was talking about that. That's a great thing,
right?
That's great, but
ain't nobody trying to go to Minnesota.
We missed out on Minnesota.
But Chris, Brian had talked about, like, at the end of the interview, he had talked about, like, what could happen at Mania 41, and if anything is in a pin in terms of what the match is going to be. It wasn't specifically said by Brian, but what I'm assuming was the conversation was about Cody and Rock at WrestleMania, right? And he was just like, nothing is in pen, but there are a lot of things written in pencil right now in terms of Mania 41. So, Chris, I just want to get your thoughts about like when they just touched on, like, Brian saying that, Cody, but essentially saying on a lesser scale, went into business for himself, and then also, what do you think is the move for Mania 41? And also, do you think it's just, like, too damn early to even, because, like, just with injuries and, like, anything could happen between now and next fucking April? You know what I'm saying? Like just where you sitting at with all that right now?
Well, these days, Dwayne isn't necessarily one of my favorite people. Just Mr. I don't want to create division Johnson. So, but I can take that hat off for a minute to talk about The Rock. Here's the problem with all of this. They could have did the Rock and Roman match this year had they did the right thing last year. I keep going back to that. It's one of those things where, and nobody's ever going to agree with this. Like, I can't even have a human conversation with SP3 because he's just so. Shout
out to that guy SP3.
Yeah, shout out to SP3, but he's just so married to the side where they did the right thing, and I I'm more married to the side where I don't know for certain that they did the right thing, because what's WWE's ratings right now? They got to they got record ratings record numbers for WrestleMania. All that shit is true, but the show is not good right now. It's not horrible, but it's not like what it was a couple months ago. So as far as Cody, I just don't see
Cody Rhodes.
Like
Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
Chris.
That's excellent.
Chris, just to like you like retract you a little bit. Like, what do you think about more so Gewirtz saying that?
That's what I was getting to. So I don't think that Cody Rhodes was necessarily like
going into business for himself.
Yeah, I think that's a little strong.
And again, just to correct myself, that wasn't Brian's terminology, but just on a large scale, that's like essentially what he was implying.
But the thing is like it was so convoluted how they got there that now you're trying to, like, I understand you're getting the Rock back, and if you get the Rock back, you're gonna have to kind of placate that man. Yeah. But you also have a story with this dude Cody that the fans haven't completely turned on yet. Actually, they're stronger in his favor, and you had him win the Royal Rumble. So a lot of that stuff is convoluted. You're confusing everybody, and I don't think. And Cody Rhodes, like Nate was saying, like, what else was he supposed to do? You know, it's. I think the story they ended up telling was great, but it's just they got there in such a convoluted way that I really don't even know what Gewirtz is trying to is this so like some inside baseball that he's telling this stupid story? Because who cares? It happened. What we got now is what we got, and let's hope.
Just to jump in real quick, like, so the conversation, just add some context so you could like know like where like that shit came from. It initially started because I'm pretty sure you saw like the rumors about like the reason the WrestleMania doc hasn't been released yet is because The Rock was like holding it back and X, Y, Z. Yeah. So he started off addressing that, and then he just went into like the Cody Roman thing, and like he went on like a tangent, not a negative one, but he just like that rumor about The Rock just led into him full on just talking about like that whole ordeal. So that's how the conversation came about. Just to add
right. It's funny how The Rock isn't trying to create division, but it seems like every circle he's in, like division just finds its way to Dwayne. So you got to get off of that plantation, my dude.
Hey Chris, what was you I remember last month. I remember you was talking about something The Rock did. It was an interview or some shit he said. Talking about that.
Okay, so he goes on the Will Kane show.
That's what it did. That's what I was saying.
Fox News. If he would have said that any other place, I'd have been like, okay, he's just wants to do non-political stuff. But he's like, I'm not supporting anybody this year. And you go on Fox fucking News with one of the biggest idiots on Fox News, and that's saying something, right? This is Fox News. This is a place with what's her name? Laura Ingraham. The Bartiromo. All those idiots from the Five, except for the one Democrat. And he goes on.
You leave Dana Perino out of this, pal.
Yeah, she's cool, but like
she's like one of the only reasonable ones.
Right, yeah. So that's what The Rock is on right now.
Shout out to Dana Perino for some reason.
Right, yeah. And like he goes on Fox
Stephen
News.
A.
Yeah, he goes on Fox News and says this crap. But again, I think like I'm not gonna call him a MAGA yet. But here's
the thing, Chris. Essentially he will be giving MAGA the stamp of approval in some respects if he stays out or if he leans right. But I don't think, knowing Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, I don't think he wants to be MAGA. I think he want to be the dude. Like, y'all gotta follow me.
If he's leading MAGA, you're not winning any Oscars. I'm telling you that right now. If the ultimate goal for you is to eventually win an Oscar, that shit ain't the way to do it. It just ain't. Those Oscar voters, that's not how they swing. But in any case, though, it was that thing just really disturbed me when he did that. Especially on the Will Kane show on Fox News. Like, if he would have done it anywhere else, I would have been like, even the stuff that Cardi B is getting right now. I don't love that either, but she didn't go on the Will Kane show, and she didn't go on Laura Ingraham and say that shit.
She didn't go on the Sage Steele podcast.
Like,
she didn't go on the Sage Steele show and say
like
that.
More so about the like leaning towards those like pro-right.
Right, yeah. Like I think with like the Rock is, I do think he's eventually going to run for office, but I think he's I think he's probably seeing a better path to run for office in a few years as a Republican.
Yeah.
Which I don't necessarily mind, but is he going to be a person that goes into the conspiracy theory side of Republicanism, or is he going to
Glenn Kane Jacobs?
Yeah. Or is he gonna like go on the more sand?
I mean, it is May 19th. Shout out to the mayor.
Oh my God, bro! It is May 19th. Oh my
God. Yeah. So
hey, bro, before you continue your point, I just want to say this, bro. Kane is a fucking idiot. Like, he's an idiot, bro.
Here we go.
Like, he's an idiot. Like, I'm telling you, you want to know what's so funny about Kane is that I hear so many wrestlers that came up with him. They'd be like, he's the smartest guy. Like, and I'm like, dog.
Yeah, and they just said something about the wrestlers. Yeah,
because he read two books one time in the locker room.
Just because you saw this man reading a book and he said some big words, they just really smart. I'm like, like, but just because you don't know the definition of fortuitous doesn't, or whatever and he does, don't mean that he's intelligent. Kane is a dumbass, but I will say that on the record. Like, I don't know, like, and I think it says a lot about the city of Knox County that they keep voting this dude back in. He's a dumbass.
That's Chris's neck of the woods.
No, so this is the thing. Okay, so this is the thing about Knox.
Speak on your people, Chris.
No, well, you can use that term loosely, right? Because
they not like us.
Right, so here's the thing with Knoxville, right? So there's the Knoxville city mayor. Her name is Madeline. I forget her name, but she's really, really cool. She's a Democrat. She's awesome. Kane is the mayor of Knox County. And they have the Knox County mayor there. It's like an invisible position already. He doesn't have to do anything. The real work is done by the city mayor of Knoxville, Madeline Kincaid, I think her name is.
They say the city mayor, not Knoxville's mayor, is it says India Kincannon.
India Kincannon. And I met her, so I owe her an apology.
Chris, where should you write about? You say Madeline Rogero.
Yeah, she was the mayor before.
She was the 68th. She was before. Yeah, you're right, Chris. She was before. So they have good mayors. They got good politicians there. Kane is just someone there to keep the racists happy. You know, he's and the thing with Kane is like there's a lot of people like Kane that exist in politics where they read, they're learned, they might even have degrees, but what they do is they lean on conspiracy theories, and they lean on nonsense, and they preach nonsense to dumbasses and use big words. And like Andrew was saying, it's like when you have a expansive vocabulary that can sometimes be mistaken for being smart. Kane is not smart.
Kane.
Don't be so facetious, Chris.
Well, Kane is smart in the sense that he's a manipulator. I had a student a while ago.
Master manipulator.
Yeah, I had a student a while ago who was just this real Republican, just not a good human being. This student was, but he saw me a couple years ago. He visited me at the college, and he was like, "Hey, Dr. Ely, you taught me so much cool shit, man. I actually can use this stuff to be a better Republican, and I know all the word tricks and stuff, and I know how to manipulate conversations better, and I owe you." And I was like,
see what you did, Chris.
I was like, look, I'm happy for you. You don't ever claim being my student if you're doing that. But that's the thing. That's the point, though.
It's all your fault, Chris. You gave him the ammunition.
Yeah, but you can use that stuff. You can use knowledge for good, and you can use knowledge for evil.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a tool.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tool. It's one of those things where you can have an advanced degree, and people will just believe anything you say because it sounds good coming out your mouth. You know, I am my PhD is in organizational leadership, political psychology, business psychology, that kind of thing. I don't know shit about vaccines. So if you ask me what the best vaccine to take is, I can't give you a educated answer on that. I don't know anything about music theory. You know, I don't speak on things that I do not know anything about. And the problem with a person like Kane is gonna use his degree to tell or I don't even know if he's got a degree, but he's gonna use his smarts and wits to tell dumbasses in Knox County things that they want to hear. That's his purpose in life. It's just like with Joe Rogan, how he uses his platform. Joe Rogan uses his platform to attract dumbasses to agree with them, right? That's how it is. And it's always the people with that. It's always the people that have like college degrees that tell other people college degrees are stupid, right? Like Umar Johnson does this, Boyce Watkins does it, Bill Maher sometimes does it, Ben Shapiro does it. They talk shit about formal education and how stupid it is. And the only reason why people take them seriously is because of their formal education. So it's like, what are we doing here? You know? But like, this is just the society that we live in. And I think The Rock is starting to fall into this category too, because The Rock went to Miami U. Miami U has one of the best criminal justice programs in the country. The Rock has an undergraduate degree from Miami U in criminal justice. The Rock is not a dumbass, but he wants to placate and please dumbasses, right?
Play both sides.
Yeah, you can't be like Black Lives Matter a couple years ago and then be like, oh, I caused division, and that is
Republicans buy sneakers too, Chris.
Right?
Chris, you want to know what's so crazy about that is I think The Rock in some ways kind of underestimates how many of his fans are Black. Like, I think that he believes, and I don't even think it's a belief thing more. So I think it's factual that if he were to take a firm stance on like something like Black Lives Matter, I think that would alienate a lot of his other fan base.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying all white people think like that, or Hispanic people think like I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there are a subsection of people,
a vocal minority
of people who look at The Rock and they will say, oh, he thinks Black Lives Matter. He thinks that's a good thing to say. Oh, I don't associate.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about stepping into the arena. I go into this industry, into these public spaces, understanding that at least on a good day, at least a quarter of the people are going to hate my fucking guts. That's okay, you know, because I'm not for those people. as long as I am offering critical thought to the conversation and we could go back and forth and it's a spirited discussion and I'm not just married to one politician because it's a cool thing to do. I feel like I'm doing my job, you know. Like we could we could argue all day on who's right, Palestine or Israel, or and that could be a spirited discussion, and we could bring facts to both sides and have that discourse. But certain things, it's not up for debate for me, you know. Yeah. It's like you going on, you're making fun of this black woman's eyelashes on the Congress floor. You've crossed the fucking line, you know. It's certain things, you know. You're over here think it's funny to play a tape of calling this woman a black bitch. Yeah, that's not a debate. That's not a debatable thing, you know. And that's and The Rock is gonna have to eventually.
He's gonna take a stance, bro.
Yeah, he's gonna have to figure out which side he wants to be on, man. Mm-hmm. If you want racists loving you, if you want the Dana White crowd loving you, then that's you. If you want people like Kid Rock, Dana White, Megyn Kelly, if those are the people that you like, you care about their feelings more than you care about decent, like, human beings that want to love other people and not like discriminate and do all that shit. If that's your side, that's your side. You drew your line in the sand, and I can understand who you are and move on with my life.
But
you want to know The Rock though, Chris, Bow with the Bow was pretty catchy.
But you
want
to know what's so crazy is that like when we get I was just listening to Chris talk, it's gonna be so crazy like in the next couple years, like how there's a possibility that I might look at The Rock very differently than how I look at him and how I've looked at him for most of my life. You know what I'm saying? So like it's kind of crazy to think about that my opinion on him might just vastly change, like just over the next couple of years. Like that's a grown ass man, bro. He gonna do what he want to do. Like I just hope that he don't turn out to be like a dumbass. I really hope that's not the case. That I would be extremely disappointed if that's what the end result.
But again, he would be doing the Kane gimmick, right? Because again, The Rock is not a dumbass, man.
Yeah, he's not,
he went to Miami U and finished with an undergraduate in not political science, but criminal justice. He's got some brains in him.
Just the way he's navigated Hollywood shows you the brother is smart.
Yeah,
the Unabomber got his undergrad from Northeast Missouri State University. So shout out to no slide on that college, but yeah.
So it's like what The Rock wants to do is play this manipulation game. And to me, that's worse than being a dumbass, because now you know what you're doing. And
it's like Candace Owens, like we see through you, sis. Like the fact that you were playing a character for the bag, is even more like, in some ways that's even more reprehensible than if you actually believe the stuff that you're saying.
Bro, but what is so like? Maybe y'all could explain it to me better in politics. Like, what is so bad about an individual saying, hey, in terms of being for the people and essentially doing what one would think is the right thing to do, in terms of like just supporting certain causes and not supporting the conspiracy-esque things? What is it about politics that where people are just like so, I don't know if I can pick a side. I don't know if I can like. And then on top of that, like how Chris was saying, it puts more of a spotlight on you when people are waiting for you to pick that side. And then, you know what I'm saying? I'm just so confused, like why in politics is that such a thing where people have this hard ass time with just taking a firm stance on something that is, I'm not gonna say universally considered right, but there's the terminology, there's a vocal minority that may feel that this is the right thing to do, and then this and it's a weird thing for The Rock, because like and again, I don't think that if The Rock becomes Republican and he runs Republican, I don't think that like negates his blackness at all.
No, it doesn't.
I'm not saying, but it's just gonna be this weird thing and this feeling from me. I can't speak for nobody, but from me towards this guy that I looked to for a long period of time. Like, I always liked him. I always thought he, you know what I'm saying? It was cool to see somebody on TV that looked like me and X, Y. You know what I'm saying? That shit is cool. But like, it's just gonna be so weird that that there might come a point where, and not just because he's like, I'm just saying, like, I know there, with him being Republican, there are going to be certain causes and certain things that he'll have to agree with because he's on that side of the political party.
I think The Rock has always leaned Republican. I don't have any solid proof of that, but I do think that's where he leads. And I understand being a Republican from a fiscal point of view, and that's going to make a lot of sense for a lot of people. So I get it from that point of view. Yeah. But what's going on with these Republicans today is you get people like, you know, where Jasmine Crockett has to have a ghetto moment with you on the Congress floor. That's the problem. What we have today is like there's no civility, and there's no civility because of Donald Trump and the toxicity that he brings with him to the party. That's why he's enabled the dumbasses, man. All the dumbasses.
He brought, when Trump got in office, he brought them folks out. He brought them out. They wasn't scared no more. They was like, hey, we saying whatever. Whatever.
We got to champion that.
Bro, these motherfuckers stormed the Capitol.
And that's
stormed the Capitol. Jericho's wife.
Like, so, like if I ever, this is why I'm never gonna get invited to a WWE press conference, because if The Rock is ever on one of those press conferences, I'm asking him about that. You're not gonna be able.
They grabbing Chris by his shirt.
Right, yeah. You're not gonna.
It doesn't matter what your question is, Dr. Ely.
Yeah, you're not gonna escape,
they gonna carry the scooter out.
Escape that question from me, right? So anyway.
So what you saying is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is conflicted, misusing his influence.
Yeah, I just think that's the thing. Like, as far as wrestling is concerned, he brings his things to the table.
Yeah, and here's the thing: we love The Rock, man, but it's just like you moving kind of different right now, brother.
Right? Yeah. Like I like The Rock. I don't want to. Again, he's still black to me. He hasn't done anything super egregious, but he's on notice right now, and I hate that he's got to live in that space.
We're watching you, brother.
Yeah, it's just that you're in that space, and I gotta treat you that way, you know.
Evils of Lucy is all around you, Dwayne.
Right? Yeah.
Ray, you wild as shit. You heard this thing, bro?
That slipped out. I'm sorry.
What'd you say, Ray?
I believe something about Chris in the press conference, the WWE press conference. I said they was gonna pull Chris by his shirt and pull him out. This motherfucker Ray talking about they gonna grab his scooter.
Damn, they gonna do you like AEW did you?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Oh yeah. Who was riding over to John?
That's why Chris and TK got beef to this day, man.
Yeah.
No, that's not. But yeah, I just want this stuff to with The Rock. I want him to not feel that he's got to placate the Will Canes of the world. Because the thing there's no bottom for people like Will Kane. You know, like Stephen A. Smith, you could say what you want to say about him. But for someone like a Will Kane, there is absolutely no bottom for him. He will if you think there's a bottom for him, he will show you that he could go lower than dirt.
And he does it under the guise of, hey, I'm just free speech, man. I'm just out here. I'm a free thinker.
Yeah. With the famous thing that these cats do is they're like, I'm just asking questions. I'm just, like they ask stupid, nonsensical questions, and then they say, "Hey, I'm just asking questions." How do we know that Kamala Harris isn't a cult leader and shit like that? You know, it's like you're not asking legitimate questions; you're asking dumbass questions, and
to feed into that dumbass audience.
And then you're trying to manipulate conversations to go, and you're trying to ingratiate conspiracy theorists. Is what you're doing. You know,
real quick, nephew, to ingratiate ourselves to Vegas. Anybody that bet the under on the runtime for this month's show, unfortunately, you lost. I know the odds was good. It was like 15,000 to 1 that we was gonna go under 3.5 hours, but we recently crossed the mark. So,
hey Nate,
sorry.
I promise you this: we not going over 5. Promise you that, because guess what? We on the last news story.
We heard that before. We heard that before, Ray.
He said Ray. Oh yeah, Ray, Mr. I forgot what the button was.
Wow.
Damn.
This man right here. But we talking about. I wanted to make sure we touched on this, but we got the latest on the Janelle Grant's sex trafficking lawsuit against WWE, Vince McMahon, and John Laurinaitis. So WWE, they have responded to the lawsuit, and they I put in their support behind Vince. For the motion for the case to be settled judicially. The statement from WWE's lawyer reads: WWE disputes Grant's allegations, but as a threshold matter, the dispute cannot be heard in court because Grant agreed to arbitrate her claims. WWE therefore moves to compel this action to arbitration. Simply put, Grant has no claims actionable in this court because the separation and non-disclosure agreement she signed with McMahon and WWE.
Read that a little bit. Go back a little bit. Read a little bit slower so I can
respond. Get into it.
Yeah, I got you. My bad. You want me to start all over, Chris, or just start?
From the last line or so.
Okay. Simply put, Grant has no claims actionable in this court because the separation and non-disclosure agreement she signed with McMahon and WWE, the monetary benefits of which she concededly accepted and retained, contains an arbitration provision that unambiguously precludes this court from I'm fucking up in this word from I got it. Her claims, and then it says one of their arguments is that Janelle Grant's non-disclosure agreement that was signed in January 2022 had a passage that notes that by signing this agreement, Janelle Grant acknowledged that she will have waived any right she may have had to pursue or bring a lawsuit or make any legal claims against McMahon and or WWE and or any of this and or any of its directors, officers, employees, agents, and representatives. They say that she negotiated through her legal representation to sign the NDA. There was another filing hours prior from Vince McMahon's legal team. And then Janelle Grant's lawyer has said for any comments, see our original filing, we're confident the truth is laid out there. This with like Vince and WWE and like any past lawsuits, like it always seems like this, they're like infamously known to like drag these things out and just make a money thing, so where it just becomes like you got to battle this big bad corporation, and then they keep rolling the funds out,
bleed you,
and then they just end up selling it out like settling with like no repercussions. Like I know Ann Callis, publicly said, like I think it was on John Pollock and Brandon Thurston's show that she was like that's not the direction that she's looking to go. It's like just settling and making this like a financial payout thing. Like she wants Janelle to get the proper justice that she should get. Like I'm not surprised that WWE took their stance with Vince, considering they're named in the lawsuit. Like I think a lot of people kind of forget about that part. Like it's not just Vince. Dude, this is WWE and John Laurinaitis, and it's more so of it's a culture thing. But like one thing that I will say, and just even from you, Chris, like just when we got into our legal discussions, like I've learned from you that, and I mean I knew this, but just like I think hearing it from somebody that's like actually involved in that, it's like this stuff always will come down to what can be proven in court and what like. Then when you involve like the NDAs and all that's like all that stuff is going to be factored in, even though I'm still heavily on the stance that Vince asked me to go, like he needs to like be in prison for the shit that he did.
Yeah.
One thing that I've learned just from doing the podcast with you guys and just reinforcing what I already understood is that this stuff, like legal stuff like this, it always is going to come down is if the judge views this as indisputable and this is what needs to happen in X, Y, and Z, and if it can be proven under the law. And I also think it's like more so like how we talked about a previous podcast. It's a culture thing within the company. Like I even covered an interview on I even covered an interview on the site on Post Wrestling with a former creative director for WWE, and she said that there was a situation with Freddie Blassie at WWE headquarters when something went down between him and a female employee, and she didn't know the specific details of what occurred between Freddie and this employee, but she said it resulted in the woman, she had a payout, she left WWE and she moved out of state. And she said that she even had her own experiences with Freddie when they would have like meetings and stuff, and he had made a comment to her about like what I would do to you if I could get you on the couch, like in my office and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like just saying shit like that. And at the time, she said that, it was just, that was like the times and X, Y, and Z, and you had to have thick skin to be a woman working in a place with a man. But she was like, but she was like looking back at it, she was like, that motherfucker was like a dirty uncle that it was like, God, you can't get too close. but she was just saying it was like, that was just the time that she was in.
Right. Yeah.
But like, again, you stand, but Vince is fucked up. He's a sick individual. I personally think that motherfucker needs to go to jail. Like, he needs to go to prison. And anybody that is
not just for this, Andrew.
Not just for this.
But
like for anybody who is, and we've all said it on the podcast, but for anybody that's in WWE, that's in that corporate structure or whatever, if you knew about these things going on, you need to go too. You don't need to be working there. Right, you need to go. Like everybody, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just want to say that before, and then get Chris. You can take my mind.
I'm gonna defend WWE here a little bit from this standpoint. I don't necessarily think they want this to go to arbitration, because if it does go to arbitration, it will be a lot easier for them to find out who did what and fire those people. It will be. That's kind of not a smart thing to do from a business standpoint. It's like, you could say all this stuff about we believe whatever. They're gonna say whatever they feel they need to say, but if stuff comes out, I think the right people will get got. That I know, because I know the fans are looking at this like WWE is still an evil company, and they probably are. But I think in this particular instance, going to arbitration is something. I'm not a lawyer, but as a consultant, if something like this was going down, I think my consultant group would advise go to our arbitration. Get this thing adjudicated to see what fits where. With that said, though, man, these people in wrestling are trash. As far as like Johnny Ace, and we do. Here's the thing with him. I was willing to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. It was like, look, if you're willing to snitch and you're willing to call out the right people to save your skin, go ahead and do it. But the problem is they are under a hypnosis from Vince McMahon. Johnny Ace does not have the money to fight this. He's and this is my summation. He's picking the side that he thinks is going to cushion his fall the most. Right? That's all he's doing. I'm about
to say, Chris, because what wasn't his initial statement like saying that he ain't have, like he was a victim as well?
He was a victim.
Yeah, he's a victim too. And I was willing. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I still think on the some level he probably is a victim. Right now he's just a victim of his own self-preservation and stupidity. He wants to make sure that he is okay. Part of me understands that, but the other part of me, the chickens have come home to roost, man. It's like whatever WWE existed before all this crap came to light, it's a different WWE now. It's just like the P Diddy that you guys knew a week ago ain't the same P Diddy. It's like this is. And
P Diddy a week ago was still kind of a piece of trash.
But now you got the ocular proof. Now you have the videotape of that, just like with Vince McMahon. He's not gonna be able to argue his way out of the text message. He could be like, "Oh yeah, we were in a consensual relationship." You were her boss, dude, and that's all. And that's a very, very easy thing to keep leaning on if you are Janelle Grant's lawyers. You could always just be like, look, and that's what the problem with these situations. That's why those kind of relationships are unethical. That's why we've
been saying that since July 2022.
We always advise against that stuff. If someone's working for you, that's fine, but the minute you start a relationship with them, they need to stop working for you. Right. Because now they are there. Like even with the Cassie stuff, and Diddy, the minute you decided that you like Cassie more than just as an artist, she shouldn't have been your artist anymore. Right. You know, this is like, you could go back to the Motown days with Berry Gordy. I don't think Berry Gordy was doing this foolishness, but he had his, you know, fair share back in the day. And again, those things, because the optic of it, even if you say the relationship was consensual, the optic of it is you are an 80-year-old dude and this woman is a young woman. You know, it ain't that hard for someone like me to believe that this young woman, and anything, I'm talking, when I say young, I'm talking 50 and under, you know. I'm like, especially when you're 76 years old, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing right there, is like you're trying to claim it was consensual and she didn't do anything she didn't want to do and all this other stuff. We unfortunately don't know that because she was working for you and you were in control of her money, you know? So how did we know you didn't ever threaten to cut her off if she broke up with you? You know, like these are the questions that you got to ask. Vince needs to, if Vince was a smart person, he would do what Diddy did, and just release an apology tape and retire off, go to Tahiti,
hang out with Russell Simmons and them.
Chill out. Just stop the nonsense, right?
Hey, with Russell Wilson, I thought, oh Jesus, I said Russell Wilson.
Leave Russell Wilson out of the
Russell Simmons, Jesus, I apologize.
Hey, love the Russell Wilson. He ain't the stepdaddy. He the daddy that stepped up, y'all.
For real.
I wanted to ask that because I couldn't find, like, I don't know if y'all know, but like where Russell Simmons is, like, does that place not have like any U.S. Does the U.S. not having like jurisdiction?
All of U.S.'s jurisdiction is in the United States of America, and its territories and places where they've got like consulates or embassies and things like that. But like you can't. They like Asada Shakur has been in Cuba since how long has she been out there for? And she ain't coming back to America, for a minute, right? She's out there. The Cuban government is going to protect her. Now, you're talking about extraditing somebody. That is something that could happen, but you got to understand, not every foreign country has a friendly relationship with the United States of America. So it's like, you know, if Vince McMahon really wanted to, he could go off. I mean, he could go off the grid and live. That's what Roman Polanski's been doing since the 70s, you know. So I mean, people have done it. You know, the thing with the difference between Roman Polanski and Vince McMahon is Vince McMahon is from the United States of America. Roman Polanski is in his country of origin at the moment. Am I mistaken, Nate? Is Roman Polanski in his country of origin? Because it's a lot easier to be in, like, if you're not from America,
he's from France.
Yeah. And if you're from France, and if you're not from America, and you don't have any like real ties to America, you could just be like, fuck America.
I would say Chris right here on this thing is say that he's a fugitive, U.S. only.
He's a fugitive. But what country is he in?
He in France.
France. So if he's in France, he's got no reason to come back out here. Right. He's living up a French life, and the government. And I don't think the French government really cares about extraditing them.
No,
so it is what it is, man.
Chris, it's crazy. It say that Roman Polanski to face LA trial on rape lawsuit in 2025.
Oh, yeah, is he? So
did they catch him?
Yeah.
He
Is
finally
he?
got him.
Man,
Oh,
he
so
is.
yes.
He going on trial. He 90 years old.
He probably was like, "Hey, I ain't gonna be around. I ain't gonna be around for that trial, dog."
Hey, but I'm not even trying to be funny. I think a part of him like probably think he probably gonna die like before that happens.
Yeah.
He'll
he
pass
is.
away
Yeah.
before that happens. Like
Yeah, he is.
That's crazy.
It'll be a
real quick, Chris. Because
Yeah.
I agree with it. Like, I don't think I could say anything better than you have. My only question on all of this, because they made a point to keep bringing up the NDA in that statement, and like, you know, educate me and maybe some of the listeners out there. Like, didn't Vince break the NDA by not paying her?
That's the I think that's the
That's what the lawyers say.
Yeah.
right? Like, and people are saying that, and I don't. NDAs are going through a weird thing at the moment, right? Because there was a Supreme Court case a couple years ago that took away some of the power of NDAs. I don't want to misspeak on it because I don't remember what it is, but there was a court case a couple years ago that said you can't use NDAs anymore to kind of like get victims to shut up, especially if there's a crime there. There's something like that. So I don't know what that NDA is going to mean. If I'm going to guess, a lawyer's job in a situation like this, especially if it's a civil case, is to get your client as much money as you could get them. And that's probably what their end game is going to be. It's not going to be to put Vince McMahon in jail. The lawyer might say that all she wants, but if they're willing to chip her off in WWE, and WWE's got an endless amount of money right now.
Yeah.
And this is Vince McMahon back in the day. He would sometimes just not settle cases out because he knew he didn't have to, and he knew wrestlers were broke. I think a corporation like Endeavor, they'll pay for things to go away.
Yep.
I think they'll be more willing to do that than a petty ass Vince McMahon who's willing to like fight stuff. And, you know, that's how he got fucked up with Jesse Ventura, you know, like if he would have just paid Jesse Ventura out, that case would have ended immediately. But he went on the stand and lied, and Jesse Ventura, his lawyers caught him in that lie, and that's why he has to pay. They got to pay Jesse Ventura anytime they use his likeness. You know, it's one of those weird legal things, man. But I don't. If I was a guessing man, I'd be guessing that Vince McMahon probably won't go to jail. Janelle Grant is going to get her money.
That's what I think will happen too.
Yeah, WWE's going to pay her what they need to pay her. Vince McMahon is never working in WWE again. I do think a few more people might be getting fired.
For sure.
I think the people that are real close to Vince,
I think Pritchard gone.
I think that. I can't say that for sure, but I
think it's gonna happen.
If you just listen to the Bruce Pritchard show that he does with Conrad, that guy like pretty much tells on himself in every episode. I haven't listened to that show since probably 2018, but every episode of that show was just some different kind of story, you know. And I just don't see this. I don't see this ending well.
I'm pretty much of the same thing. Like that's what I think will happen. Like there'll be people who are like very, very closely tied to him. And let me rephrase. I think it might happen, but overall, like just from past WWE related court cases and things with Vince, I think it'll be more so the end result would be Janelle Grant probably gonna get a nice ass payout, and then you know that's probably gonna be the extent of the situation. I hope that there's more than that justice wise, but just judging from how things have like played out in the past, like that's kind of like, you know.
Right.
Hopefully that isn't the extent of it, because like that, like Nate said, like the stuff that's like in that filing, bro. That is like some sick shit. You know what I'm saying? So, and then on top of that, like we talked about it countless times, dog. Like she just came out of a position where her parents had passed away, and like,
Right.
vulnerable spot. You know what I'm saying? You emotional, grieving and shit, and then
Yeah.
hey, you want a job at the WWE? Where you'll be making more than whatever for basically a job that she
and that's
openly
one of the
expressed that
things
she wasn't qualified for, and like, you know what I'm saying, like that type of shit. So,
and that's one of the things they're starting to question too, right? Is like they're saying, oh, her parents were already dead, and it's just stupid, man. Just if Vince McMahon had any kind of honor to him, which he doesn't, just pay this woman and go to hell somewhere.
Yeah. So I definitely 100% believe that when we come for our first episode of the summer 2024, fellas, we will be talking about this exact same situation. But like I said, Nate, like I told you, my man, we at the 4-hour mark and we are at the last thing. All we gotta do is predictions. So hopefully this don't take an hour.
Famous
Ray,
last words.
Yeah.
Ray,
if Jay Cargill's name comes up, it might take a minute.
We've been teasing for the last 4 hours. We still got to get to the Drake Kendrick beef.
Man,
you so sure of yourself, nephew.
Man, look, we you know what? This is what we gonna do. Drake and Kendrick. I'm coming on. What's that? Tuesday's episode.
Kings of Sport.
All right.
I'm popping in if it's at the right time.
Me and Nate got another episode. We got to do review away also sometime soon.
Oh, look at that! See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Look, we can stretch things out a little bit amongst the post wrestling networks out there. Hey, real quick, go check out that episode of Postmarks featuring your boy. Go check that out.
Okay.
Check that out.
Indeed.
I told the story how my first few seconds on the high school basketball court was a turnover, and I knew shit was going down from there. I knew it was over. My shit was a wrap after that. But we gonna get into these.
Waiting for Ray to get his shine on Postmarks.
Man, hey, Ray coming up. Ray coming up. Ray, I might be able to put in a word for you, brother. You know what I'm saying? I might be able to do that.
Shout out to the good brothers over at Postmarks.
Shout out to them. We gonna get to these AEW Double or Nothing, and then we got WWE Queen of the Ring this weekend as well. Saturday and Sunday back-to-back pay-per-views. Ray, we gonna go to you first, and then Chris kick it up to you, Nate, and then I go last. But Ray, starting us off, we'll start off hot, Ray. AEW TBS Championship, Willow Nightingale defending against Mercedes Moné. It is her first match in All Elite Wrestling. She arrived 2 months ago, and now we are finally gonna get the in-ring debut. One of the best in-ring performers, man. Ray, where we at right now? We talked about Willow. You know, she just won the TBS title back at Dynasty. Everybody on this podcast thinks very highly of her. Do you think that this is the end of Willow's run, or are you on the stand that Willow should retain? What you thinking, Ray?
Hold up, Ray. Yep. Before you answer, not to put you on the spot like this, dog. You know, I want to keep this a friendly fade, but you had to mention the fam. There you go. That's what I was gonna ask, Ray. Where the graphics at, dog?
Question my gangster.
Okay, my bad, Crody.
Ray got that.
My bad, Crody. Look, I'm just gonna cut off my microphone, nephew. I'm gonna go to New Ho King and get me some fried rice with a dip sauce, and I'm blaming. I got the blaming with me.
I said, what you thinking, Ray? Who you think come out on top, and like sort of what's your stance on maybe the possibility of what people think is going to happen? Willow Nightingale's run ending after just 1 month as champion.
So when we were talking about this last month, I was kind of thinking that Willow winning the belt would put her in a lame duck position. But now that I've seen everything up with the lead up, I really think Willow is getting stronger. And I'm thinking that we did mention before, why would you put Mercedes in? Why would you put her in the as we like to term it here, the in conference game when you can have her?
They were fighting for the MEAC title
when you can have her in the Power 5, right? So I'm thinking that they're gonna find a way. I think you can find a way for Willow to win, and then I think there is a story to tell with Willow afterwards, is especially given her relationship with Chris Statlander, and then with with your man Stokely and how that can kind of get turned into a title program as well. So I think that, especially with Willow getting stronger on the mic, especially that line where I walked out the champ and you didn't walk out at all. That was flames.
Killed her.
Bars.
Put her head in the kitchen sink, but that one.
But yeah, I actually think Willow is going to pull this one out.
Okay. Hey, Ray, just to get your other point on this, like they're billing this among two other matches as a triple main event, and what I think that means is that Mercedes versus Willow is going on third from last. That's what I think that means. But there is a case for this possibly being the main event. Like, where do you stand with that, Ray? And versus the Anarchy in the Arena and Swerve Strickland's AEW World Title match, and also just from a booking standpoint, like in terms of like what do you think the crowd is going to be up for? Like, me personally, I think it'll be hard to follow Anarchy in the Arena because that shit is so fucking crazy. Like, and I think that would either have to open the show or close the show. There's no in between with that Anarchy in the Arena shit. But what do you sort of stand with that, Ray, and this being billed as a triple main event? And what do you think should be the main event, and what do you want to be the main event?
Well, we've mentioned plenty of times on this show the last match is the main event. I will give it that, even though some matches can be considered the people's main event, the match that people want to see, but the last match is always considered the main event. I don't know why people like to dub these triple main events. You're not going to have them all at the same time. So you're not going to have 3 rings around. So I do agree that I do see this one being third from the third from the bottom. So now whether or not I do kind of see, I think I would go with I would go with the especially with the storyline around the Anarchy and Arena match. I would go with that last.
Okay. So brother Nate, what you thinking about this Willow versus Mercedes match? You think coming out on top?
We talking about this Bayou Classic here, Chris. Talking about the Bayou Classic, Grambling versus Southern. I said it when we talked about this last month, and I'm gonna say it again, man. This is not the place I would have booked this match. I would have let this cook for a little bit. We see how quickly they jumped off the Mercedes as a babyface bandwagon. They're like, "Oh, this ain't working. This ain't what the people want." And I think the people were like, "Hey, TK, we're not dumb. Spin the story how you want. It's not. I missed the line. I messed up the line. You know where I was going with it, though, Ray. You know where I was going.
Not slow.
We're not slow. But here's the thing. I feel like since we are here now, and they did have a good segment on Dynamite this past week. I'm interested, but I still think it's a weird position to put Mercedes in. Like, why did she like? I think Willow alluded to it when she was talking about the TBS title. Like, why do you even care, dog? Like, why are you even coming for this? You're not here. Like, you don't even go here to use Bianca Belair's turn of phrase. I think I could see a situation where Willow wins Ray, but also, like, you want Mercedes to take an L in her first match after people been waiting this long?
Yeah, bro. It's a weird spot, though.
Yeah, like, to me, like, you put yourself in the corner you didn't need to put yourself in, TK. But being that you did, I'm gonna go with Mercedes in this one. And I hope she fully embraces her heelness in this match.
What you thinking, Chris?
In terms of a placement over Andrew, real quick, I think this match is not going to be the quote unquote main event, no matter how you try to spin the story, TK. Right. The main event either has to be Anarchy in the Arena or it has to be Swerve. I think it's going to be Anarchy in the Arena, but I kind of wish it was Swerve, to Chris's point earlier. Like, your first title defense, you ain't even in the main event, dog. How we supposed to look at your title reign, dog?
first pay-per-view jump. First
pay-per-view title defense. Yeah. How we supposed to look at you, dog? You ain't even headlining, brother.
Yeah.
So what you think about this one, Chris? Who you think coming out on top?
So I think Mercedes is gonna win. I actually really enjoyed. I know people have been shitting on Mercedes since she got there. I really enjoyed this segment with her and Willow this past week. I really am of the belief you don't necessarily have to just have Mercedes cut promos how she's comfortable cutting them. The fans will determine what they're gonna do with her. I think that's just, and that's an AEW thing anyway. You know, sometimes John Moxley and the Blackpool Combat Club, sometimes they're good guys, sometimes they're bad guys. It depends on whatever situation that they're in. I actually think Mercedes is gonna win. I've read this. I've heard several people report it. I think Thurston even reported that she's the highest paid woman in wrestling. She's beaten Willow for this belt, and she's gonna beat Chris Statlander for her belt. And she's gonna hold them both at the same time before the year.
You mean Tony Storm?
Oh no, yes, that's a Statlander. Tony Storm. She's beaten Tony Storm, and she's beaten Willow. Right. That's what I think is going to happen.
So I think I was like, we said this, like I always thought that Willow, like I was waiting for her to get her big. Like honestly, I think she could have beat Athena for the ROH Women's World Title. I think that'd have been cool. But like, I just don't get putting the time. I mean, but I get it because I mean Julia Hart was hurt, so I mean they really had no choice but to take the title off her. So. Like that was what I think was gonna happen. Was Julie was gonna beat Willow, but she had a bad show, and Julie had to get surgery, so like they had to pivot. And now Willow is in the spot that Julie is gonna be in, which is lose the TBS title to Mercedes. So that's what I think is gonna happen. I think Mercedes is gonna win the championship, and hopefully this isn't something where like Willow's like gonna be on TV for like the next 3 months, and like there's like some type of follow up for her. But yeah, hopefully that's the case. But I think Mercedes gonna win. So we're gonna move on to the we got a super chat from Gerard Brown. He say shout out to Gerard for the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. He said, I say they close the show and Willow will beat Monet to defend. The greatest story is the CEO bailing herself out to join and lead the new elite. That would. I mean, I've seen a lot of people say that.
That'd be cool.
The idea of Mercedes joining the elite. With Okada, Jack Perry, and the Young Bucks.
They need something, man. Like, that's a conversation.
I mean,
for another topic.
Yeah, that could be cool. We're gonna see. But next up, Ray.
But if they do that, she's got to be the champ. Like, I don't think you have her losing and then joining the elite.
I about to say because everybody else got belts
with the
except for Jack. But so yeah, Ray. Next up, Ray, we got the AEW International Championship. We got Roderick Strong defending against Will Ospreay. I'm gonna go ahead and say, because I got just a quick answer. I think Will Ospreay's winning this match. So, what you thinking, Ray?
Same. Quick answer.
What do you think, Chris? And then Nate.
Ospreay. Yeah.
Nate, you gonna go against the grain right here?
Nah, we gonna sweep it. Give it up for Bruvs. So if for nothing else, so that you can leave Swerve alone for the time being, dog.
There you go.
Exactly.
So we got so next up, Ray, we got the AEW Women's World Championship.
You made me put up a graphic for that.
I know, right? We done swept it.
Yeah, Timeless Tony Storm versus will be coming to the ring by Luther Mariah May versus Serena Deeb. Quick answer, another one. I think Tony's winning this match. What you thinking, Ray?
Same.
Chris?
Yeah, Tony Storm. Yeah.
Damn, that's professor on professor violence.
Right. Yeah.
Nate, you care to go against the grain?
Hey man, shout out to Serena Deeb, VA homegirl, love her. But
awesome.
DMV stand up.
This ain't it. Like, there's only one woman in this company that's gonna beat Tony Storm, and we already talked about her, and that's the CEO.
So we get next up. We got the AEW.
You might make that 5 hours, yo.
I'm telling you, we got the
we're moving at this pace.
We got a whole WWE show to talk about.
Ray, we got the AEW World Championship. Swerve Strickland defending against Christian Cage, who'll be coming to the ring by Kill Switch, Nick Wayne, and Mother Wayne. I think that Swerve is going to retain. I don't think that he loses his first pay-per-view title defense. What you thinking, Ray?
I agree. Swerve retains.
Chris?
What city are they in?
Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Yeah, if Tony Khan wants to survive the black people in Vegas, then Swerve is winning this.
Hey,
What you thinking, Nate?
come on now. Swerve ain't losing this one.
All right, so next, hey, Ray, you flying through these graphics, brother. But
I know, Ray.
So Ray, we're gonna go to this one. Trent Beretta going 1-on-1 against his former best friends, stablemate Orange Cassidy. Well, best friends is technically Trent and Chuck Taylor. But yeah, hey, real quick before we move on to the predictions, best of wishes to Chuck Taylor, man. Like he might be into his in-ring career. It might be done. Like I read that I think Fight for Select had reported that he's like working as a producer now. He's been trying that for months. Like he had a serious leg injury, lower body injury. So yeah, hopefully, he is able one day to get back in the ring. But just from all reports right now, looking like it might be the end of Chuck Taylor's in-ring career. And I'm pretty sure just from a personal standpoint, like I mean, if you're gonna go out, at least you're going out with somebody who's you've been tagging with for years. So yeah. I mean, so shout out to Trent. But like I think with this match, I think Trent's gonna get the win. I don't really think Orange Cassidy needs it. And if you are going to seriously try to go on make a case for Trent having a strong heel run, I think this is where it has to start. So he has to get the win over Orange. So yeah, I'm going with Trent. What you thinking, Ray?
I agree. I think the first match that they had on Dynamite, I believe, Orange got the win already, but then Trent went ahead and power driven him on the steps, but then Orange just got back up and got a chair, which didn't make a lot of sense.
They was cooking that motherfucking segment on Twitter. I saw that.
Yeah, but I think this could be the opening or not the opening, but with the continuation, and then have like a big blow off match between the two, and like some sort of like plunder match or a cage match between street fight. And then since they are already intimating a relationship between Orange Cassidy and Don Callis, you can possibly throw that in there. But I don't know if you want to do that when you already got a solid heel in Trent right now, right? And then you're gonna make Orange a heel like that. I don't know if they're gonna pull the trigger on that just yet, but it does throw some interesting aspects into it. But yeah, I got Trent winning this one, and then they're gonna do like a rubber match as a plunder match somewhere down the line.
What you think, Chris?
Yeah, Trent's gonna win. I think this is Trent Beretta's last chance at any kind of significant stardom in TV. Because I think he's just been around for so long. As far as Orange, I don't necessarily mind them. Like Orange Cassidy's been doing the same fucking shit since the start of AEW. It works sometimes, but there's no upward mobility. He's been doing the same thing. Maybe that's just what they want from him.
I think that's what that more leans into Ray's point. Like that's why they try to get him in this Don Callis thing to switch it up.
Right, yeah. So I don't necessarily mind. I don't mind him testing the waters with him. He can do that same kind of character and be a bad guy. I truly do believe that character is like the straight edge character, right? It's one of those things that you could be you could not care about things in a way that is like, I'm just a cool guy that's lackadaisical and I just go with the flow in a hippie kind of way, or you could be a guy that doesn't care about things in a serious way, like something serious.
Like Raven.
Yeah, something happens to one of your friends and you don't care about your friend being hurt, that's like the thing. You could do that in either way. So I'm looking forward to this actually. I do hope Trent gets a chance because I saw Conan just ether this brother on YouTube the other day.
Hey Chris, are you gonna go to Double or Nothing, or you ain't fucking?
No, I can't now because I'm still kind of healing, so I'm trying to.
Okay.
But I under normal circumstances I'd make the drive or the plane trip.
Okay. What you thinking about this match, Nate?
Yeah, Trent got to win. If Trent doesn't win, then what are we doing here? Like, what did we do this for? If Trent loses, because then he loses all momentum. So yeah, I say Trent wins on this one.
So next up, we got the IWG super chat from that good man T Anthony, always rocking with us in the chat. Shout out to T Anthony. Shout out to the $5, brother. He said Don Callis has a bunch of talent and is an old guy. Rather Trent and Orange be alone instead of being paired with the Don Callis family. Like this is the thing about the Don Callis family. Sometimes it does feel like Callis is the focus of attention opposed to the athletes. Like, and unfortunately, you know, I forgot to mention this in the notes, but this is looking like Will Hobbs gonna be out for a long time. Like he underwent surgery and like he had a surgery, so like he's gonna be out for a little minute. So I'm hoping that this will allow them to get like a fresh restart on Hobbs. So like I don't want him to come back and be like right in the same position that he is. I want him to come back and just be. So and you want to know what's so crazy, bro? I remember, and I'm not trying to be that guy that was like, oh yeah, CM Punk did. I'm not, but just from all accounts, CM Punk was the one when he was running Collision that was like, dude, Hobbs needs to be by himself. He needs to be alone. Like he is good on his own. He doesn't need X, Y, and Z. He doesn't need this person beside him and behind him. He was like, Hobbs is a solo guy. And I still believe that Hobbs can be a solo guy. So I think that while the injury is unfortunate, Nate, I think that it could be beneficial in the long run in terms of getting the chance to do a fresh restart with Hobbs.
Yeah, easily. And you know, he does need to get away from the Callis family. So you hate to see that this is gonna take the brother out of action for a little minute. But yeah, like in every setback, there's a chance for a comeback. And so yeah, I expect big things from this brother. We've been saying it for a while.
So yeah, shout out to Hobbs. But next up, Ray, we got the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship eliminator match. We got John Moxley versus Konosuke Takeshita. If Takeshita wins, then he'll get the IWGP World Heavyweight title match. I think the reason that it isn't an official title match is because Moxley has the title match against Evil coming up at Dominion. And that shit is not interesting at all. So New Japan was like, hey, you know what we're going to do? The Best of the Super Juniors final is going to main event Dominion instead of that shit. So I think that lets you know exactly where, because I think the last time that a junior heavyweight title match main evented over a world title match on the show, or it's something along the domain. I got to go back and recheck. I'll check it after this, but I think it was like been 10 years or some shit like that. So I think that goes to let you know the interest level in Evil getting the world title defense and that fucking horrible House of Torture shit that they got going on. But I cannot stand it. But they ruined so much shit in New Japan, and I'm not. It works from like a heel perspective, but it's like they ruin so many good fucking matches that take place there. Like it's like because they just constant interference. That's their whole shit. Is they interfere in everything. And I'm like, motherfuckers be having a banger, and then next House of Torture just come in and they run shit. I'm like, this shit is awful, dog. But But I think Takeshi. I think obviously Takeshi is gonna win, like to get the official title match. So what you thinking, Ray? You think Takeshi gets the win, and then that's when they'll, after Dominion, they'll give him his official title match? Because you went, hold up, let me real quick, because I know that there's a the United Japan Pro Wrestling, they do their like all together shows, and that's happening on June 15th or June 16th. Because I know Gabe Kidd challenging for the JC heavyweight. Regardless, the UJPW, that's like a collection of like all the major Japanese wrestling promotions. I think that Takeshita might get his shot against Moxley at that event, especially considering Moxley will be in Japan for Dominion like 5 days or like a week prior. So you might as well just stay and then just go do that show. So basically, I just went on a whole fucking tangent. But Ray, what do you think winning the match? Takeshi or Mox?
Now that you mentioned that, and we all know that Konosuke Takeshita has his roots from DDT as well. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see him in that particular event. So I'll go ahead. I'll agree with you in that perspective. I'll go ahead and agree with you. I think Takeshita is going to pick up the win. Like they said in the chat, T. Anthony said in the chat, the Callis family needs something right now. Like other than Ospreay. Yeah, right, you need something.
And I'm about to say shit, and Nate ain't like you. Will Ospreay, he with the Don Callis family, but that motherfucker is like above the Don. Like, it ain't even like he with them.
And then didn't Kyle Fletcher? He just got pulled out of like AAA or something. He was supposed to be doing something.
He got pulled out of that, and they replaced him with Blake Christian. He was supposed to. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, he was supposed to like team with like Nick Wayne, and like it was like a combination of like AEW talents, but they just pulled him out and swapped Blake Christian in. So that was.
Oh, so he's not hurt or anything.
I don't think so. I would hope that. But Chris, what do you think? You taking Takeshita or Mox?
I'm taking Mox. There's so many worthless factions in AEW that like from a historical standpoint too, you'll get like a faction and there'll be like and it's TK gets bored like. Whatever happened to like the Trust Busters? You know, it's like
damn
they got released.
It's exactly. That's the thing. It's like
funny kids.
Yeah, I think these factions work if they're actually like doing stuff. You know, like I used to crap on Judgment Day all the time, and I still do. But at least they're on TV and they got a role. I just don't know what these bums in the Callis family or what they're about. So just go ahead and give it to Moxley. I understand what the Blackpool Combat Club is about. You know,
right?
They're easy to understand. The Callis family, I just don't know.
We gotta take it better, Nate.
So what you saying, Chris? Is the Don Callis family matters, and the heart of the matter. Damn,
God's plan. See you.
It's God's plan. It's been a long day. Damn, I had it though. I had it. You see where I was going with it, Ray? I was like Caitlin Clark trying to pass the ball, and it was just a little bit too behind the players. Like, hey, my bad.
Hey, Nate, one more, and Kendrick Lamar gonna pop up on the podcast and discourage you.
You're gonna be like, sometimes you gotta pop up and show a nation. Certified boogeyman. That song is so great. Shout out to the chat, man. If y'all still got comments about these shows we're talking about, giving our predictions on, hit us up. Super chats, of course, get to jump the line. In terms of this match, I hear what Chris is saying about the Don Callis family. Like, I don't even know. Like, it's basically like Will Ospreay is David Ruffin.
Yeah.
And the rest of the Callis family is the Temptations. And he's looking at Takeshita. Ain't nobody coming to see you.
I should have wore that shirt. I got that shirt too.
Oh, you got ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis shirt?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I'll wear that next month.
Nice. But I think I like Takeshita a lot, man. Like, I think dude's got a lot of promise. Honestly,
he's awesome.
Here's the thing. Next. Even if this wasn't, like an eliminator match, I might be leaning towards putting the belt on Takeshita just to see if it unlocks something with him.
Yeah.
And I get there's value in Mox with the belt. But Mox don't need the belt. No disrespect.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't.
No disrespect to Martin Bushby and Dickie Birds with their fantastic podcast.
Shout out to them, man. Shout out to my guys.
Eagles don't hunt flies on these streets. But I think, given the parameters,
and you're gonna be able to see the NWA doing NWA pod.
Oh yeah, the Martin Bushby stream. You're gonna see a whole lot of people from Post Wrestling on the Martin Bushby stream. He got all the guests. He got the whole family, Crody. I think when you look.
Hey, bro. One thing I know, Drake ain't never coming on this motherfucking show.
No, man. No. No, he gonna be looking at us. I was really, really trying to keep it PG. That's what I knew he lost the battle, dog. I was like, that's how you throw it. Even though that was a good song, but he's like, I was really, really trying to keep it PG. That's how you go to war, dog.
No.
They're not like us.
Who you think coming out on top in this jump?
But I'm gonna go with Takeshita in this one. I'm gonna go with Takeshita, and then we get they run it back in Japan.
There you go. Shout out to Big Tate, man. Hopefully get his big W. And here we're gonna go with the AEW TNT Championship reign. We got a barbed wire steel cage match, aka Malachi Black ain't taking no pins out here, brother. That man, hey, bro. I'm telling you, dog. I don't know this for a fact. I have no fucking clue at all. If he could go back to WWE today, he would be back. I swear to God, bro.
Yeah,
like the thing is, like, I had such like high expectations for Malachi in AEW. Like, I thought, and it wasn't necessarily. I mean, Cody put the motherfucker over. I remember he squashed Cody on Dynamite. He beat that motherfucker like a minute, 2 minutes, squashed him. They didn't hook the leg.
He came out there with Rosario Dawson.
Rosario Dawson jumped on his back and shit like that. I remember that. But damn, Chris, you just unlocked that. I forgot about that. Jesus Christ.
I never forget about Rosario.
Chris ain't never gonna forget about Rosario on these.
But for this one, like
Rosario can get a long hug.
I ain't trying to catch no heat from Cory Booker, yo.
when I'm looking at this one, I think this is probably like the hardest one to tell, because like I can see Copeland wanting to put over Malachi, but also I think that this is a way to, but so Malachi ain't taking no pin in this match. But also, like, this is the thing, bro. I think with wrestling, I think also what makes a great wrestler is somebody who has the ability to lose without it affecting them too much, aka Bryan Danielson, who loses all the fucking time, and somehow this motherfucker's like still top of the food chain constantly. And Malachi like rarely do like one-on-one matches and stuff like that. So I think that Copeland's gonna retain, and it'll be via escaping the cage, or if they don't do that rule, it'll be like, House of Black getting involved, and then like Daniel Garcia and some shit to like come down and like help Copeland or somebody like that, and somebody along those lines to come and even odds, and then Copeland to get the win. But yeah, I'm gonna say Adam Copeland gets the W, and yeah, we're gonna go with that. So what you thinking, Ray?
We know Ray is biased.
Ray, you an edgehead, Ray?
He the preeminent black edgehead.
Or no,
I seen the vibes on Ray. He looking compromised.
Well, now what do they call? I'm a coping mechanism. I don't know what his fans are called now.
Ray said everything copacetic.
Copehead. You a copehead, Ray? What you thinking, Ray? Who you think will come out on top in a barbed wire steel cage match? AKA Malachi ain't taking no pins.
But the thing is, I just think the shenanigans are gonna be afoot.
Oh yeah, you know what's happening
with House of Black, and with Buddy, and with your boy Brody.
Crody. I'll speak on the family, Crody.
But is that really? I'm gonna say, is that like actual Canadian slang?
I've known John Pollock and Wei Ting for like 10, damn near 11 years.
Yeah.
I've never heard them boys say Crody in a sentence to me.
Hey, John and Wei, I know they're gonna listen to this at some point, but whenever they do, please, I need the answer if y'all have ever used the term Crody ever again. But hey, Ray, can you pull up that super chat from T. Anthony, please? If you wouldn't mind pulling that up again. T. Anthony said, you think you know Ray?
You think you know Ray?
Oh, he talking about the Copeland song. Oh yeah. But shout out to T. Anthony for the 2 hour super chat. We appreciate you, man. But Ray, what you think about who's winning this match?
Yeah, I think with
and Ray, how do you think it has to be a pinfall or escape the cage?
Well, the thing is, the way they're kind of
or submission. There you go. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, the way they're kind of going about with the storyline where they want Cope to kind of break past that point of no return, especially with the man's wedding ring. Who knows what they're gonna do with that? But I think, especially knowing that now he's starting to incorporate that that cross face with the broken chair leg.
Right.
So I'm thinking possibly a submission. Even though again we're gonna get all the shenanigans coming in. I think, because it'll be one thing if like a John Cena or a Cody Rhodes, you trying to get the break or trying to get to cross that line.
Well, I thought you said John Cena. I was like, Cena. But I was like, Cena get in the ring. I was like, find out.
Catching strays.
But like we were talking about earlier with these guys who are the perennial like baby faces, like the do-gooders, or like when we were talking about Stone Cold, who we know that he'll cross the line whenever he sees fit, because it's not as though he's like this upstanding citizen like a John Cena, the loyalty and respect, or like a Cody Rhodes, where he just has everybody on his back and he's got this big bright smile. But we already know that Cope, if he needs to cross the line, he'll cross the line. Like he gave the concerto to an 18-year-old child. So we know he'll cross the line when he needs to. So what Malachi is trying to get out of Adam Copeland, I don't know, but I think he might stop short of going straight into the darkness and then just makes Malachi either submit or do the Stone Cold finish where he passes out when he has him in the crossface. And again, there's another way he doesn't have to take the pin. So
yeah, but I was going to say,
got Copeland.
That might be a way to like also get Copeland his win back, because Malachi did pin him at Dynasty.
Yeah, was it a tag match or the
tag match.
trios?
Yeah, he spit the mist on him, and then I think he gave him the black mass. I forgot what it's called now, but yeah, Chris,
the game over or the end.
The end, yeah, that's what it's called. But Chris, who you got in this match? Who you think winning?
Okay, so with my boy Tommy and Malachi Black, I just got one question for him that I got for everyone else. What are you gonna do in WWE that's gonna be different than what you're doing in AEW?
No, but
there's a lot of
NXT, that NXT run got us hot.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's like people like. There's a lot of mid-carders in WWE that don't got shit to do right now either. You know, let's not pretend that this is just the AEW problem.
Shout out to the boy Andrade.
Right? Yeah, it's like you if you go to WWE, unless they're giving you a raise. I know your wife is there, so that's a bonus. But unless they're giving you a raise, that is a lateral move, my dude.
You're gonna be locked in that room again.
Right. Yeah. I just don't see, like, I think WWE has their stars intact. The main eventers in WWE are gonna be in that position.
I about to say, Chris, you can name them: Cody, Drew,
right,
Punk, Roman. Who else you throw up there? Seth.
Damian Priest. I'll throw him.
Damian Priest right now.
Yeah. Like you're not no one from AEW that's not like a bigger is just skipping the line.
I'm about to say Chris like a Cody Rhodes.
Cody Rhodes is skipping the line. If Moxley went back, but he's under contract,
skipping them.
He's skipping. Like there's a few people that will skip the line, but that's not your story, Tommy. And
they're the same people that skipped the line when they came to AEW. Like,
right? Yeah.
True.
Yeah. It just is what it is. But saying that, I do think this story could turn into something for Malachi Black if he puts his heart into it, right?
Yeah.
If he's, you gotta stop the fucking crying about this shit, man. Because you go to WWE and then when the same thing happens, it's just stupid. I think Adam Copeland is winning this. I do. And I think if they play it right, it could turn into something good. Tony Khan just confuses himself all the time with the booking. So I don't know if he's gonna look at this and then get a shiny new toy and want to leave this behind. But so far I haven't hated this. I thought it's been okay, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
What you thinking, Nate?
I'm gonna go with Ray and say Copeland on these streets. I'm also gonna say, Andrew, your prediction is about to fail spectacularly because we got 17 minutes and ain't no way we get through a whole WWE PLE in 17 minutes, brother.
Yeah. Even though
if you bet the over, congratulations tonight.
Well, even though I think they're only right now, as of right now, and they're still going through the tournaments too. Like, there's only like 3 confirmed matches.
Yes, it's 5.
We still ain't gonna make it in
wait.
5 hours, right? We still got to wrap up too.
That is true.
We ain't gonna make
10 minutes for the wrap up.
There you go.
But Nate, you got Copeland.
Yeah, I got Copeland.
All right, so yeah, I think Copeland is going to retain as well. So the last match on the Double or Nothing card, we got the Anarchy in the arena. We got the Elite, Matthew Jackson, Nicholas Jackson, Kazuchika Okada, and Jungle Boy Jack Perry versus Bryan Danielson, Dax Hardwood. The returning Darby Allin, who got hit by a fucking bus a couple of weeks ago. And Cash Wheeler as well. But Darby did say that he's not 100%. Yeah, buddy, I would think so. You got hit by a bus. I would think so. You're not one. And then on top of that, he's still recovering from a broken foot, Nate, that happened 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
and then so, but I think that this is going to be the Elite winning this match, and I think that Bryan Danielson is going to take the pin because that's what Bryan Danielson does. I think that he's going to be the one. He's going to be the one that's going to be like, "Hey guys, pin me." But and let me just say this, but I hate that Danielson is doing this to himself. I really like. There's a part of me that genuinely wants like that. Let me say this: I want it. I don't really want it now, but I wanted him to be AEW World Champion. But I quickly realized that Danielson does not want that. I just think that he just doesn't care about having that level of responsibility again. Like, okay, I got to lead this shit. I don't think that he wants to do that anymore. So and then it's an interesting point. So yeah, I think the Elite is winning. And Nate, I actually want to go to you first, and then we're gonna go to Chris, and then go to Ray for this specific one because I want to get your thoughts on this. Danielson's contract is expiring before All In. It's up, like before All In. Like so, before we get to the stadium show, his contract is expired. And he was talking about like what he wants to do is like wrap up his full-time in career in Tacoma in October at the Wrestle Dream show. Mm-hmm. Just what do you think about like the void that is going to be left on AEW TV once Bryan Danielson is no longer there as someone who is in a high position backstage, but also someone who is at the level that he is and being willing to essentially take the pin in all these big matches without any complaints. Like you're leaving a huge star that is no longer going to be that available anymore to you to just be like, okay, I'm going to come and do this match with Will Ospreay and I'm going to lose to Will Ospreay. I'm going to come and do this match with Eddie Kingston and I'm going to lose to Eddie Kingston. I'm going to come and do this match with this star and I'm going to lose to this star because that's the right thing to do. And I had my time in the sun. What do you think about who's going to win this Anarchy Arena match and also Danielson essentially wrapping up his full-time in-ring career this year and his contract being up before we even get to All In?
Yeah, I'll start with the second part first. Like I think, you got nothing but respect for this man, Bryan Danielson, DBD on these streets.
Respect.
For the length and breadth of his career. I think, there is going to be a void, but that also presents an opportunity, nephew, for somebody who wants to kind of take that role, like somebody who wants to step up and be like, okay, I'll be the vet now that still can put out bangers, but my job here is not to bring shine upon myself, it's to elevate others, whether that be, Copeland or whether that be, Moxley in a year or so, that they, somebody's going to have to step up into that role. And we'll see who that is. But yeah, I think he's still going to be a presence. And, even as a special attraction or something like that, he's still going to mean something to this company. And I feel like, eventually we're going to get the Bryan Danielson version of what they just gave Sting this past year, where you get that, that farewell tour that we all know you deserve. When it comes to this match, I think this is going to be a fun match, crazy match, probably going to be the match that closes the show. Bryan Danielson, we know a lot of things about this man. He is a great wrestler. He is a vegan. He's probably a bit of a pacifist in some respects, Ray. And so I think when he's heading into this match, he's probably sitting alone in the dressing room, just looking up to the sky. And he's like, God, my confession is yours, but who am I if I don't go to war? Woo! Bars, Kendrick. Bars, brother. So I think this is going to be a hell of a match, but it makes no sense whatsoever for the Elite to lose this match. Yeah. Not at this stage, because I even heard Chris earlier sounded like he was kind of, snickering, like, the Elite kind of need Mercedes. They kind of need some juice right now. Like we still see them as this top group, but they ain't got the juice they had even a month ago. I think the Elite need this, but also this ain't the group. This ain't the collection of people with FTR, Darby, and Bryan Danielson. This ain't the collection of people, nephew, that is going to end this story. We all know it's going to be Kenny coming back. It's going to be Hangman probably coming back. It's going to be a specific group of people that is going to, quote unquote, end the Elite. Like, that's how the story's got to go.
Hey, Nate, how fire would this be if it was Danielson? If it was FTR, Kenny, and CM Punk. That'd have been the four AEW. That should. I always think about like what could have happened.
You could have had it, Tony. You could
have had it, man. But shit happened the way it happened. But Chris, what you thinking about who gonna win this match? And also, Chris, because I wanted to ask you this because I know you've always like touched on these type of things in terms of people going back places XYZ and with Danielson's contract. Do you think you ever not even this year, but do you ever think Danielson will go back to WWE? You think he'll ever go back?
Yeah, to collect his Hall of Fame.
I
think he's kind of at home in AEW in a weird way. I think like AEW, this is what the wrestling industry's always needed is an AEW. Daniel Bryan Danielson can be in AEW, make millions of dollars a year.
Backstage role, Chris.
Backstage role, kind of. I think Bryan Danielson wants to wrestle. That's his main thing. He likes the art of wrestling, and in WWE, they put him in a lot of goofy stuff, he really doesn't want to do the goofiness, and I think if he goes back to WWE, he'd be fine. I don't think anything. I think he'd skip the line. I mean,
Chris, he's skipping the line.
Yeah. But I think like I think at this stage in his career, and this is Daniel Bryan's going to be this is retirement number 2 for him. I think he's going to have a retirement number 3 and 4. Just because
like Muda.
Just because of his personality, man. I think he likes being home with his daughters and being with his family and all that stuff. I really do think he enjoys that, but I do
you don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, I think he's married to the ring as well. That's his thing, and I don't think he could escape. In AEW, the obligations aren't as
it's not needy.
He doesn't have to be on the road all the time and make towns like crazy. So I think he's staying in AEW. I think the Elite, and I gotta say, Jack Perry is just so unspectacular on the microphone.
He said unspectacular.
I do like the idea because this is the first time I heard it of Mercedes joining them. If she joins them, she needs to be the fucking leader. Just point blank.
You know that shit ain't happening.
But I mean, the problem with that group is I don't know who the leader is. The Young Bucks are there like being dorks all the time.
Hey man, they got them shoes coming out, Chris.
Right? Yeah, I'll get the Reeboks. I like Reebok shoes. Like I do think that they would benefit from like Mercedes being the leader, and just again Jack Perry. He's the same guy he was before he left. He does make good face expressions, but I like when he talks, he's not like Shawn Michaels early in his
he doesn't like pop off the screen to you.
No.
Right, yeah, he just doesn't. That's not his strong suit. We'll see what happens, man.
But Chris, you think the Elite getting a W in this one?
Yeah, I think they're winning. Yeah.
Okay. What were you taking, Ray? Who you got winning?
I got the Elite winning as well.
Okay.
And this kind of remind me, it's kind of like the actual like real life version. I don't know if you guys remember last year. I believe it was Full Gear, where there was this storyline since MJF was defending the ROH Tag Championships by himself, and he had to defend his AEW World Championship later on in the evening. Like, he got so severely hurt that they were thinking about putting Adam Cole, who was legitimately injured, into MJF's place. And that's the real life version that we're seeing is you see Eddie Kingston go out, and who do you replace him with? A man who got hit by a bus and broke his leg. And that's the lucky part, because we're lucky this Bama didn't go to Mount Everest and somehow die that way. But now you got him in there. So I think I'm still gonna take the Elite, but instead of Daniel Bryan Danielson taking the pin, I think I'm gonna go with your boy from the other guy, the other Washington State guy, Darby Allin, gonna take the pin on this one. Anybody left? I think we all said Elite.
Yeah,
the Elite. That's what I'm going with.
Oh, am I back?
Right. Yeah, you back.
Okay. I better say I had tapped out for a minute. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I said, am I still here? I can't see Ray.
Yeah, you hear.
All right. Hey, Ray, can you hear me, Ray?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Wait, Nate, you can hear me, right? And Chris, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
What is going on? I can hear him. Tell him I can hear him.
Yeah, I'm guessing we back. But, there you go. I see Ray now.
Okay. I felt like a ghost for a minute. Like nobody can see.
Am I battling ghost or AI?
Right, that's I
feel like Joel Osteen. Remember, he was in the movie called AI, and my sixth sense telling me.
Hey, Nate, you know what that was? That little blackout we just had, that was Wei Ting kicking us off.
Like, we're going to get for under 5 hours somehow, some way.
Wait, hit us with that cease and desist. Put a cease and desist on a Like That record. Oh, man, you don't like that record? Back to back. I like that record. I'm going to get back to that for the second.
Nah, you and these damn Kendrick references. But okay, so we
it's gonna be crazy when they do that, like Spotify, like your year in review.
Your rap.
I already know, man. Like not like us, and like at least 2 more of these diss tracks gonna be in my top 5.
So we got the Saturday, we got the King and Queen of the Ring from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. We're gonna start off with this one. We're gonna finish off with the tournament matches, but we got a triple threat match for the WWE Intercontinental Championship. We got Sami Zayn versus Chad Gable versus Bronson Reed. I think that Sammy is going to retain, and this is going to set up Sammy versus Chad at Clash at the Castle, and Chad is going to beat Sammy 1-on-1. That's what I think is happening.
So yeah, what you thinking, Ray? Triple threat in the Continental title. Who you think walking away?
Man, this is actually a tough one because like you do want to continue to push Gable as far as like being this big bad heel, but then you don't want to peak it too early. And I mean, even though Sammy, he's already it's been 2-3 months since or
He be going
not even like a month.
Yeah, been a month. Yeah,
about 2 months since Mania, since he won it there. So yeah, I'm in the same boat as Andrew. I'm gonna go with Sami Zayn defending successfully.
If I pin, you think you're gonna pin? You probably most likely gonna pin Bronson, taking the pin. Yeah. So what you thinking of? No, I don't think they're gonna pin Chad. I don't think they're gonna do that.
You don't think?
No, because I think that the end goal is him being champion. And I don't think you want to pin him. Like I think you put Bronson, take the pin, it'll be all right. pin Bronson, because I think the end game is Chad Gable winning the title. True. But yeah, no, I'm with you. It's funny you got the Money in the Bank symbol right there, because I mean I can see that.
That just happened to be on the page when I pulled it up.
Man, you see that, Nate? That brother professional.
That's how Ray do it.
That brother professional. He making plays even when he ain't trying to. Look at him, legend. What you thinking, Chris? Who you think?
Raymondo.
Yeah. We ain't heard that Lexus go off yet. But Chris, who you think winning this match in 3-way? Sammy, Chad, Bronson.
So Sammy, yeah.
What you thinking, Nate?
Chris had no enthusiasm on that one. So we're gonna make these predictions for this show that I won't be watching because I'll probably be at work, and also, I still ain't rocking with this whole Saudi Arabia gimmick. But I'm gonna go with Sammy on this one. I think it's too early to take. Not only is it too early to take the belt off of Sammy, but this is not the venue for you to do it in my opinion. Because this is, even though they have made these Saudi shows more kind of integrated into the main WWE continuity, they're still kind of like
it's a house show.
Yeah, like side missions, side quests. Sammy retains.
So next up we got the WWE Women's World Championship. We got Becky Lynch defending against Liv Morgan. Nate, I'm gonna kick it over to you first, and then I'm gonna go to Chris. Let me go to Ray. Nate, the word is that Becky Lynch has not re-signed a new WWE contract, and literally right after this show, or sometime after, a week after, Becky Lynch is going to be a free agent. That's if she hasn't re-signed a deal yet. But as of the latest reporting, Becky Lynch's deal is like literally up like in like next week. So one would assume that Liv is going to get the title, but again, we don't know, because I mean, what I'm saying, last time we thought Drew McIntyre's contract was expiring, Rock posted a video of him grifting Drew McIntyre's new deal, so maybe they'll get some last minute thing. That Seth Rollins did re-sign a new deal, Nate. So he's sticking around, of course, that's Becky Lynch's husband. I'm not saying that means that she'll re-sign, but so I think with that information, I think Liv is going to get the belt, especially considering that Becky got the belt because Rhea got hurt. But I think that Liv is going to win the belt, and they'll give her a nice little title run until Rhea comes back. But Nate, what do you think this one goes? And also, what do you think about Becky Lynch's contract expiring, man? Becky AEW, you never know. Becky AEW.
Yeah, I was going to select Liv even without knowing that information, Andrew, because to me it just makes more sense from a story perspective. Because we're introducing this heel Liv Morgan character, which is to me like when she had the belt before it. I didn't believe it, man. Like, I'm crazy. I'm extreme. Like, no, you're not. No, you're not. They just got tired of Ronda and Charlotte holding it. So here, have it for a few months. But this Liv Morgan, I like the Liv Morgan revenge tour angle. I like Liv being petty. I like, Liv is like, let me show you why I'm the biggest hater. I like this version of Liv. Becky, I think, is going to resign because I do believe, like, even though, it's not always a factor, I think, when you have a couple like Seth and Becky, it's kind of like a package deal.
Of course, like especially when you got a child involved.
You got a family to raise, but you don't know nothing about the heart. So yeah, I'm going with Liv Morgan because like the fact that they've gotten me, if not excited, at least interested in a Liv Morgan title reign means they've done something right with the storytelling. So yeah, Liv takes it here.
What you thinking, Chris?
I don't see them pulling the trigger with Liv. I think Becky is the winner. I think, like, here's the thing. I never say never in wrestling. So if Becky decided she wasn't re-signing it really wouldn't surprise me that much because I just learned not to be surprised in this thing anymore. But I do think she's sticking around. Here's the problem with Raw at the moment. It's not great. Especially since Cody isn't on there anymore. They really aren't hitting on all cylinders, and I think Becky is a known commodity. And I think if they were gonna put the belt on Liv, they would have just did it on that episode of Raw. So I think Becky is holding on for a little bit, and someone else, maybe Liv, will take the belt off of her, but I think Becky's holding on to it for a second.
What you thinking, Ray?
I was kind of in the same boat as Chris until he just said what he said about, because I was thinking about that too. You would have put it on Liv. You would have put the belt on Liv in that battle royale. But now you have this story. She's always coming up second in these battle royales, in these Royal Rumbles. But now she's going to have the motivation. I got you one-on-one now. There's no escaping. I'm not getting thrown over a rope. And I'm going to beat you straight up. And I'm going to get the 1, 2, 3. So with that mindset, I think Liv is going to go ahead and take the championship.
Okay. So next up, we got the undisputed WWE Championship. We got Cody Rhodes defending against Logan Paul. There is no shot that Logan Paul is winning. I think Cody Rhodes is going to retain. But what I will say is that I think this is a prediction I got. I think that Logan is going to win Money in the Bank, and he is going to win the belt in his hometown in Cleveland at SummerSlam. That's what I think.
Which belt though?
The World Heavyweight title, not the undisputed. I say Chris the one that Priest has right now. I think that he'll win the World Heavyweight title. I think he'll cash in at SummerSlam.
Do they like him in his hometown?
No. I don't think it's a matter of like a baby face thing.
I'm just curious in general.
Oh, you talking about do we got love in Cleveland?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. But more so, I think it's about like the heel Logan Paul character being like, I won the title in my hometown, and these people love me. They probably gonna boo the shit out of him when it happens. But I think that Logan is probably gonna win Money in the Bank this year, and that's gonna be the route that they go. And I don't know who take the title off, but that's just like a prediction that I was thinking about. I think there are plenty other ways to go other than that, but that's just something I think might happen. But for this specific match, I think Cody is taking it. What you thinking, Ray?
Same. I think Cody's going to take it. But I do want to ask you a question based on your prediction about Logan Paul winning the Money in the Bank. When is Clash at the Castle?
June. That's like 2 weeks after this pay-per-view. 3 weeks maybe. It's like June 16th.
So if we're in the prediction mode or like future like fantasy booking, we already think that since that's going to be in Scotland now.
Yeah, Drew challenged for the title. Pre said he was. He said that's when, like that's not when, but he's granting him a world title match when he's cleared. And I'm assuming that'll be where that match take place. But I don't think Drew's winning though. That's you about to ask me.
Okay.
I think Punk gonna cost him the title
again.
In Scotland, because Punk's gonna be in Scotland. So So I think
the building.
I think that is like one of the more interesting dynamics because I'm curious to see how that crowd reacts to him because I think that they'll do that thing where they'll be like cheering for CM Punk to begin with, but then once they realize like he's up against Drew, they're gonna play along and boo the shit out of him. But yeah, I think it's gonna be Drew versus Priest for the world title, and then Drew is gonna have another Clash of the Castle moment. Remember when he faced Reigns in 2022 and Solo pulled him out the ring? I think Punk is gonna do that exact same thing to him in Scotland. Like it'll be like he hit him with the Claymore 1, 2, and then Punk pull his ass out the ring. Boy, that crowd gonna be pissed. They are going to be pissed. Could you like? I'm talking about just story wise. Like, just imagine that. Like at the same event, the same thing happened. You hit the Claymore, the 1, 2, and then somebody come pull his ass out of the ring. Then CM Punk do the same thing. Like you take the hood off slowly.
Yeah.
But oh my god, that'd be crazy. Then Drew beat his ass at whatever Money in the Bank or something like that. But yeah, whenever they do have that one-on-one match, I think Drew need to beat Punk. Punk will be all right. He'll be all right. He ain't sweating it. But yeah. But yeah, that's what I think is gonna happen. If that's what you about to ask. That's what I think.
Yeah, because I was kind of thinking like in my head I had Drew winning at Clash of the Champion and or Clash at the Castle.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
and then
going back to WCW, right?
I know, right? But then turn around a month later and lose it. Like, I'll lose it to Logan Paul of all people.
I think it's like a 2-month gap right there between Money in the Bank and But I know.
But I thought Money in the Bank is usually in July and
it is
August. It's usually in August.
Money in the Bank is in July. SummerSlam is in August.
Yeah. Okay. So I could see, but then you will have a different storyline where you got kind of if you already have Priest who won it through the Money in the Bank, and then he'll lose it through the Money in the Bank.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? It's so much at play right there. But overall, like in terms of what you was asking, I think that Punk is most definitely about to fuck McIntyre over. Yeah. He's not about to let that man get his moment. It ain't happening. And I think that when Drew eventually wins the title, it will be after he beats CM Punk 1-on-1. So there you go. What you think, Chris? Cody or Logan Paul?
Oh, Cody. I don't need to
Another quick one.
What you thinking, Nate? Cody or Logan Paul?
Well, we talking about this man, Logan Paul, Ray Williams. He comes to PLEs when he needs his check balanced. Let me break it down. This the real wrestler challenge. He's not a colleague. He's a fucking colonizer. Cody Rhodes, man, come on. What are we doing here? Like, Logan Paul is not winning this. Like, Logan Paul is not going to win a title by going one-on-one on somebody in an honorable fashion. It's got to be through nefarious means, if you will, which the Money in the Bank contract can lead to. Logan loses here. Like, it. Honestly, Cody's gonna give him a good match, tell a good story, but it really shouldn't even be super competitive. Like, it should be competitive, but come on now, Cody, the class of the locker room, at least on the SmackDown side. Yeah, Cody wins, easy dub.
Yeah,
Cody. Yeah, I think. My damn thing. Okay. All right, I'm back. My jump. I don't know what I don't know what was going on for a minute. But we got the last two things. We got the Queen of the Ring tournament final. So I'm gonna just do this by matches. That way it can be easier. So we got Io Sky versus Lyra Valkyria. I think Io is going to get the win. And then we got Nia Jax versus Bianca Belair. I think Nia is going to beat Bianca Belair. So I think that I was going to be Io versus Nia in the finals, and then Nia will be the Queen of the Ring. So, Brother Nate, I know you've been on the Nia Jax bandwagon for a minute, brother. So I'm going to ask you this first, so you just get your quick ones in. So we got Io versus Lyra. Who you got?
Where is the finals being held?
It's Saudi.
So they doing the everything in one night?
No. The semifinals happening this week.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
And the finals happen at the pay-per-view on Saturday.
Okay. Because I was trying to form a situation where this played out at Clash at the Castle, because then Lyra would have like at least a home continent advantage. But being that that's not the case, it's weird because I think EO should win this match, but EO Nia, like I don't think that's the play. As much as I love me some Nia Jax,
I mean,
so I'll go.
I'll be forgetting EO not a babyface no more.
Yeah,
right?
I'll go EO and Bianca because then if Bianca wins, then you still have some. You can start simmering with Bianca and Jade eventually.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll go Bianca wins.
Okay. So you got Bianca EO in the final.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that also kind of makes sense because of the damage control shit. Like she always talking about she done with damage control. No, you're not, sister. Got to go back. but yeah, Chris, who you got? We got EO versus Lyra, and then we got Nia versus Bianca, and then the winners face each other at pay-per-view. What you got?
I'm kind of in Nate's boat on this one. I just didn't understand what the fuck was going on with Jay this Friday. You left AEW for that shit. I'm hoping that it gets better. Because it's like Jay.
What was wrong with the what she got? The squad. She hit now over the chair because she yelled.
I don't want to discuss it. My breath is not worthy of discussing that.
Damn.
But yeah, I hope Jade lasts, and I hope because I'm always back and forth with Jade. Like they'll do one thing where I'm like, oh, that was great, and then something like that in front of her fucking kid.
But she came out on top though. Like she didn't win the match because she disqualified herself, but she beat the shit out of Nia.
I guess. Okay.
No. I just didn't think it was like that. Like it would have been another thing if Jade like got her ass beat, but like she the only reason she stand out on Nia was because Nia did that shit. She said,
but when you
her mom said to her daughter,
like when you do stupid stuff and that happens, I don't know.
I don't really think that was stupid.
Let's move on, please. This isn't something I'm gonna discuss.
You ain't got to talk about it. Let me talk.
Yeah, I just can't do it with this.
Shut it down.
Yeah, I'll let y'all talk about it.
This is my thing about like the Jay and Nia match. I'm like, okay, she went over to her daughter and was like, "Your mom sucks," and Jay was like, "Nah, fuck that." And then the thing is, Nia was the one who initiated the chair into the match. She tried to hit Jay. Jay blocked and it was like, "Motherfucker, you just tried to hit me with the chair and you just yelled at my daughter. Now I'm gonna hit you with the chair." And that was just like, I mean, to me, that was like, okay, that's an understandable reaction, especially having those two sequences happening back to back. And then on top of that, she bloodied her face up a little bit. And then on top of that, Jay was the one who beat the hell out of her post match and was going at her. So like to me, that makes sense, and it was an easy way to avoid doing Jay versus Bianca this early because that was way too early to do.
Or beating Nia this early because she's really like one of the few credible heels they have.
Right? Is Nia winning the thing?
And then on top of that, you don't want Jay to lose. You definitely don't want that. And then you're like Nate said, you don't want Nia to lose.
They probably shouldn't have booked this match this early.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. Is like, why was this even booked?
But it was either like I think that they were trying to like see. This is the thing with the Queen and King of the Ring tournaments. Like this is my thing, right? People have to lose, right? You can't just. And then on top of that, you can't just have a bunch of lackluster ass motherfuckers in a tournament field because that shit makes the shit boring. Like, just imagine if it was just wrestler A, wrestler B, who isn't that popular on Monday Night Raw in the finals, and shit would be so predictable. But when you have a lot of big names in it, it makes
this
it
Shotzi Blackheart disrespect is not gonna stand, Andrew.
See, look, I ain't even say Shotzi. You see, you on that bullshit. I ain't even say Shotzi. You see that, Ray? You see that, Ray?
No, I saw it.
But you saw that, Chris. I didn't even say that. See, you see, Nate. But see, like when I'm looking, I'm like, this is kind of the way to go.
Getting messy now.
But Nate sort of changed my thinking on it because I remember that EO was a heel, so I can see Lyra versus Nia. But either way, I think Nia is gonna win Queen of the Ring. That's what I think. Yeah. So, but Chris, like when
really like thinking about it, and from Chris's perspective, really it should have been Jade, EO, Bianca, Nia, and then however you want to do the brackets up. If you don't want Jade and Bianca to face this soon. Like, I think Bianca could absorb a loss to Nia through nefarious means.
Yeah, she right. And I'm about to say Nate, and then on top of that, Tiffany probably would cost her the match anyway.
Yeah. I think like with Jade, I don't think they're handling her booking with the care and precision that
she got to be protected.
Yeah, I thought they would have done it with, you know. Do you, like I said, I can't like waste my breath on stuff like this because I just think Jade is just so like, it's just like what they used to call her a diamond in the rough or whatever. I just think she's that kind of talent, and you gotta, you gotta be careful with that. That's all is the most I'll say about that.
Just wait till you get Jade versus Shotzi next week, Chris. Your tune gonna change, brother.
Right.
Shout out to Shotzi Black up, man. She caught us straight.
So what you got? What you got, Ray? We got Io versus Lyra, and then we got Nia versus Bianca, and then the winners will face each other at the pay-per-view.
I'm in the same boat as you, nephew. I think I got Lyra. I got Lyra winning, and I got to my own surprise, and what I don't realize, like,
speak on it, Ray.
Nate doesn't even stand up for his own queen. He got his own queen going down. I gotta
don't speak on the family, Crody.
My issue with Nia winning it is them turning the tournament into is them doing like the joke stuff, and that's one of the things I don't necessarily want them doing with if Nia wins it, have her win it and be it, but don't like do all the the
extra shit, like walk around with the crown and shit. You want to know what I miss about the king? Like the queen, not the king. The queen wasn't even around back then, but the King of the Ring tournament is back. I remember what was that, the King of the Ring 2002?
Yeah.
I was for that fucking loser Brock Lesnar had won it. I have no more nice things to say about Lesnar, especially after the things in that loss. But I remember when he won it. I remember the stakes that were on the line was, I know y'all remember this, was the winner gets a WWE Championship match against The Rock at SummerSlam. That was the incentive. Like now you just win the tournament. It's like, okay, you get the crown. But now, like I just wish it was like, okay. Winner gets a shot at the world title
because that's what happened with Booker T also, right? Like when he won he won it, and then he beat Rey Mysterio for the belt. It made it seem legit, and I think that people, when they try to do what Booker T did so good with that stuff, because Booker T he was a clown, but he was also like a serious person, and it's just really hard to kind of capture those beats, you know.
I don't want to see Nia out here doing accents.
Yeah, I don't want her to. I don't want to see her
which is hypocritical from a dude that just spent the last 5 hours doing Canadian accents.
Right? Yeah. but you're not trying to win titles out here, you know. But like with Nia, it's just, I don't want to see that, right? And I can see the temptation of them trying to do that with her, because I think that was the problem with the King of the Ring after Booker T won it. They turned it into a joke.
Yeah, it was a gimmick.
And then it became like a bad thing for you to win. It was like you win this thing.
They started calling her like Queen Nia and shit like that.
Yeah. So I hope that they just.
She's always been my queen, nephew.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is though with Nia, and I'll kind of go back to what you were talking about with the like the title opportunity as well. But with Nia, it's like you've already had all this stuff where she goes up against Rhea in Australia, loses the title. She's in the Royal Rumble, or she's in the Battle Royale, loses, gets tossed out. So I think she needs something to build herself back up. And then you could make Nia, like, you already have her. Like, I know we're far past my whole stuff. And now I think that she is kind of making herself into a legitimate threat where it's like people are not trying to cross her. And I think that she can be that person, at least within the queen role, that can be like, I'm not, I already told you I'm the beast. Now you already know it. I just don't have the belt, but I'm gonna get the belt.
If you look, like, let's go back and look at King of the Ring. So Bret Hart, they gave it to him because of the Hogan crap. That was just them being nice. Owen Hart did get a title match after he won the King of the Ring. King fucking Mabel fought Diesel for the belt after he won the King of the Ring. And then after Mabel, who was it? It was Triple H. And he kind of stayed in that no, it was Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he got a title shot. Triple H kind of stayed in that mid-card purgatory for a little bit. But it's like the King of the Ring, I think, should and the Queen of the Ring now should lead to a title match. Even if you don't officially say it, it should be unofficially recognized. That's something that would happen with you. Because that's what they historically did with the King of the Ring. And who won it was the Queen's Crown last year. Is that what they called it?
Zelina Vega.
Yeah, and they've already established her as just not really much on the wrestling front.
Zelina got a tag title match.
yeah, exactly. So it's like, if you're gonna do this, you got to do it right and establish that as something that a wrestler should want to win. Not as a joke thing.
I think Gunther kind of alluded to it when he pretty much he threw his name in the hat once he lost his Intercontinental title. He said, I'm gonna go into the King of the Ring, I'm gonna win it, and I'm gonna be able to choose whatever title that I go for. So I think he already kind of
that's because they treat Gunther like a fucking actual wrestler, like gives a shit about things like that. Like Gunther feels like the most serious person even when he's not in wrestling. I feel like shit.
That's true. I like that. I like that about him too.
Gunther feels like one of those people where everybody be laughing and he'd be like, ain't shit funny. Like he feels like one of those people. But speaking of Gunther, but wait, just last time, we'll go around the horn real quick. I got Nia winning. Ray, who you got?
Yeah, I got Nia and Lyra meeting up in Saudi and Nia winning.
Okay, so you got?
I've got I got who Nate said. You said
Bianca.
Bianca, and I think that's gonna happen.
I say with you and Nate.
Hey, did y'all see that rumor about Bianca being pregnant?
That shit was stupid.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to.
Bianca.
We got the King of the Ring tournament final. We got Gunther versus Jey Uso, and then we got Randy Orton versus Tama Tonga. It's gonna be Jey Uso versus Tama in Saudi, and I think that I think Jey Uso gonna win. He's gonna be the King of the Ring. I don't think they're gonna give it to Tama over him just yet. I feel like Tama getting a win over Randy. That's because they're gonna be like, nigga, that's your King of the Ring. That was my third one. Don't take me off the air, y'all. That was my third one. Jesus Christ. Well, okay, so but I think
we don't want to hear you say. That's what Wade's saying right now. Wade, listen to the show.
But that just slipped out. So I think that Jey Uso is going. Can we move on, please? I think that.
Nephew.
I think that Jey Uso. See, this is what happens when I get into these conversations with y'all, because I get excited. See, I feel like Tiffany Stratton. I get too comfortable. You see
right. Tiffy time.
Tiffy time. Now it's Drury time. Oh my God. Dickie Bird, put it on a t-shirt.
Yicky times.
Underdog, put it on a t-shirt.
Yicky time.
So we got I think Jey Uso is gonna beat Tama Tonga, but I think that for WWE it's like, bro, we about to give you a win over Randy. That's your King of the Ring win right there. Be happy with that, because you ain't winning the whole thing. They had beat Angelo. They had him beat who he beat last week, LA Knight, and then now he probably about to get a win over Randy. So it's like, all right, but I think ultimately it's gonna be Jey Uso versus Tom, and then Jey wins. Ray, what you thinking?
I could see now, and especially now that you guys were talking about how Jay is pretty much getting all the shine on him since Backlash. I could see that final happening, and I could see Jay winning.
What do you think, Chris?
I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if Tama Tonga won, but
then his dad win.
Yeah,
Haku?
he won.
Okay.
He like, but that was before the tournament days, but he did win it.
Oh, okay.
I definitely think that Jay is just the best person to win this at this moment in time, because like I said, they've gotten multiple chances with Jay and dropped the ball with him so many, and I didn't think they were going to get another chance with him. So I think this is a good way to segue him into the main event scene, right? Maybe you could eventually have him feud with Logan Paul, like after a while.
Okay,
You could do stuff like that. It's just So this stuff I don't mind talking about. Sorry for what happened earlier, Andrew, because the Jade stuff is it hurts my soul, and I'm already going gray in my beard, and
it hit a chord, Chris.
What?
It hit a chord.
It did. The Jade stuff hits the chord.
Probably A minor.
I swear, I like really regret not having somebody in the chat like doing like a Nate Kendrick counter, like in the children.
It's probably ridiculous.
But Nate, what you thinking?
Whoever's in charge of the Kendrick counter like that probably broke 2 hours ago. But I'm going with Jay for the reasons I said earlier in the show. Like, I think not only, to Chris's point, it feels like it's time to fully elevate Jay into the main event scene and not just have it be a slogan, but I feel like also it gives Jay something to use in the bloodline story when Roman comes back. Because, Roman's going to try to get his brothers back together, get the crew back together. And Jay's kind of like, yo, I did this. I won the King of the Ring. Who knows? Maybe he gets a world title opportunity off of this. Like, I did this without you, dog. I did this without you, Oos. So there's just more drama to that story before ultimately, the original bloodline gets back together. So yeah. Plus, them cats in Saudi gonna go crazy for this damn Jey Uso entrance. So I give it to Jay.
Hey, Nate, real quick, just add, like, I'm gonna ask Chris and Ray this too. When do y'all think is the best time to include Jacob Fatu into the fold? And like, where do y'all think I think he's gonna stand with Tama Loa, and then Solo. I think that he's gonna stand with them. Like, what do y'all think is the best time to include him into the mix? And like, how do y'all sort of just go from there? Because like I think that, because I remember I saw a report about this, that there was concern, not like dramatic concern, but like just like Jacob Fatu might outshine Solo Sikoa, which he will.
Yeah, he will. That's gonna happen. He will. You can't control that, and I would. Exactly. That's not something to worry about. I don't understand. Like, the headline I saw is WWE's worried that Jacob. Like, look, man, if you got a good wrestler, and you shouldn't be worried about that.
Worried he might be a star.
Right, yeah, you're afraid he might be a star. And you're like, that makes no sense, literally. Yeah. But I do think that this is how I would bring Jacob Fatu if it were me. I don't know if this is going to happen, but when The Rock debuts, The Rock is like, he browbeats Roman Reigns, and Roman Reigns starts to beat him up, and Jacob Fatu is the final, is like the surprise, and then that's who it is, man. And the thing about the Samoans and the Tongans and stuff, they've been doing this forever. Like, before y'all, let me put y'all up on game, because I remember.
Bear with me for a moment.
Because when Emilio was here, and I bought up bringing the Tama Tonga and these people into the bloodline. he wasn't high on that idea. I remember people not liking it when I said it. And if you know the history of the families, Tama Tonga, or not Tama Tonga, he's named after Tama, who is a Samoan who used to tag team with Haku. That is the beginning. And Tama used to be more like when Bobby the Brain Heenan wasn't talking, Tama was like kind of the mouthpiece of the Islanders, you know? Mm-hmm. And Tama Tonga gets his name from the Samoan. So these families are intertwined, right? Mm-hmm. So I think with Jacob Fatu is just another extension of that. Mm-hmm. And I think The Rock, I think the best way to do this with The Rock, and don't be afraid of The Rock getting cheered and all that. It's The Rock.
But he gonna get cheered every time.
He could smack a baby and he's gonna still get cheered, man. There's really not a whole lot you can do to that man to prevent him from getting cheered.
I cut promos that electrify him. You cut promos that pacify him.
Hey, Chris, that will also require The Rock to pick a side.
Right. I know, right. I don't want to open that can of worms again, but yeah. But I think like like the thing is like you gotta go with the flow.
Yeah.
I do think that Jacob Fatu is gonna outshine a lot of people. I think that he's gonna have to get fast tracked to the world title. Eventually, I'm about
to say, Chris, like not even just the presence on screen and like the mannerisms, but like when people find out what this motherfucker can do in the ring.
Yeah. If you haven't been watching MLW and just seeing what this guy does, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy, man. He's gonna be great.
Hey, what you thinking, Nate? About like when to be the right time to bring?
I agree with Chris. Like and it's that whenever that scenario takes place, it's got to be at one of the big four.
SummerSlam.
Either on the show or leading up to the show. Like it's got to be that's got to be part of that run up. Because again, like and to Chris's point, Rock's going to get cheered wherever. But I think what they are banking on is when Roman comes back, Roman gonna get some cheers too.
Bro, they are begging for bro. Just like literally, like it's so crazy saying like how. But and I also think this also plays into how Twitter is not. It's a big fan base, but it's not all. Bro, these people, this man lost the title like a month ago. They already. We won Roman, bro. I'm telling you.
And then you pan that audience, Andrew, and you got everybody in the crowd. We want Roman. You got Jermaine in the seat by himself. No, we don't.
Bro, I'm telling you, but whenever they decide to,
I hope Roman he comes back in Chicago just to spite Jermaine.
But whenever he comes back, bro, I'm telling you, he's gonna blow the roof off that joint. I don't know where it is, but it's gonna be crazy.
The SmackDown is so bland without not even because Roman wasn't on every episode of SmackDown, but just knowing he was in the lurking around made the show interesting, right? Just knowing that he was in the mix. Cody Rhodes is good when he's got a good villain to go.
That's the thing.
Man. And he does it like it's like, Batman needs the Joker and a good rogues gallery. And if you ever watched the 60s TV show like I did, there were some villains on the 60s show that were better than others that Batman and Robin used to go up against. And Cody Rhodes just doesn't have that right now. Like Logan Paul, and I'm not even saying Logan Paul is illegitimate, but he's not legitimate against Cody Rhodes. And AJ Styles wasn't legitimate against Cody Rhodes.
Right.
Like none of these people are,
Hey, Chris, in terms of like legitimate, just to clarify, do you mean like people who could believably take the title?
Yeah, you're watching this and thinking they're gonna beat Cody Rhodes.
Hey, but Chris, I also think that's an advantage to having like Damian Priest as champion, because that shit could feel like can happen anytime.
Right. Yeah. And the thing, and I think Damian Priest is doing a good job of legitimizing himself. And I did not think that was going to happen. I like the title win at WrestleMania, but that was more just for CM Punk stuff. But I think Damian Priest has been holding his own. I really do. I think that I don't think he shouldn't be a transition Money in the Bank winner. He needs to be legitimized by this run and in the mix, whether they keep the belt on him or not. He needs to be in the mix and never taken out of the mix.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, what you thinking? Fatu, Jacob Fatu.
I could see, like Brother Nate was saying, I could see SummerSlam. I mean, I think he's a team player too. I think he knows that he could overshadow Solo. So I think that
he'll like purposely always looking out back. You think he'll like purposely scale himself back?
I think so. And either that or Triple H, because like we were saying, we all know what he can do in the ring, and we also know what he can say on what he could do on the mic. So Triple H is like, just keep him off the mic and don't let him jump off the rope. And I think we be good. And,
I mean, the thing is, right? Solo's gonna get overshadowed anyway. Solo ain't the leader. It's Rock.
Well, but I could see him growing into this Ray, like Suge Knight role, though.
He said Suge Knight. He's just like Suge Knight.
Don't be scaling Jacob Fatu back, goddammit. Here's the thing. This is a good test for Solo Sikoa. If he shows the world that he's not gonna get outshined, he'll be okay. Like I don't like this idea of let's coddle this person and scale this person back so it makes no sense.
But who says that Jacob Fatu doesn't want to make that happen for Solo though? Who says that Jacob Fatu wants to overshadow him?
It doesn't matter what you want to happen. If you overshadow, you just overshadow. That's just how it is, man. The prom queen is the prom queen. You know, sometimes the prom queen lobbies to be the prom queen. Sometimes it's just some girl that's like voted the queen and she's the queen, and it is what it is.
But that's
if Jacob Fatu, like,
did any of y'all win prom king?
No, I didn't even go to my senior prom. I didn't go to my. I went to the I didn't go to my junior prom either. I went to the prom sophomore year with some junior that my mom told me to date.
Chris, this is Jade.
I was about to say that. I was about to say Jade.
No. This was some girl.
And then while Chris was at the prom with Jay, Brandon Phillips rolled up and it was a wrap.
Yeah, I definitely don't want that smoke from that, brother. But yeah.
He was like, "Mind if I cut in, brother?" Chris was like, "Go ahead."
Hey, bro, you want to know what I'm starting to think? I think that this is like a random thought. I think Brock Lesnar gonna come back at the pay-per-view, and he gonna attack Cody.
Okay.
Especially because it's in Saudi, so they like pretty sure he not gonna give. I'm pretty sure the people in Saudi don't give a. They probably don't care about Lesnar.
Ain't nobody trying to see that, nephew. We don't want that nephew.
No. I'm not saying that. I don't want to see him either. But I'm saying that's what I think that's something they would do. Because it's in Saudi and he won't get booed there.
See, here we go. Andrew booking the melanin killer again.
I do give Nick Khan credit that I don't give Vince McMahon. And I just don't see Nick Khan being
wanting those problems.
Yeah, that myopic with his booking to be Brock Lesnar will bring you back in Saudi Arabia. That'd be so transparent.
They gonna get fucking cooked.
Get
cooked.
Yeah, I just and Nick Khan is if you can't say anything else about the guy is a smart guy. He look how fast he rose up the ranks in that company. You know, like the dude is and I just don't see. No, that doesn't mean he won't do that, but I just think those days are kind of.
You might know, Chris. Now that you're saying it,
yeah,
like that is more of like a Vince
yeah,
McMahon
Vince would
led.
do it. Yeah,
Vince would
That's
do
his
that.
boy.
Yeah,
100%. He would do that. Okay,
Yeah.
so now that you kind of put that, yeah, okay, I'm gonna walk that back.
Yeah, the juice ain't worth the squeeze on that one.
I got distracted. The only reason why I was thinking about it is because it's in Saudi, and like I just know that everybody's gonna get a pop, regardless.
Oh,
Like
right, yeah.
Real
everybody's
quick,
gonna fucking cheer.
I do want to ask a serious question because I know Brock's name was mentioned in the allegations,
Yeah.
but he didn't actually. I mean, as far as I know, I didn't read through it. I didn't read through all of it, but he wasn't accused of doing it. They said that she was all.
No, she said that he was a part of. He's a part of it, dude.
Yeah, he's a part of it.
Oh, he's a part.
Basically, what was in alleged is that Vince tried to traffic her off to Brock,
right?
And like part of the that's what he tried to traffic her off, like tried to like get a physical thing between them, but it didn't happen. That's why I say he tried to traffic her off. Traffic, and Lesnar. What happened was there was like supposed to be like some type of meetup or something like that, but it was like a snowstorm. But the whole thing about it was Vince used Janelle Grant being trafficked off to Lesnar as a way to get Lesnar to resign with WWE, and was like, if you resign, you can have her type of deal. And then like they were in contact for a little bit, and that's where the story came out that Lesnar had like asked for a picture of her like urinating, about video of her urinating, like that. That's what. So Lesnar's in it. He's in it.
Lesnar is not a bystander.
It's a reason that brother ain't on WWE 2K24, Ray.
I thought he had some plausible deniability, but now that you said that,
Lesnar in it. No, I know what you were saying from the standpoint of like, you talking about like this in terms of the comparisons between the two alleged offenses and things like that. Like Lesnar from a physicality standpoint and being there in person wasn't involved, but. Yeah, I get what you were trying to say, Ray. That's what I'm saying. So I ain't want to make sure.
I didn't really.
I know what you meant.
Yeah, I just thought like if he didn't actually do anything with her, and like Vince just said, "Hey, I will offer this to you." I didn't know if Brock was just like, "Man, I don't care about that or not." But if you're saying that,
he was in.
Yeah. They're gonna present it as plausible deniability if they want to bring them back.
Of course.
I'm not even saying that they will never bring them back, because I do think
I'm about to say, didn't Triple H say that Brock he's still in the contract? Triple H said that the Royal Rumble, he's like Brock's still in the contract. He said
he said that.
He said it. He said Brock's still with WWE. He said he's just doing Brock things on his farm and shit like that. I'm like, no, he ain't just doing Brock things. That motherfucker got them allegations over his head. Y'all can't bring him in.
If he's brave enough to like orate that, then Brock Lesnar might be coming back eventually.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be this.
I'm about to say, Chris, that's kind of why it popped in my head, because he said that publicly that Brock is still with the company.
Because that's not something that like I'd necessarily be advertising, but they might feel like the Vince stuff is gonna crescendo and like
the block's still too hot right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, there's a reason the brother ain't on the video game, dog.
Yeah, they clean Brock out. Yeah, he ain't on nothing. I mean, but Paul Heyman mentioned him in his Hall of Fame speech.
Yeah.
I get it.
But I mean,
I get it.
I wasn't really
like that's your guy.
Yeah.
I get it. Brock's got a weird case. Why is he around, Paul?
But Nate, that's all we got, brother.
That's all we got.
Hey, will we be 6 hours under?
That's where Vegas should have set the line.
Let me get
that's where Vegas should have hit the line. So yeah, that's gonna do it for this edition of the Nubian Wrestling Advocates. Want to send a shout out to Jesse Collings from USA Today and Voices of Wrestling for joining us in the first hour.
Yesterday,
4.5 hours ago. Yep, yesterday. I want to thank everybody that's still rocking with us at 2:00 in the damn morning, East Coast time. Over
Right.
350 people
Right
still
now,
rocking with us.
Martin Bush be on his way to work right now.
Martin Bush be getting ready to get on the train right now. So yeah, we appreciate y'all checking us out, man. We love doing this every month. Having these conversations, man, just going on these tangents and just talking about the crazy world of pro wrestling from our perspective. So with that, we're gonna spin it around the horn one more time. BBL Ray. BBL Ray. Don't let it be said I'm not a man of my word, Ray. When I said this in the group chat that I was gonna do this, you was looking at the clock like he ain't sang the BBL Ray song all night. I might have slid on this one. No, Ray.
Hey Ray, do not let this man call you BBL Ray.
BBL Ray. Ray. Let the people know what you got going on, man. Shout out the latest edition of the SBF podcast. Anything else you wanna tell the people before we get out of here, my brother?
All right. Well, first of all, see, you got me all flustered. See? Yeah, I was gonna go with that line. I'm bipolar. I choose violence, but I'm not gonna choose violence. I'm just gonna continue to soldier through. All right. Yes. If you're an MMA fan, please go ahead. We are the Spinning Black Fist podcast, myself and the maestro herself, Chi-Chi Okafor. We did a review of not only UFC 301, but UFC Fight Night St. Louis. We talk about whether or not UFC is kind of overloading and oversaturating the market with cards that are not of highest of quality, especially after the big fights that we had on UFC 300. And speaking of the topic that we've been discussing all 6 hours, essentially, in regards to Drake and Kendrick, we give our thoughts on.
I can't wait to hear Chi-Chi's thoughts on that.
Yeah, and we give it from the perspective of fight fans or actual.
You scored it round by round
in rounds. Yes, indeed.
Nice.
And we all know that. Well, if you don't already know, MMA fights, non-title fights are 3 rounds. Title fights are 5 rounds. Kendrick, he's a title fighter. He had more than 5 songs. Drake, not so much. I guess he's a non-title fighter.
How many stocks do I really have in stock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5.
Pretty much. So we just scored it as a non-title
part, Ray. He still got at least 5 other diss tracks that he ain't even released, dog. Because he didn't have a need to, because he won.
Yeah, he's literally got like 2 title fights worth of songs left. But yeah, all that and a whole bunch more on the May edition of the Spinning Black Fist podcast, which you can find in the Kings of Sport feed on anywhere that you tune into podcasts.
Is it up on the Patreon yet, Ray?
I will be getting it up momentarily, or not. Well, I'm gonna get some sleep first, but I will be getting it up as soon as I can. I will be getting it up as soon as I can. But yes, go ahead, follow us. Continue to follow us on the Kings of Sport, the flagship program on the Patreon, as Brother Nate is going to go ahead and plug in a few minutes as well. Also, I know we don't usually do this, but go ahead, continue to follow Post Wrestling on all the platforms as well, since that's our partner. That's our presented by
Post Wrestling is the label that pays me.
Yes, indeed. Go ahead.
Keep it West Coast.
Not just the Kings of Sport Patreon, but if you got a couple more dollars, go ahead and put it in on the Post Wrestling Patreon, where you can get a whole bunch of content as well. As for me personally, you can follow me on X and on Instagram at MondoDondo1. I'm also trying to get some streaming stuff going on YouTube.
I hear you might be on TikTok on these streets.
Yeah,
we're trying to
in a second.
Yeah, we're gonna We're going to try to experiment, me and the professor. But yeah,
Right.
he's going to bring that up as well. But yeah,
That's got to be the first TikTok. BBL Ray Ray.
Don't
act like you don't know me. Let's see. Let's go to the nephew. I'm glad Andrew was able to join us. You know, he had the family obligations earlier, but I'm glad he was able to make time because at first I was feeling some type of way. Ray, I thought Andrew was sending us a subliminal, like he was like, motherfuck the big three. It's just big me. So I'm glad you decided to come back to the team, Ray. So now we got the big four back together, Andrew. So let the people know where they can find your work here at Post Nephew, and let them know what else you got cooking, brother.
They could follow me on Twitter and Instagram, Eddie Thompson __. In terms of the interview side, me and brother Nate, we still got something in the works. We
got something cooking.
Right. We got something cooking on the that's gonna be on the Kings of Sport podcast feed. Just stay tuned. I'm gonna say this. It's gonna happen when it's supposed to happen. I'm gonna say that. So me and Nate got something special coming. You pitched a great idea to me. I think it's an excellent idea. So we gonna get that cooking. So just stay tuned for that. But yeah, we got what did he say? He said, why is the episode so short this morning?
He got jokes.
We got a comedian in the chat. Man. Look at that guy.
I think Psycho, he came in like when we were 5.5 hours deep, so it's short to him.
I think that's Wade's burner.
He said that's Wade's burner. So yeah, check us out there. Support my guys, King's Patreon, support Post Wrestling, and that's all I got. Before we got 7 minutes till 6 hours.
7 minutes. We got to make this quick, Chris. Chris, Professor, Stimmy Butler on these streets. What you got for the people? Where can they find you? Let them know what you got to promote, my brother.
Yeah, so me and Ray have been talking, and we're gonna probably do a TikTok channel where we try to. I think we could use TikTok to attract more people listening to our shows because I just started on TikTok.
Chris out here going for the youth demographic.
Right. I did not know like you get a lot of people responding to you, liking your stuff and all that.
TikTok crazy, bro.
Yeah, I had no clue what I've been missing.
I'm waiting to see Chris do these TikTok dances on these streets, man.
Right. Well, I ain't gonna be doing all that, man. you getting seriously on TikTok, but yeah. So yeah, just follow me on
Mr. Moderna and the Big Steppers.
Yeah, follow me on the socials, including TikTok. Christopher Ely, Chris with a K. And yeah, man, I'm looking forward to the big things we got going. And yeah, I want the when we do these long shows, I want them to feel special, you know, like when we do like the marathon shows. Yeah. So hopefully, we won't hit this.
We've almost done 2 3-hour Raws, Chris.
Right, yeah. So
shout out to the good brother, Professor Chris, #1 LA Sparks fan in the game. And speaking of the game, new Kings of Sport coming out this week. Tuesday will be live. The audio version will be up sometime later in the week, available both on the free feed and on the Patreon. We'll be talking about the NBA playoffs. We'll be talking about the WNBA because we are a WNBA friendly podcast now. We'll be talking about a lot of things. We'll fully get into the Drake Kendrick beef because if we did that tonight, we'd be hitting damn near 7 hours with what we got to talk about that topic. And of course, we're gonna get into the fan of the moment. He's a fan, P. Diddy. Because you are a trash human being, sir, and we are going to address that. But for more of me, hit me up in the #8 MOZAIK at Nate Mosaic on Twitter. Salute to Dickie Bird, the Birdman, and the good people
to that boy
at Chop Tees for all their support, man. They good people and they produce great merch. Shout out to John Pollock and Wei Ting, who is looking at his stopwatch right now. The proprietors of Post Wrestling for allowing us the platform. We got love and respect for them boys, man. They the family, Crody. And shout out to Righteous Reg for the theme song. But most importantly, you, the listener. We appreciate y'all for listening, for watching. We really do appreciate the love that y'all give us each and every month. Be sure to check out the Kings of Sport patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. $5 gets you in the door, as the nephew always says, for the price of a biggie bag. 300 hours of quality audio and video content over at the Patreon. Every bit of support we get there, man, we put back into the show, so we really appreciate it. And that's it. We did it. That was good exercise, Ray. Felt good to get the mic back out there. This will be a worthy challenge if you want on some hoe shit, man. I mean, that little song you had, it was cute. I danced to it if it wasn't full of lies and allegations. What a weak concession, Aubrey. Come on, brother.
Yeah,
but that's gonna do it, man. We gonna get out of here. I'm keeping one eye on the clock because I'm desperately trying not to hit 6 hours. But thank you for checking out the NWA podcast. We appreciate it. We'll be back next month with another edition of the world's fastest wrestling show. And before we get out of here, fellas, one time, let me hear you say "OV-ho."
OVO.
There we go. All right, so for the youngest in charge, the Yick, the nephew Andrew Thompson, for the super producer himself, Two-Way Ray, aka Caitlin Dark on these streets. For Ray is like, I'm tired of all these damn nicknames, dog. For the Professor Chris from LA, I am the Godfather Nate Milton. And remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. Y'all get some sleep. We'll see you next month. Hit the button, Ray.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather, post wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.